the topic that we have chosen is on everybody's mind. There's a tremendous amount of buzz, so I just thought of giving an overview before we deep dive with the experts out there. So currently what we are talking about is, of course, classical AI to generative AI. We like to call it, Jayant is in the audience, I think so. Yeah, hi, Jayant. So he's my co-author for that book also. So we have been talking about AI 1.0 to AI 2.0. Just a little bit of history for most of you might be knowing this. So typically, we used to talk about Alan Turing, who was known for the Enigma code. He's pretty famous. Everybody knows the story about how he broke the Enigma code. And of course, his Turing test assesses whether a machine can think like a human or not. Whether generative AI can break the Turing test or not, these things are out for debate. And in many cases, perhaps this test might undergo a lot of changes out here. Then you have the founding fathers, of course, along with Alan Turing, John McCarthy, you have Nathaniel Rochester, Claude Shannon, Marvin Minsky, etc. And John McCarthy, of course, is credited with the first use of the term AI. In India also, it's, for many people may not know this part, but in the 1960s, you had Professor Mahabala, who had introduced an AI course in IIT Kanpur. So even India was at the forefront of AI, even back in the 1960s. What exactly is AI is on everybody's mind? So here's a very simplistic explanation. It's not mine, it's Marvin Minsky's. So it's like essentially the human desire to make machines as smart as us or perhaps smarter, to make machines think like how we humans do. And of course, how do you do that? You use techniques like machine learning, then deep learning, which is again is a machine learning technique. You have image recognition, you have computer vision, you have natural language processing, and of course, now everybody talks about generative AI. So we'll be coming to that in a bit. AI applications are everywhere, but most of the AI, as I've said over here, caters to sort of narrow and linear kind of tasks. It's called weak AI. Of course, the nomenclature is changing over a period of time. Generally, we are seeing AI chatbots. We used to see a lot of AI chatbots, personal assistants, Siri, Alexa, etc. And narrow AI is excellent at performing, as I said, linear tasks, repetition, practice. These are the keywords. But even when you speak about driverless cars, even level 5 driverless cars, for that matter of fact, are still considered weak AI. So strong AI is typically associated with AGI, and of course that's a different debate altogether, which we'll get to in a bit. So AI, as we all know, is all around us. It's in your smartphone. When you fly, book a flight, apply for the loan, it's solving science problems, speeding up drug discovery, your social media recommendations, and of course the flip side is also you have a lot of surveillance. I've just listed 6 reasons for the success of AI. You could have come up with your own 10 reasons for that. Sophisticated algorithms, large data sets, massive increase in computing. You have GPUs, you have combination of GPUs and CPUs, you have tensor processing units, which are TPUs, so on and so forth, just to speak about a few things out here. Funding from venture capitalists. I know Devjani may not agree fully with this, and therefore she'll be speaking after that. Then media coverage of AI's potential and its misuse. And the collaboration between tech companies, academic institutes, and government partners on such projects. What is India's approach to AI? I think there are people who are more qualified than me to speak about that. But just to give you an overview, yes, India had the national AI policy in 2008. The Prime Minister of this country, Narendra Modi, hopes to make India a global AI hub. Hundreds of Indian deep tech startups that will probably help us attain this vision. And of course, the mere fact that India is also the council chair for the Global Partner Alliance, the GPAI, the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, which will be running, I think, in another couple of days. Oh, sorry. So what's generative AI? Now, if you look at AI, way back in 2016 also, we used to speak about AI. And over a period of time, I would say people have a fair understanding of AI. Generative AI, the inflection point is 2023. The reason I'm saying that because we had the ChatGPT launch on the 30th of November. It garnered 100 million users in just 2 months. And therefore, it took the entire tech world by storm. And everybody started talking about AI. So that's the thing. But what will our future look like? Is it going to be human versus machine or people plus AI? That's something that we have to talk about. That's something we need to debate. That's something we need to discuss. Look at generative AI, some of the buzzwords that are there, GPT-4, ChatGPT, Bing Chat, Bard, Llama, Gemini 1.0 that was just announced yesterday in 3 versions, Ultra, Pro, Nano, Hugging Face, Mistral, because these are, many of them are open source LLMs and open source foundational models. Llama from Facebook, Falcon, DALL-E 2, Midjourney, these are just some names. Everybody keeps on asking this question, how is generative AI different from the classical kind of AI? Here are some things that AI got a new face with generative AI. Of course, ChatGPT is the face, basically. And when you look at machine learning, it was largely limited to making prediction on patterns, historical patterns, basically. But what now is happening that new ML, the machine learning models are relying on unsupervised learning methods. And this involves training on humongous amounts of data. And this is one of the reasons why we call them black boxes, because nobody really understands how these black boxes work. And therefore, the whole question of explainable AI comes to the fore, which we all have been talking about. But then, as opposed to conventional or traditional AI, generative AI, as we all know, can generate images, text, videos, etc. Again, we talk about foundation and frontier models. They are, again, general purpose models. And we all know by now that, okay, these are extremely large models that we are referring. But typically, they'll be dealing with unstructured, unlabeled data. Examples I have given. This is just... Of course, it is no longer just about parameters. Now we have LLMs, now we have SLMs to add to the jargon. SLMs would just basically be small language models. Training small language models would reduce the carbon footprint and they're less expensive. And they can sort of perform specialized domain-specific tasks. I've given some examples, like you have right from 5, which is 2.5 billion parameters. Llama is 13 billion parameters, etc. Falcon, 7 billion parameters. That some of the limitations that I've touched upon, deep fakes, voice clones, bias and fairness issues, IP and copyrights, often requires a large amount of high-quality training data, which may or may not be readily available, so you'll have to have some kind of synthetic data. And it needs continuous fine-tuning, hallucinations, cost to run the models, something that our next speaker, Rajat Mathur, who's from BCG, he'll be speaking about them. Jobs and automation, of course, is a touchy issue. Entire label market, these are some of the predictions that are there. You can, I think many of us are familiar. But this is always a fear at the back of your mind. Of course, the interesting part is the fourth part, which I've said, that AI is least threatening to labor-intensive careers like construction, installation and repair, and maintenance. So AI has still not been able to do anything over there. Ironical indeed. Can we increase the volume?
Including blockchain development. While this AI is already outperforming accounting firms. Meanwhile, the new graphic design AI aims to automate graphic design and could minimize the need for...
Relax. Because in a future where AI does most of the work, there'll be one thing that humans will finally get to do all day long. Nothing.
Okay, we can stop the video here. So, of course, that's a Cadbury ad, so all of you must be familiar with it. But the reason why I put it out, because it's so ironical in today's times. Of course, the point to ponder, as I said, which all of us are speaking, that AI may or may not take your job, but someone using AI may surely take it. Here are these, and of course, now we get into the area of AI versus AGI. Some have equated it with the risk of pandemics, extinction. You have Elon Musk, you have Yuval Noah, who have been talking about it. You have the godfathers of AI, Yoshua Bengio and Jeffrey Hinton on the one side. Then you have Jan LeCun and Andrew Ng on the other side. So there's a very, very strong divide out here as to whether AI will kill people when it gets into the AGI stage or not. Of course, the whole question is, whether there's anything called AGI. There are global guardrails that we are talking about, UNESCO, human-centered AI. We have the new US executive order, the G7 guidelines, the UK, then the Euro, and India's own Digital India Act, which later on Napin and I will speak about in more details. The holy grail of AGI, will machines ever be sentient? How many of you in the audience have this on your mind? Do you agree with this, that machines will become sentient anytime soon? Can we have a show of hands? Oh, just one hand. Wow. Okay. So I'm glad that, okay, fine, we are I mean, it's a debatable issue. So the question is whether machines can really think, whether they can really reason. Gemini 1.0 is claiming, GPT-5, when it is released, it may claim all these kind of things. But then, having said that, there's a lot of redefinitions itself, a lot of dilution as far as the AGI definitions are concerned by OECD, by Google, by many other companies, including OpenAI. And as Marvin Minsky said, that no computer has ever been designed that is ever aware of what it is doing, but most of the time we aren't either. So probably we can take some solace from it. This is just basically the enterprise rule which everybody will be talking about. That is, there's no point in putting the cart before the horse. So start with a business problem. These are the hype cycles. Gartner will tell you the same thing. You can look at the hype cycles out there. Generative AI is on the top. It will take 5 to 10 years. We'll see what happens. No mention of AGI, thankfully. Some parallel waves, open source AI, AI plus quantum computing, AI plus synthetic biology, that we'll soon see on the anvil. Quantum computing, of course, requires error correction and noise, etc. So there are things that need to be ironed out. But yes, this is not the last wave that we are seeing. There are more waves coming over here. I'd like to conclude with this Alvin Toffler thing, that the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who can read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Thank you. So friends, this was just an overview. Now we'll get into the real meat of the events, for which I would like to call on stage Rajat Mathur, who is a partner, Boston Consulting Group. Please give him a big hand.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm Rajat Mathur. I'm a partner with Boston Consulting Group. It's one of the leading top-tier management consulting firms. To start with what happened about a month back, there's a joke that goes in BCG that no LLM, no fancy next-gen Gen AI model could have scripted the story that has unfolded about a month back. We keep saying, another joke is that we keep saying that the jobs will get impacted. I think the jobs which got impacted were the people on this picture. In fact, they were the creators of this new technology. So to start with, as Leslie mentioned, there are two types of the two types of analytics that we classify. On the left brain, which is the predictive analytics. I'm sorry, there's some format issue there. The first one is the predictive analytics, or the traditional analytics that we now call it as. I looked at as a left brain, which means it does all the processing, all the heavy lifting, all the compute and everything. The right brain, I call that as a generative part, the generative AI, which does the creative part. All these complex things that were done by the left-hand side is now being simplified and being communicated in a simple manner there. And that is what I would say that generative AI and the predictive AI complement each other when they come together there. Just like the meta point here is that in order to get the right set of value, you need both the predictive analytics and prescriptive analytics. The generative analytics. The example here being that we all are familiar with the fancy recommendation engines that we're talking about. But if we cannot reach to your customer in a more contextual way with the right content, you're leaving a significant value on the table. And that content creation is actually your generative part. Just like you use both your minds to both part of your brains for a holistic decision, you need both parts of analytics to make sure that you have the significant value which is being taken up there. Talking about value, I think there's already a significant chunk of value which is lying on the table. If we talk about some of the places, be it consumer sector, be it technology, financial institutes, I think some of them have actually seen an uplift of around 1.5x in their piloted revenue that they were talking about. Financial institutions have seen an improvement in their synthetic data-based generative data which they were able to create and using their traditional risk model and see an uplift of as high as 98% there. Hence, there is a significant value which is there, significant value which is there for us to unlock and take that. But that's not all. As we look around, there's still more to come there. I think we're just at the tip of the iceberg there. In fact, what's more to come that we see here, the current Gen AI, it is proficient in doing specific tasks. You give it some activities, it's able to do certain tasks. Now what we are seeing is there that the task may not be so specific. It can be a little bit more vague, and Gen AI is smart enough to understand and perform those kind of nuances. A case in example, the very recent study from Harvard and INSEAD. Harvard actually published an article, can Gen AI write strategy? In fact, can take up our jobs. So the answer was yes. They actually did an experiment with the INSEAD first, I think a group of students, where they gave a strategy assignment to them and asked them to complete. They come up with a good strategy in let's say a 7 days in a week window. And they used some Gen AI tools, and in 60 minutes, the output of the two tasks or two, I would say, entities were very much similar. In fact, Gen AI output was a little bit more unbiased as compared to what the humans have produced in that particular window. So strategy is another vague term which we are seeing there. Second, I think currently a lot of these, I would say the chatbots or the conversation parts are still lacking some of the context, so that there's still human touch which is still missing out there. But as we move forward, I think that's the next part. We see the human touch getting up there and the context becoming more and more relevant and better. Now there are three places to win, or there are three ways you can win this Gen AI to get the maximum value. These are the, I would say, the places where you have a right for win. So the first one is a very standard one, deploy. Gen AI in every day-to-day task. In fact, everyone sitting in a room, his or her organization would have achieved some degree of 25 to 30% of efficiency on some day-to-day tasks, be it automated emails, some automated tasks, and so on and so forth. The next common is the reshape or reinvent or reimagine. Can we reimagine the function or a journey that we are talking about? Can we reimagine, let's say, our entire customer service? Can we reimagine our entire sales and marketing function by leveraging AI and Gen AI and unlock significant value upwards of 50% and so on and so forth? And the last is altogether a reinvent. Can we spin off a new venture which is thoroughly and highly based out of Gen AI? So these are, I would say, the areas which are up for win, but how do you win in this? So the first one, I think, is pretty clear. These are table stakes. Majority of you would have done it, have seen it in your day-to-day life. I think there's GitHub Copilot, Microsoft Copilot, all have been aids for day-to-day activities to enhance the productivity of the employees. The next is reshape. For instance, in this, there's a lot of thinking has to go down here, where you talk about when you reimagine or reshape a function, what kind of a things has to be thought through? What would be the new process that we are talking about? What kind of upskilling and skills that we are talking about? We need to upskill not just our business folks, but also the tech folks here as well, so that they can quickly adapt to the new age of technology there. And of course, realize a significant value. What kind of an operating model are we talking about here? So these are some of the questions that needs to be answered as you start reshaping and thinking about a function to be redefined there. And last but not the least, the reinvent part. How do you move from a typical 0 to 1? What are your incubation points? What are some best-in-class assets and engineering capabilities you need to have to ensure that you have that edge and spun off as an altogether different entity or a business model supported by Gen AI? All said and done, I think one success, or based on our years of experience, around 15 odd years experience in driving digital AI transformation, I think this is the success mantra that we have come across. Technology is super critical, data is immensely critical, but what is important is the people. It's the change and the processes that you drive there. It's only 10% algorithm, 20% tech, but the 70% is the on-ground last mile change management that you drive with your people and the processes that you end up editing to ensure that this new technology is well adopted and a value unlock happens. I think there are significant use cases that we have been talking about. I think some of you would have already been onboarded on doing some of these use cases. What we are seeing is that the maximum use cases that has a good uptick is actually on the marketing side. I think marketing is one function where a lot of good use cases have been experimented, piloted, and some good value has already been realized by even the Indian companies as well. Because A, for simple reason that yes, you're able to create a content, and then based with the help of your traditional AI, you're able to contextualize that content, and the customer uptake or the customer uplift also is becoming better there. So marketing is a good function to start with. The second one is actually on the customer side. Now, the customer service is another function which is getting disrupted. The one way is like you produce all the chatbot, but you run a risk that it may hallucinate, it may give something wrong information, and so on and so forth. But then the other way around is that you enable your employees so that when they speak to their customers, they have all the informations available. Imagine a bank RM talking to its customer on a phone, or even, let's say, in a branch if there is, if the customer end up in a branch. Instead of having that clunky dashboard, can there be a conversational bot which just assists the RM, get all the vital information there? There's a high degree of iteration happens at such level. A new RM will generally take approximately 45 days to become productive. With such kind of assets and tools, that number comes down to 15 days. And that is a productivity unlock in the customer service that we are seeing there. Now, we've talked all the good parts about Gen AI, but I think just let's get to a reality check. Unfortunately, only 10% of the AI or Gen AI use cases end up in the production or to the adoption stage that we are talking about. Rest all the 90% end up in the sandboxes of some of the other developers there. There are multiple reasons for that, and each organizations may have their own reasons. Each project may have its own reason, but if I just bubble it up and find out some reasons on that. The first one is unable to think through an end-to-end journey. Instead of just picking up an ad hoc use case or a problem or a technology looking for a problem, you have to start, the start has to be from a business side. Many a times we missed out this part, that, okay, what are the key business issues? Okay, if I'm able to solve this with AI, Gen AI or whatever, how would the last mile adoption happen? What are the challenges that the person using this application would have to face? Inability to answer some of those questions led to these adoption failures there. Next is the ROI. I think the CEO's agenda is very clear. I mean, you invest, you do something good, which helps, but it has to generate a rupee value, the ROI there. Inability to think through an end-to-end ROI, or just being so fine with, okay, there's a POC or a pilot gives me an ROI, how will it scale it up? What's a scaled up ROI? Inability to think through that. That's another challenge that you see why this number is still at a 10% stage. Let's move to another challenge, which is the second on the risk side. It's a busy slide, ladies and gentlemen, but I do want us to get busy with this topic, which is responsible AI. I think with all these things coming around, with new technology coming in, I think the onus is on us as leaders of our respective organization to think and create a governance mechanism of having responsible AI for our organization, not just for that, but hopefully complement the country as well with that. We struggle with this. I think I've put up some examples on the left-hand side. We struggle with some of these sensitive data leaks, copyright, biased outputs. All these are fairly strong challenges which can actually have reputational risk for the organizations as well. Hence, the need of the hour is to set up a governance mechanism, establish the culture of responsible innovation, set up a culture of responsible AI, and have the right guardrails in place and allow your folks to work within those guardrails. The next one is on the people side. I think with the new technology coming in, we clearly lack, as multiple organizations clearly lack the people strategy or the talent strategy. With this new age technology, we really need a different kind of a talent who are going to build these applications, who are going to build these complex algorithms. We really need those functional folks who can shape up and refine and define the new functions that would look like with these new age technologies. We really need those translators who will understand both the business part and the AI part and help us merge or bridge this gap together. And last but not the least is the governance. We need dedicated governance folks who will ensure that our reputational risk is not there to be taken up. Now, the last few minutes, I'll just leave up with my 5 takeaways, which we have seen or having delivered at multiple places a successful AI or a Gen AI programs have. Now, these are the 5 things that comes out across any successful AI Gen AI program. There may be more as well, but these are the 5 top things that come to my head. It has to start with a business-led thing, not a tech or a people-led agenda. You remember the slide about I just talked about, the 70% is about the change management, the people, the processes, and the remaining is 20 and 10 is on the algo and data. By no means I'm saying that this is less important, but just that the time and the effort and energy that you spend has to be in this proportion to get a real value or the rupee value from this program. Focus on a small and a high impact use cases, combination of any technology. Do not just get obsessed, okay, Gen AI hai kya? Is there a Gen AI in that, or is there a new age technology in it? It doesn't matter. There are multiple technologies, the amalgamation of technologies and the people and the processes that would make the impact rather than just one tech here. But all that has to be well thought. It should be a high value, high impact use cases so that you get your clock ticking and get the money rolling here. Well, the biggest impact actually comes from, as I was saying, the augmenting the workflows, which means thinking through a customer journey or thinking through a function in an end-to-end manner, not just one point solution. Thinking of just a demand forecasting will not help you, but thinking through an end-to-end supply chain or the ops function would definitely get the significant value on the table. Start using and augmenting existing LLMs. Don't reinvent the wheel. Don't try to create your own LLMs. Be smart enough. I think Leslie used an excellent word as he taught us the small large language model. Small language models are also well in place. Be smart enough to pick up your use cases, the set of LLMs, so that your use case is cost effective. You have an opportunity to have a positive ROI on that. And last but not the least, I cannot end any conversation without talking about responsible AI. So please start any organizations who have been able to set up or have a good success with the AI cases have invested in a non-trivial amount way on the responsible AI processes and the building blocks there. Well, that's pretty much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rajat. Thank you. So friends, now I would like to call on stage Devjani Ghosh, President of NASSCOM, the industry body. She's going to speak on is AI utopia or dystopia, but she's told me that she's going to take a nuanced approach to it. So please give her a big hand.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we've heard a lot about AI. Leslie had a fantastic presentation. Rajat spoke a lot about how AI needs to be utilized, etc. So I'm going to take a little bit of a detour, right? I'm going to talk about one aspect which often gets ignored when we are talking about AI, and that's human accountability. And I think that's a very important topic for all of us to spend a little bit of time on. So since we've just had lunch and meeting here, our post-lunch, I'm going to start with a very quick exercise. I'm going to give you half a sentence and you fill in the blanks. We'll just go a few tables, right? AI is dash. Table 1. You can't think. The first word that comes to mind. Yes. Powerful. Here. Awesome. Sorry? Disruptive. One more. Sorry?
Intrusive.
Inclusive. Wow.
Intrusive.
Intrusive. Okay, I thought inclusive. I was like, okay, you're drinking something, you're smoking something else that I need to smoke. Intrusive, right. So very interestingly, last week I was in Germany and I did this exercise with a room full of Germans and Indians. And the Indian side was all about powerful, excellent, great, and blah, blah, blah. And the German side, and typical German, somber, this thing, it was all about, it's going to kill us, man. It's bad. It's dangerous. So it's really funny. I mean, it's a very simple exercise. But it's very profound because it does do one thing. It tells us that we humans are still in the position to fill in the blanks. we are still in the position to decide what we want AI to be. And we need to seize that accountability, that responsibility back before it's too late. Because we are giving up our accountability. You know, I was recently at a World Economic Forum Global AI Summit in San Francisco. And we were having the same debate. Utopia, dystopia, perils and promises of AI. And the industry was there talking about the need for regulation to step in so that AI could have the right oversights and be used well and you know, become this absolutely great boon for humankind. But regulation is key. And there was this professor, Professor Stuart Russell. He's a professor at Berkeley. He's a brilliant guy. And he posed a very interesting question, a very thought-provoking question, which sort of disrupted the complete conversation. And he said that, you know, are you as industry shrinking your responsibility by advocating so strongly to make AI safe? Shouldn't you be thinking about what you need to do to inherently build safe AI? Very subtle difference. Safe AI versus making AI safe. Think about it a bit. We're building all these LLMs. You know, we are in a rush. We are in this race to LLMs. People are calling it the LLM war. We are putting it out there. And the next day, we are going to the Senate or wherever to talk about how these things can really harm us if we don't have the right regulation. Is that the right approach? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't have the answers. But these are good questions for us to ask. Is that the right approach, or should we be taking the time to figure out, are we building something that is safe enough? And is there, maybe it's happening in companies, but is there enough effort? And, you know, the famous words of Chris Munger, if you remember, show me the incentives and I'll show you the outcome. It does come to mind quite a bit when you're thinking about AI. What are the incentives? What are the business incentives today, right? Is it scientific discovery? Is it really about pushing the boundaries of science, which is fantastic if it is, but should there be some guardrails built in at the incentive level? Is it profitability? And if it is, then what does it mean? I mean, maybe for business, there's nothing wrong for it to be about profits and revenue. There's nothing wrong. But that incentive will then translate into what? It will translate into control of the value chain. Who can control the value chain? Who can come out with the most powerful capabilities that will drive control of that value chain? It's a very interesting times we are in, because honestly, there is no right or wrong. But there is a lot of gray area. And I think it's extremely important in these times to sit down and think about these things a bit, just as we talk about all the benefits and all the risks of AI. But this dialogue about human accountability and what are the incentives, because that will pretty much shape the outcome, is missing. As long as there are humans in the equation, we know that there will be misuse. This is nothing to do with technology, absolutely nothing to do with technology. But as long as there are humans, there will be misuse. That's a fact of life. Some of us will use this technology brilliantly to do things transformative like drug development. Some of the work that companies like Insilico, etc., are doing to advance time to clinical testing is just amazing. At sort of from 8 years, they've brought it down to 2.5 years for phase 1 testing of a drug for treating a rare respiratory disease, and done it at a fraction of the overall cost that it would have taken, right? So this is a reason enough to say we need AI. This is reason enough to say that we must facilitate and encourage AI innovation, right? This is great use of AI for humankind. And then you think about next year, 2024. Nearly around 40 to 50% of the world's population is going into elections. How many of you believe AI will play a role there? Okay, very few people. We have a lot of optimistic people in this room. That's fantastic to see. But, AI will play a role, but it is not AI that is going to jump in and do stuff. It is us humans who are going to use AI to play a role there, to disrupt a lot of these processes. I think if you're thinking about AI as a bad actor and the perils of AI, while there is a lot of talk about AGI and existential risk, which is fair, but I do believe it distracts us from the real risks of AI here and now. Next year is going to be the ultimate platform for AI to play the role of a villain if it chooses to, or if we choose to. Right? I mean, elections is just a fantastic ground for it. So it's really interesting to see how these things are playing out. And I honestly think, and this is what I advocate with both government and with industry, that we have to get our priorities right. We need to start talking about what is accountability. We have to talk about what are incentives driving it. We have to talk about, therefore, the outcomes. We have to talk about what is human accountability. We will have people making good use of AI, and we will have people making bad use of AI. That's a given. That's a given. I think the goal is, how do you ensure the good guys get ahead in the game? How do you ensure the good guys are able to do much more than the folks who want to use it for harm? I think that's going to be the focus. And if regulation, oversight is of course helpful. But if we as an industry can make a small pivot and start thinking about how do we truly build safe AI, versus building something, putting it out there, and then putting the onus of responsibility or safety on someone else to say, now you figure out how to govern this. I think that too can make a big, big difference. So is it utopia? Is it dystopia? It is what we want it to be. And it will be a bit of both. It will definitely be a bit of both. The question is, how do we ensure, and not just government, I think industry has a huge role to play. Society has a huge role to play. How do we as society, industry get together to figure out it is more of a utopia than a dystopia? And how do we ensure that we build that environment, that culture of trust, where we know that industry is investing in safe AI and not making AI safe? So with that, happy to take questions. If I know there's 2 minutes left, so happy to take questions or comments, but thank you very much.
We can take a couple of questions. Anybody has a question?
Post-lunch session.
We need an engaging audience. Come on, folks. I see a lot of industry experts out here. Okay, yes. Kindly identify yourself and ask.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, I'm Vimal from SRF, and we are working on a lot of technologies right now in the industry, like as a part of the CIO club also we have associated with NESCOM. And but one thing I see which is missing is that how we are supporting our ecosystem to have a good AI partners for the industry. Like we have some startups, like we have certain organization who are doing, but less work is India originated. So how government and NASSCOM is working on that to support that ecosystem?
The ecosystem, okay. So there's, I don't really want to take NASSCOM questions right now, but happy to answer. I mean, there's a lot of work going on, and happy to sit down offline with you and brief you. There's tremendous amount of work going on at startup, SME, and large company, and I think if you see the range of work that's happening in India on AI, it is fantastic. unfortunately, most of our startups feel that while companies are evaluating, they prefer to evaluate global solutions versus Indian solutions, and that has to change at some point. We have to give our guys a chance, our guys and gals, right? So I think the ecosystem is growing. The ecosystem is prime for co-creation, which is fantastic, right? Because if you bring a problem to the table, they can sit down with you, and that's one of the biggest advantages of the Indian ecosystem. They can co-create, right? But I think we need to give them a chance. Okay?
Yeah.
So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Devjani. Thank you. No, I think the best take home which I had from Devjani was that the onus is on us whether to make it a utopia or a dystopia. That's a nice way of putting it, and a very credible way, bringing a voice of sobriety to the entire discussion. So folks, now we have had talks about, a 360-degree kind of view about what AI, generative AI is. Now what I'm going to do is invite three practitioners of IT who are with conglomerates, and they're going to come in succession. So I would like to invite first Rajesh Uppal, who is the member of the executive board, IT, safety, HR, and digital enterprise, 4 kind of units clubbed in one for Maruti Suzuki. Please give him a big hand. Stage is all yours.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and so nice to see all the friends in the audience. I was in Gartner conference last week in Cochin. I think only subject was, center of discussion was AI and generative AI. I think all 3 days was spent on only one topic. And what is very interesting to see that one point which they were making, first slide from Gartner was where it is in a hype curve of Gartner. And this is right now at the inflated expectation stage. So we all are talking about it. I think we need to figure out right use cases to adopt in our companies is the whole way I feel that this technology is right now. And we need to debate and come out with what's the right use cases, and maybe as the industry partners, we need to really sharing with each other what are we doing, because it's something which we need to figure out how do we really make it useful for our company. And I'll maybe share some of my areas where we are thinking, we are building right now, and we need to build on top of it. The another note from Gartner was very clearly, I think 4 different areas in the company where you need to look at generative AI or AI in general to work on. I think first one was everyday work. How do we can assist you to do day-to-day work? Second is all the internal processes, external processes, and last is transformative. So among the 4 pillars is something all the use cases are need to be bucketed and worked on to ensure that you adopt that in your organization to maximum possible there. And also maybe, and also I'm very firm believer from very beginning, these technologies are for any enterprise will be a very short-lived innovation. Somebody else can catch you very soon to build to do that and all. Maybe you have to keep on doing new things to really be ahead of the curve from your competition or your friend in the industry. So important is how do you figure out the use cases and what do you work on that. I'll take my case study on. We are fairly now involved into this journey of generative AI adoption. In fact, we have branded this as an internal platform which is built in the company. We're calling it a word called Tense AI. Tense AI is a Japanese word which says genius. So this is the project, and this is the platform which we build on one of the partner of us, in this case is Microsoft, which is adopted in the company right now. The focus is on how to make sure that each one of the organization member use this to really be more efficient in the company. Is the very simple objective we are working on. What we started a couple of years back was a whole process of knowledge management in the company, so that we have all the information available centrally at one location instead of being there in the local drives of each individual is in the central place. So that was a foundation block we could build in last many years, so that it's something which is available in the company. Now, this platform on top of it really gives the framework where that whole innovation can be brought to the individual working area for each one of them. Now, there's the knowledge which is company-wide. So I think security and the need to use is a very important area. So we could build that in the organization. And also see something which is organization knowledge, which is available to everybody over there. You want to consume that for your communication outside, by mail, PPTs, anything and all. You can use that knowledge to for consumption, for you being efficient and maybe more effective. But also we're given a bucket of your own area of work, which is, maybe R&D has their own and marketing sales have their own, and which is very available to you in your company within the same framework of the knowledge available, so that you can ask questions and build your own models to use that in your area of work, which is the way we want to adopt that. And this is also being supported by huge amount of communication and training, so that there are AI champions in each area who build this up in their own organizations, and also the right kind of communication or maybe right kind of nudging in between, where you create a success story, share with others and so on and so forth, so that there's a internal competition to adopt that, but make sure that you build more and more use cases into this area, which is more internal and day-to-day of our work to go on. So that's something which is, I think, fairly well adopted and fairly well, used by everybody in the organization, and being done for more and more maturity going forward. Maybe I think last week, in fact, yesterday I just came back from Japan, and Suzuki also, along with us, also working on very similar thing. And important here is, again, cross-cultural or cross-language-based kind of interaction between Suzuki and us. I think AI take care of all those translation in between to really manage that. It has been a very, very good use. So both Suzuki Japan and Maruti Suzuki India, I think we have been able to collaborate and work on those use cases where it was very difficult earlier to get an interpreter in between or translator in between to do that. This, I think, is solving lots and lots of those issues of collaboration and working together in the organization going forward. Now, with that in mind, I think a second area which we feel that external also is very, very important for us, the whole customer game and all. And before buying a car, I think the kind of survey everybody does is very, very important. Right now, we have some bots to really cover the interaction part, but which is more on really giving you right text of information available. Can we make it more generative with them to work on is the important area of work. So both at our conversation level and also at the metaverse level, can we make a conversation which is more, relevant to the customer than really being general communication to everybody? I mean, that's the pace which is we are working on right now. Hopefully, that also will be soon brought to the open and share with others around, so that we have that kind of conversation. In fact, the metaverse which we have created in our Nexa and Arena, there the whole conversation can be, it led from the last conversation with the customer and do a relevant conversation, than really creating just a machine kind of interaction with you is the change we want to bring in, and hopefully that also will be out and being available to all our customer going forward. So the whole adoption, this is important. The more, I think, most important to really adopt in our organization would be putting up a right governance process in place, which I think some of the things we just talked about was security, the bad element part of it and all. But keeping that whole firewall between the external AI available from the internet and our internal AI knowledge in between over there, with the right kind of security, right kind of the interface available, and also the right kind of conversation training to our people, that how do you get information from your inside data, how do you get information on the internet, blend it together to build some use case for yourself is the area which we have been working on. And I feel that going forward, this will add a lot in the way for a company to be more effective and more early adopter of this technology will be our objective to implement and go forward in this area. Challenges, I think, has been huge. Technology is still maturing from the industry perspective right now. But going forward, I think each version coming in, this is becoming more and more adoptable and usable. And I think we have been working very closely with our partners to really adopt and work on that. And also supporting people who can adopt this and learn this, and maybe creating a right kind of skill set in the organization to build this is the challenge which have been. But I think with the right partners available, this is not a big challenge to work on. So our journey is long, and it's one of the area which I think my boss track me very regularly to see that and all. In fact, I share an anecdote. Last month we published a small internal communication that how analytics has been working in our company, and my team worked very innovatively. Instead of writing a small case studies, they made a cartoon scripts to really identify that how we did do that. So I went to him to see that and all. Okay, is that good looking at? And I wanted him to write a cover page on that. So his first question to me was, can generative AI make it a Japanese? And my team gave me a next version printed next day morning, and I gave it to him, said, sir, this is a Japanese version. Now that's the whole, expectation and use cases of the technologies which come from, you do something new, you'll get more and more use cases coming here. I think it's all about building a culture of that adoption in the company to make these technologies work for you and work on. I guess we are in right path to make sure that we get maximum out of the technologies at this stage. But going forward, I guess it will, and like any other technology, it will stabilize into a value creation for your organization for its adoption is the area which we are working on. Hopefully we'll reach very soon, and we'll have many, many case studies to publish as we go along is the journey we are working on. That's all I thought I'll share with all of you. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Rajesh. Thanks. I would now like to call on stage Shrijit Mishra, Chief Innovation Officer and Group Head Services at Aditya Birla Group. Please give him a big hand.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, guys. I know there are lots of possibilities that, if you can move to the first slide, please. Gen AI has been a significant enabler to creating excitement across the board. But it can do it if we understand the role of AI and Gen AI. Let's try and understand what the difference between AI and Gen AI is. Traditional AI is all about analyzing data, while this goes one step further to create something similar by training itself on the data that you provide. Critical, give it the right food. You give it the wrong food, you'll get the wrong thing. Remember that. It can analyze data and tell you what it sees. It can use the same to create new possibilities for the future. This is used in chatbots, predictive analytics, etc. Here there is prototyping and rapid at that, content creation, whether it's text, music, video, etc. The AI story has been developing, as we heard, for some time. 1960s is what we heard, started in IIT Kanpur. But in the last 10 years, it has really picked up steam. And at the time when it has come to conversational LLMs, which is closer to the end consumer, it's become very exciting. And that's what has really happened. So it's been going on, and I'm sure today it's still nascent. And as a result of which, there are many possibilities that we have. Look at it from a very simple lens. What business value does it create for us? And what's the feasibility of making it happen? And we believe, like we heard again, in content and media and marketing, there's a lot of opportunity. There's areas of code generation, looking at synthetic data, looking at audio, text summaries, generative designs next, and obviously at the end, chip designing and design materials, new materials. But I think some of these we have started working on. The idea is which every industry, whether it's from we are across the board in many industries. Whether it's about content creation, whether it's about assisting in medical imaging, in healthcare, gaming, financial services, which is doing the risk modeling for you, drafting JDs from an HR perspective, from a manufacturing design, the entire optimization game that's going on in factories, creating personalized ways of teaching people, creating content that is personalized, creating fashion that is personalized, and supply chain and logistics across the board. We are seeing a lot of industry use cases. It has a tremendous potential. But how do you take it forward? As an enterprise, how do we look at it? We believe there are three ways to look at this. And in some ways, we have discussed this. The first is to discover your strategic advantage. Basis your value proposition. First, understand what is your value proposition.
He's announcing.
If for your business, for your category, you're looking at creating a competitive advantage, that's the place where you should invest and build a competitive advantage through AI and Gen AI. For example, in pharmaceutical companies, it's about drug discovery. We heard that. You have to be clear about where you want to put your effort and where you have to do tactical core use cases, which in any case you have to do because everybody else will be doing so. So you have to break this into two areas, tactical core and strategic use cases. But critical to success is experimentation. The more you experiment, the more you will learn, and the more you will get convinced that there's a way to work and take it forward. People, we have heard about it from the beginning, that people, workforce readiness, employees and partners, I hasten to add government as well, need to step in. Many tasks are there where AI outperforms human counterparts already. There are many and most where AI and human are actually adding together. And there are some where human outperforms the AI still. But the skills of the future, which you must have, is through AI literacy. If you're not AI literate, I hasten to add, you will hopefully need to be made so. It cannot be based on the fact that you only know and read. You must be able to understand what AI literacy is for every function, for every person in the organization. With that, things which are really cannot be replicated are emotional intelligence, creativity, and critical thinking, and of course, leadership. This combination is something, it's the human plus the AI that's going to make a difference. But that worry, will the job remain, not remain? I mean, we heard Debjani talk about Germany. Of course, they would be worried, right? Employees are concerned about how the generative AI and AI are going to take and impact the jobs. And therefore, a strategic workforce is a must. And therefore, working with HR on developing a transparent change management initiative is crucial for the future. There is a fear. There is indeed a fear. Don't negate it. Make them literate, make them understand how it's going to make their jobs better, but there is a fear that they will have. Equally, you have to build a very robust partner ecosystem. And the robust partner ecosystem is both internal and external. Internal is not about just cross-functional teams. It's a collaborative approach across organizations. And external, it's about selecting the right technology and the implementation partner within the four walls of security, privacy, etc. So employees are absolutely, they have to be taken along with this change. Otherwise, this change will fall flat. Third, we have heard again today, governance, risk, and compliance. And we believe managing the risk for each business, depending upon what business it is in, is going to be crucial. Here are certain risks that I put down here. We must be cognizant which are the ones that are actually being impacted more. Whether it's a bias for fairness, security concerns, lack of transparencies, ethical considerations, regulatory compliance. We talked about job displacement. Whatever you know about the kind of risks, and you heard today how we have to create different sets of people for different levels of AI literacy. Not everybody has to be at the same level. Different levels of people have to be at different levels. There may be a resistance to change, which I think is the biggest need of how we can actually take things forward. We have to manage this risk very, very efficiently through a framework and governance. Instituting a governance process, and I dare to say that the board to assess the impact of Gen AI on a more continuous basis. It's a moving goalpost. It's not something that's going to be, it's happened. It is moving to the extent that it can tell you what you're thinking next. We have been exposed to things which are, when you sit there and look at it, it tells you what you're thinking now. It's possible and it's happening. But that doesn't mean it has to be impacted with every business, every function, every work. No. It may impact some place. It may not impact others. Setting and communicating a set of clear policies, generative use AI policies, across the organization is crucial. Sanitizing the sensitive data. So like I said, the right thing you feed, the better you will get. And improve the risk assessment capabilities of people, because understanding that is going to be crucial. In summary, reorganize the existing structure for agility, create roles in the board for to drive AI and commitment across enterprise, cross-functional teams with representation at least from digital, data, cybersecurity, legal, and HR. Identify use cases, both strategic and tactical. Very important to have close alignment between AI and tech and data strategy. Data quality and quantity are crucial. If your quality of data is not right, you could go horribly wrong in this game. Integration within the systems is crucial as well. Responsible for ethical considerations. We heard about responsible AI today, very critical. Security and regulatory compliance. We need help, like Debjani said, we need to find what the guardrails are with the government. We have to work along and work together to understand what is it, how you incentivize the good and disincentivize the bad. And partnerships with government, industry peers, startups, and academia. Both internal partnerships and external partnerships. And create a people-first centric workflow. People, you've heard 70% are people. Getting them to be literate first, and then understanding how it helps them is going to make a difference. Every time we have gone for a change, we've had this worry. Think about it, internet. Think about when computing came. It created different kinds of jobs. Maybe the kind of jobs that will come will be different. The kind of work that you do today will be different tomorrow. But unless you are willing to change and willing to learn, you go nowhere. And therefore, if you're a human being, you've got to be a learning organism and change. But there are some things that won't change, and we must remember. Technology for the sake of technology has no meaning. We are there to solve a customer-consumer need, and we are there to help a business drive itself more sustainably. And everything else, digital, innovation, partnerships, AI, Gen AI, are all means to an end. And therefore, every company has to think like a consumer company and operate like a responsible technology company. Because at the heart of this is doing well by doing good. And I'll share and end the thing with every positive endeavor has its drawbacks, but we must start with a positive set of mind. But be careful about the guardrails too. But there has to be a greater good. Doing well by doing good. If you think AI and Gen AI for good, and I picked up a United Nations video to end my talk by showing you this. AI for good, Gen AI for good. The future is now, the future is here, and we need to do it positively with that positive attitude. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Srijit. Next, I'm going to invite Rucha Nanavati. She's the CIO of Mahindra Group. She would have been here in person, but because of an emergency, she's live from Chennai. Rucha, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see you. It's okay.
My video is on. I'm hoping you'll be able to see me soon.
Welcome. Yes, we can see you.
Awesome. How about my screen as well?
Yeah, it's all good, I guess.
Awesome. Okay. I'll get going then?
Yes, please.
Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to do this remotely as well. Would have loved to be there. It has been great to listen to everybody so far. Can't say I have a lot of different thoughts, but I think what I will add to is what we are working on, where we have been able to make some practical uses of this technology that is sort of looming large over us in a good way, I would say, in a good way. So with a bit of enterprise lens, right? I put this slide together, and then I thought might as well sort of scratch it and write Gemini over it. Basically, in last 2 days, it's been on our mind, right? But I think I think one thing I want to point out that why we are very excited about this right now. It's not something new. AI itself is not something new, right? We have been seeing the evolution of it through automation, through analytics and insights, and the kind of difference it has made in customer and employee engagement, with segmentation, with hyper-personalization, and so on and so forth. So it's not the first time we are seeing the technology. I think surely generative AI has made it a household technology, right? Completely. Now, adding a bit of enterprise lens to this, right? I think all of this has been talked about in some way or the other so far. But I want to summarize it in terms of how we are thinking about it. Using generally available Gen AI engines, do they work for enterprise? I think we remember the first case that came out from Samsung, where their data inadvertently ended up on internet, right? So your data, enterprise data, is protected by comprehensive standards and security that we set up. It's very important to adhere to that security. I want my data to be my data. I want contextual Gen AI that's based on my data. That's the enterprise lens. Hallucination is okay, maybe okay in some places. It's not okay in a lot of places, right? If you're in front of customer, Rajesh was talking about it, putting it in front of the customers for picking a car, hallucination is not okay. So you want to be careful about that. I think one of my colleagues also talked about earlier about business outcomes. Can you think of how it will work in terms of ROI when you scale it? So while it may be a very new and shiny technology, do I get outcomes out of it? It's extremely important to understand what will be the business outcomes out of that. And then I think a lot has been said, but maybe not enough, is about ethics and why while we worry about the reputational and regulatory and governance risks. I think one very important thing I would say is also about the alignment with the purpose of your company. I think for someone like me who works at Mahindra, most of our companies, I think, very purpose-driven companies. Values are very, very strong. We live by them. So it's very important to ensure that whatever you're doing aligns with that purpose and the value of your organization. Bias, right? I feel we are flawed as human beings, and we should not put our biases back out there. So making sure the data that you're feeding into it is correct, it's extremely important. And another thing that is not here necessarily, but I think very eloquently put by a previous speaker, is when you want to make use of this technology in your enterprise, severe shortage of talent right now. So we have a an obligation, education-wise, skill set building through NASCOM or through any other, channels that we can find. We got to bring this level of our resources, right, skill sets up. One of the statistics says that India is the second largest talent pool for AI, but I think we are far behind still of what we need. Now, with all of this in mind, right, we're very clear that for enterprise use cases, as is can't use ChatGPT type thing. So we have actually developed our own platform, AI, that uses the foundational model but makes it very, very contextual, safe for enterprise use cases. And I'll come to a few cases that we have. We keep adding features to it. And as I said, it's a platform. So we have developed APIs for anybody to have a different front end and use the Gen AI that will be served. Some of the things we have worked on, it's already there for us, is contextual chat. You can upload all of these kind of documents. I think some of the people who are working on it will appreciate the challenges that come with trying to analyze financial documents that come in PDF, right? Charts, graphs, tables, parsing, how do you understand that becomes very important. We also have workspace-wide collaboration. So my whole organization can converse on certain set of information or documents. Then a smaller one, my direct reports, it's a more exclusive group. We have access to a little bit more information, and it can become selectively. So it's access control. We do web crawling, so internal context, external context, bring it together. Audio video analysis. I think Gemini is going to blow this through everything else that we have seen, but we have been doing this very seamlessly. Take any recording or script and do summarization, Q&A, turn it into FAQ or something like that. Gen AI for structured data as well. I think this is, if you bring structured and unstructured data, it's a very, very powerful thing. And API, as I already talked about, right? It's a platform, so we are giving APIs to the whole ecosystem of Mahindra. Some of the co-pilot use cases, I think we also call it co-pilot, where we are still working on the creative part of it. It's hallucinating a little bit. We want to make sure it's in co-pilot. So assisting call center, assisting somebody who's doing repair orders. We feed the requirements document. So this is IT for IT, and test cases are generated. Code, of course, that's a very common thing. You can use it for marketing. Again, we talked about it before. Give a bot for farmers, call center executives rather, somebody who is inquiring about our tractors. We can assist with range of tractors that we have available. Again, I think call center support as well for that. Legal and compliance, we found this to be very, very useful. Lengthy documents and so on. Check for comprehensiveness, check you are not getting stuck somewhere. Rather than a checklist, it's a very nuanced way of checking as well, right? Gen AI brings that perspective in. It's not just a straight comparison of document, but it can go through nuances as well and flag what needs to be flagged. I talked a little bit about financial analysis. I think it's been very, very interesting and good, the use case that we're working on. Product development too, I think some diagnostics, manual or writing, the user manuals or get answers or convert from this to that and that to that. Right, an FAQ may be easier for user versus a very detailed thing is important for an engineer. So you can do more information in different ways. So these are co-pilot use cases. When it comes to customer-facing Gen AI, I think hallucination, no. I'm sure people will appreciate that you want them to stick to your story, right? So not spreading out, no. So this has been precision of answers, language, dialects, different ways of getting information, but the information sticking to the context that we are talking about. So we've learned that, You got to be very refined about passing the data that comes in. Your search, your prompts, right, have to be tailored properly. You have to optimize it so it doesn't. These things are also expensive, so you've got to optimize that as well. Parameterization is very important to make sure it stays within the boundaries and the guardrails, and brings back precise results. If I'm asking about the horsepower of a certain product, I may want to give a range of products, but you still have to be very precise about it. No creativity, please. So you manage the temperature and precision, and then data governance, of course. I think I don't want to repeat, a lot has been said about data governance and governance in general for AI. So we have customer service bots, in fact, and of course leasing, conversing over some of the finance product that we have to say which one will work better for you. We actually have one in live that I've pasted here that says, how do you go about getting quick leads? Does it work for you? I can do this bot actually works with on your phone, with Alexa, with all of that. But most importantly, it converses over data rather than dry data. Last thing I want to say is, this is actually my last slide, a couple of thoughts on the right thing to do, I think Devjani put it really, really well. It's up to us to decide whether this will be utopia or it'll be dystopia, right? Beautiful words. One place where I worry a little bit more about AI is the fact that it helps us make decisions. It aids, assists in making decisions, which means it can steer you wrong. One of the crudest examples of technology I like to use, and it's really, really crude, so bear with me, is nuclear power. Ton of energy, can light up the world, or a bomb and it'll destroy the world. But you are going to trigger it, right? The bad actor bomb, a human will trigger it. Here, it's drawing insights for you, and you are going to take the advice on decision making, or in some cases, it will make decisions for you, right? 1,000 resumes come in, you use AI to pass through that, and if your model is biased, you will parse out things, you will filter out things, wrong things that you should not have. So I think that's why the ethical part, even if it is not about legal, the ethics part of it, doing the right thing part of it, as solution buyers and as solution makers, developers, we have an absolute responsibility to see to it that we do, in our best capacity, we do the right thing. We're always watching out for this aspect of it. But otherwise, I think, largely speaking, super excited about it and can't wait to see where this war ends. I will stop there, and once again, Leslie, thank you for allowing me to join remotely. If there is any comments, questions, I'm happy to take that. Sure. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
And today I'm thrilled to talk to you about my startup, Boon, that is on the cusp of cutting-edge technology and one of the most precious resource on the planet Earth, that is water. So Boon is a startup that is causing ripples of positive change and with their ingenious use of AI and IoT. We are present from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, and we manage thousands of drinking water systems which are facing public. We serve richest of the rich, as you have seen, hotels such as Shangri-La, Taj, Oberoi's, and we also serve the poorest of the poor in the small villages in Rajasthan, in Barmer, in Faridpur, and so we all do it, and the backbone of this all is actually the AI. This marvel is possible due to the IoT and AI tech. So our machines have placed in them a whole network of sensors, and these sensors from across the whole country are sending data to our monitoring platforms. And this continuous data is meticulously gathered and analyzed through sophisticated AI algorithms and interpreted in real time. So this data actually helps us to make sure that each and every person who is our customer, maybe he may be a villager or he may be a very sophisticated technocrat, gets the best quality water. Beyond this real time, we also use this data to make algorithms which will help us in predictive maintenance. In fact, our algorithms have now become so smart that we can actually predict using predictive analytics if the machine is going to fail, or we know that summer season is arising and the quality of water is going to go down. And we use all these data now to become better than ever, which is thanks to AI. So today, our water technology platform, we are serving about 5 lakh people every single day, and we are actually reducing about 10 million plastic bottles every month from the planet, which means that about 4,000 tons of plastic is reduced annually, by making sure. In fact, we were the pioneers in putting the glass bottles on your table. If you remember, before 2018-19, we were always having these plastic bottles. So this is a short story of Boon, and so we are having a commitment to use technology to give you a sustainable quality solution and to make drinking water a genuine and real thing without worries for you all. Thank you.
Thanks, Vibha. The next person presenting is Arup Chakraborty, who is the founder and CEO of a fashion startup, Mirror Size. Arup.
Hi, everybody. So I think we had quite a heavy dose of AI, the Gen AI, the security, and so on. And so now I'll just talk about what we are doing. I think you guys have all heard about what it can do. And in the next slide, I also copied some of the stats from the ChatGPT. The next slide. Okay, I can do this here. I mean, if you just look at these numbers, it just says that this is not a ripple. This is a tidal wave is coming. So just be it from the venture financing, be it from the sustainability, be it from the customer service, innovation, It is just, I think, starting it. So the question comes is that what I'm doing here. Well, I've spent 25 years around Manhattan in the finance background, in taking companies to public, raising the venture money, and so on. And at the 50 years age, I decided to quit everything and got intrigued with AI. So I started learning about it, and I came back to India. I spent 1 year at IIT Delhi. I hired 2 professors from IIT Delhi, and we started digitizing the body measurement on this smartphone. The basic idea is that when somebody wants to do the custom tailoring, why he has to go to the tailor, or why the tailor comes to you. So why can't somebody, a tailor here, can't serve a customer who is in Manhattan? The basic idea is that he can't get the body measurement. So we just thought that, okay, how can we solve it? So we started the company in 2018, and it took us 3 years to do the R&D at a small office at IIT and in the Sia Park. And the go-to market has been in the 2021. And now our technology is being used by a lot of companies across the world, from Australia to New Zealand to US, and some in India as well. I think one of the person was saying that it is all about 70% about the people, that how you implement. The first company which we started in India is a very big fashion company, having thousands of tailors, and they signed up long-term 5 years contract with us. But the tailors are I guess, so hell-bent to see that it will never work. And they went inside and outside, and there was a lot of protest, and we have to just cancel the contract. But it has a lot of benefit. It took us 5 years to get the patent finally. It was being challenged by one of the multi-billion-dollar company legally, and we just got the patent in the body measurement. We also have the sizing technology, where you are buying those the garment online, and you are not sure about what the size is. Now we have the technology where you can get the size. Just for example, there is a company in the East Coast was actually managing 40 schools with having a lot of people and all, and now that guy is managing 176 schools from a small office on his laptop only. It's all done by the power of AI and the digital. We are also launching a product which we just filed the patent on the foot measurement. If somebody has seen the Nike product, what they do is that they ask you to put a small paper of a particular dimension on the floor, and you put the, so you just stand on that, and then you take a picture on the cell phone. They take the reference of that A4 paper to get the depth, and then you can get your size. But that product hasn't worked. We just love building products. I mean, we do make money by selling the product to a couple of the enterprises, but the passion is to really build products. And I truly believe that this is disruptive, transformative, and whatever word you can call for. We have just launched a product called the configurator, where you can design the garment, on your cell phone or the website or whatever it is. And now we are also building a product called instant draping, which is a very difficult product. Just 2 months back, Snap came out with the product, and as well as Google. So basically, if you just stand in front of your cell phone, we just capture your picture, and then you can select the t-shirt, and within a second, it can drape you. So what we are doing is that within 14 seconds on the cloud, we are generating the body, and also we are generating the garment. It is very difficult. We have been just doing the R&D for last 3 years. We filed the patent for this also, but it will take a couple of years as the generative side of the product gets more better, the computers get better, the GPUs get better, and so on. We also are now coming into healthcare, not by choice, but I mean the world's a leader in the diabetic, Novo Nordisk. So I think they were trying to do obesity management, and then they finally selected us to take over the body measurement product, and they did a pilot in Jordan, which was a very successful pilot. And another company in Italy, they had a very good market share across the Europe for obesity management, and they did a pilot with us, and now they're going a big way next year. So while working with them, we thought that why can't we also build a product in healthcare? So we just launched an app called Corpo 3D, very funny name and very bad name, just 4 weeks back, and we saw that it has a couple of thousands of downloads only, kind of so far. And the feedback what we got is that it has got way too many features. For example, you can get the body measurement. If you touch the camera with this finger, we can give you the blood pressure, oxygen level, pulse rate, health rate. Then with the body measurement, we can give you the BMI, your lean body mass, the body fat, and so many kind of health assessment. Then you can do the color blind test, hearing test, stress test, retinopathy, and so on with this cell phone. Then you can get a 3D also. And if you say that, okay, I will do 5 hours of exercise for next 5 months, and I will take this much of calorie for next 5 months, then we can also say that after 5 months, how your body shape will look like and what will be your weight. We can also predict that. There are the trivias, and there is a yoga pose also. I think many of us does the yoga exercise, but the question is that how good we are doing. So now what you can do is that you can simply keep your cell phone in front of you and you do the yoga, and the cell phone will keep tracking you then how good you are doing it, and it can give you a score. For example, if you have to put this hand like this, and if you put it straight, so it will just tell you that you are not doing it correctly. Then it has the weight loss. You can get the diet plan in Chinese, Italian, continental, and so on and so forth, and so many other things. So we just built this product and we haven't launched it. We have just put it in the beta in the Play Store, App Store, but it has a lot of downloads across the world. So we are now thinking that how to take it to public. The industries we serve right now is the bespoke, which is the custom tailoring or the made-to-measure, to the fashion, to e-commerce, to the footwear, we are starting it, the fitness, healthcare. And the question comes that where it will take us. What is the future? Well, I don't know what is the future. But what I can say is that tomorrow, if you want to make a custom suit, and you are sleeping on your couch, and you have the smartphone, so what you can get is that you can just get the fabric from the smartphone because that technology is there. So if you just put a 2D picture of the fabric, it can tell you that what is the composition of the woolen and this and that, etc. Then from the smartphone, you can design the garment. So make it black here, make a pocket, this and that. And then take the smartphone to get yours measured. And then you put that design garment on you to see that how you will look like. And if you like everything, you click and pay. I think that is what it is going to do. Because when I was in the New York, I used to get the suit from Manhattan. I have to call the guy, I have to book the appointment, and on the Saturday I have to drive to the Metro Park, take a train to the Manhattan, then take a car or whatever, and it takes almost 1 month. But now you can do everything, including the visualization, just in 10 minutes on your phone. I think that is where it is going to take us, and that is I think that is the future which I see in the fashion apparel, but it has a lot of use cases, and I think some of the use cases have just been talked about in healthcare, in kind of various things, and also in the water stuff, which is kind of very interesting. We have a kind of very small team. The corporate is based in the New Jersey, from where I come from, but we have two smart professors from IITs, and they have been kind of working with us. And I have been in the finance, I've raised a lot of money, but in the mirror size, I decided not to take even a single penny. It took us almost 3 years to do the R&D. The go-to market was 2021. And right now, we are a debt-free company. We are a profitable company. And we have a lot of places where we are now running, including you see a very interesting flag of Pakistan. They are, I think, very forward-looking. We signed up another customer in Macedonia yesterday. So it's quite interesting. Thank you so much, and I think that wraps up.
Right. The next presentation is from the startup that is running this particular event in the metaverse. I'll welcome Rahul Sethi, founder of Metaverse 911.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. After lunch, It's hard. Okay, but we'll have tea together very soon. This I call it a Matrabhumi. I say thank you very much. First of all, thanks to Leslie, Sanjeev, Ashutosh, the whole team of Mint for giving me the chance again to come over to this particular event. I had been, the first time I had come here last year on 29th April. So yeah, it's amazing, amazing, and amazing. So I represent my company Metaverse 911. I'll let you know what 911 means later on. We have a booth out there, and we have got all the devices today you can think of in the world that exist, starting from Oculus, HTC, Vive, RealWear, Pico, Geo, all of that. So I'm indeed very happy and privileged to be here, also to showcase all of this content which is loaded on those devices. Very quickly about Metaverse. My career in the Metaverse started about 5 years back. The term Metaverse wasn't really that much popular. So there's a picture of Mark Zuckerberg in my office. Har chadana baki hai. Rest I'm the one, he's the one because of which I'm so popular, or rather even relevant. So when they changed the name to Meta, suddenly everybody thought, oh, there is something called Metaverse. But what really Metaverse means in very simple terms is that you have the opportunity to now go and interact as avatars and be in that virtual world, including you can transact, you can be a part of the creator's economy, and that you can also monetize your content. And if you do that all completely in a decentralized infrastructure, which runs on blockchain, what it means is that you don't have to pay the 35% or the 40% on the content that you today have to pay to YouTubes of the world or Facebook and run Google Ads and still pay a lot of money for them to show you on the top of the page. You have all the power in the metaverse to make yourself on top of it all by your efforts and without having anybody else control your destiny. Next one. Today I'm going to talk about the onboarding in the metaverse, the employee onboarding in the metaverse. There is a video that you will see here. I'll keep running. This video is taken this in the morning. This is some company. I don't know the company, but I took this video from YouTube, put it here. Utkarsh, can you just play it for me, please? There's a play button out there. So yeah, thank you. So I spent about 15 years before getting into the metaverse space in the talent acquisition and recruitment space all over the world. I've lived for 7-8 years in South Africa, but I'm well traveled all the way from US to South America to Korean Peninsula and so on and so forth. So while I was doing that, I also had a product company and used to do candidate engagement through the software that I was building. I exited from that company in 2018 to a UK-based group there. Now, this was what I was thinking what employee engagement is. I thought that sending emails and sending messages to our candidates or to our employees means we are engaging with them. Sending them a birthday mailer at the end of the year, once in a while, sending them a Diwali or a Christmas greeting on emails means engagement. And now comes this thing. The guy doesn't know whom he's talking to. There's some bot. So bot is answering what bot has been told. There's no emotional quotient in it. So what happened with one of the very large companies, a US conglomerate, which implemented a chatbot about 3 years back, the kids were asking, where's my girlfriend? Where can I get my girl? And so the chatbot got confused because it wasn't made for it, So these are things which look very nice because everybody thinks that everybody can talk and get answers about the policy, but no interactivity. So next one, Utkarsh, thank you. This one is what I'm showing you. So let's play this video for how engagements will happen now and going forward. By the way, thank you. My team has built it in record time in just about 3 minutes, 3 hours.
Hi Rahul, how are you today?
I'm doing fantastic today. Thank you for asking.
Great. How did you come up with the idea behind this company?
The idea for Metaverse 911 was born from my passion for emerging technologies and the potential of the metaverse. Witnessing its transformative impact inspired me to create a company dedicated to exploring and harnessing its possibilities.
Great. I want to know how you see metaverse evolving in the future.
In the next few years, the metaverse is likely to experience exponential growth, integrating various industries and enhancing user experiences. Opportunities lie in immersive experiences, customer engagement, and social interactions. However, challenges may arise concerning privacy, security, and ensuring inclusivity in its development.
I am curious to know how a day in your life looks like at Metaverse 911.
Thank you.
A typical day in my life as a founder.
Look, I have direction from Leslie. I got to finish it in 4 minutes, okay? So, what we are doing here is we have got this avatar which is trained on the model LLM. What we have done, my team has done, is they actually uploaded my LinkedIn profile. They downloaded my PDF from LinkedIn, uploaded it here, and then they went in to go and started asking questions. Now, while it is okay, but not everybody speaks English, isn't it? We've got so much of vernacular languages out here in India. So let's go next one and show you how now going forward vernacular things will happen within the metaverse environment.
What is Metaverse 911?
Metaverse 911 is a company that provides metaverse research and advisory services, including LinkedIn content marketing, metaverse masterclasses, and training.
मेटावर्स क्या है?
एक साझा 3D इमर्सिव स्पेस जहां मनुष्य जीवन का अनुभव उन तरीकों से करता है जो वे भौतिक दुनिया में नहीं कर सकते।
METAVRS 11 LinkedIn content marketing மூலம் நான் எவ்வாறு பயனடைவது?
நீங்கள் மெடவர்ஸை 911 மூலம் LinkedIn உள்ளடக்க மார்க்கெட்டிங் பயன்படுத்தலாம்.
నేను మీ బృందంలో ఎలా చేరగలను?
LinkedIn లో మమ్మల్ని సంప్రదించడానికి సంకోచించకండి మరియు మేము మిమ్మల్ని సంప్రదిస్తాము.
Qu'est-ce que j'apprends dans la master class Metaverse proposée par Metaverse 911? Dans la master.
Sir, how was the Telugu, by the way? Was it near? Very good. So what's happening? From where we were to a textual content, chat, GPT, whatsoever, we're bringing all of that into a visual format. And when you bring all of that to a visual format that's 360, what it means is that now I can actually have my office environment, let the person go from one department to another department to another department, choose the language. Because in a company, not everybody is Hindi, English, or Telugu. So all the people who are there can now experience their content, and they can interact with the company's policy and also peers, etc., etc., etc. So a couple of things very quickly in 30 seconds. We've got this Oculus experience out there where you can actually talk in the headset with a chat GPT avatar and get the answers. That's pretty much there. And I've got my friend Abhay sitting right here. We'll be happy to show you the assisted reality. We have little less time on the stage, but we'll be happy to show you the assisted reality as well. Any questions? We've got 1 minute. Anybody with any questions? All right, thank you, and I'll see you at the booth. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Rahul. Our next speaker is Dr. Sarita Ahlawat, who is the managing director and co-founder of a drone technology startup, BotLab Dynamics.
Hi everyone, good afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
I'm really excited to be here, to be part of such exciting summit. So let me now bring your attention to hardware. India is known for software-based solutions, and you saw quite few of them today. So let me share our journey and how AI is going to help drones perform better. So we started our journey back in 2016 from IIT Delhi, and we wanted to build drones, and we wanted to build a drone swarm technology, which means that you're flying multiple drones simultaneously operated by a single computer or a user. And why did we start building drones? And actually the reason is when you look at it.
Cognito was born. We have our own patented proprietary speech recognition and natural language understanding technology. We're across 400 hospitals and 20 plus countries globally now. And our system is actually integrated into 75 plus clinical systems. So this is really our toolkit of technologies and products that we have. So firstly, there's very highly accurate clinical speech recognition and natural language understanding. And on the generative AI side, we've got a new ambient technology which can actually listen into a doctor-patient conversation and automatically create the electronic medical record. And we're also working on technologies like voice biomarkers that can actually diagnose disease directly from the voice. So this is a little bit of a evolution of how this technology has been developed. It started off with transcription, went into speech recognition, natural language understanding, conversational AI, and then ambient technology. So today I'm going to show you a small demo of our ambient tool, and hope you enjoy that.
Hello, today I'm going to demonstrate Ognito's ambient technology. This technology makes it very simple to complete an outpatient EMR. Let's see how. Hi John, come sit down. How are you feeling today?
Hi doctor, actually not so great. For the last couple of days I've had some chest pain. I did a periodic blood test recently which showed high cholesterol levels.
Okay, let me pull up your test results. Yes, your total cholesterol is very high at 350 milligrams per deciliter. Though your HDL and LDL levels seem to be fine. Do you smoke?
Yes, I do occasionally.
Okay, and what kind of job do you do?
Oh, so I have a desk job and it's very sedentary, but it's also a very high work stress environment. And also I don't get much time to exercise.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I want you to first go and do an echocardiogram. This is to eliminate any heart conditions that could be causing the chest pains. I'm also going to prescribe you some medication for your hyperlipidemia. Take atorvastatin 20 milligrams once a day before dinner for the next 1 month.
Just moving it along a bit.
As you can see, Ognito's ambient technology has summarized the conversation and quickly produced a structured medical record. It allows the provider to spend less time documenting in the EMR, see more patients, and spend more meaningful face time with their patients. I can also now push this information back into my EMR with a simple voice command. Transfer to EMR.
Now, wasn't that interesting? So, what I wanted to actually say is that there's real ROI benefit that today is actually being provided to hospitals, and there's a huge amount of tangible benefits which are operational, clinical, and financial. And this type of technology actually brings back the doctor-patient connection, because they're not having to spend time looking at a computer and having to fill out an electronic medical record. So this is a very interesting ROI sort of calculation we've actually done with our technology at Apollo hospitals. We actually have 350 users of our technology who, we've been able to see that, there's a 2.7 hours actually saved by doctors. And when you actually look at this whole thing and figure out the actual ROI, there's actually a 21x ROI for every rupee that they're spending on Ognito. So these are really powerful benefits, and I thought it's important to actually show a use case where Gen AI is actually being used in a clinical setting and actually already giving a huge return on investment to our customers. So thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity.
So folks, I hope you are enjoying the sessions. Let's have a show of hands, come on. Excellent. So if you have noticed, we had the 360-degree view. We had enterprises talk about, the conglomerates talk about how they are implementing AI and generative AI in their companies. We had a showcase of powerful startups right from drones to companies like startups like Ognito, and then of course the metaverse and different kinds of applications. Now, seldom do we appreciate the kind of infrastructure or the cloud backing that is required to power these kind of LLMs, to power these kind of foundation models. So for this, I would like to call on stage Sridhara Narayan Swamy. He's the head of Innovation Center's Center of Excellence, Cloud Engineering, Japan and Asia Pacific, Oracle. Please give him a big hand. Once they go, I think just check the speakers launch.
Once again, good afternoon and welcome to this session. Can you? My name is Sridhar Narayan Swamy. Been in the industry for 33 years, mainly on the product development. So today what I thought is I will kind of take you a journey of building the strategy for Gen AI, specific to manufacturing, but I would like to showcase something which we have done, developed in Oracle. So let me first introduce my organization in Oracle. We do a lot of work in very futuristic. I saw a lot of startups. I feel very proud of that. Being a part of India AI for almost 1 year, I'm a part of the committee. We just released from the IT ministry the blueprint for the next 5 years, what India should really look into. I had a fortune to work with one of the working groups, and we were specific to looking at the labs for India. So that's one part. And the next week, I think you have the global partnership, AI G20, which is happening. So I'm a part of the committee. So Innovation Center is more like innovation for me is a culture. I do have around 20 plus patents, and one of them is on the generative AI, which I'm going to talk about it. And 2016, we were thinking about, how can something we can create or generate content. People used to think about how is it possible, street, not possible, etc. And we were thinking about how do we really create that impact, because end of the day, what happens to innovation is about giving a context of creating an impact versus the short term and the long term. So with that, what we do is we do a lot of development, we do prototyping, we look into futuristic, we work with the engineering organization, we create that kind of impact. Let me quickly jump into a specific discussion which is happening from the morning about data. Here, if you look at it from my view, there is a lot of discussion happening about 80-20 rule, 70-10, 10-20 rule, etc. That means 70% of the project fails, or 80% of the project fails. That is true, because if you look at it in specific to the structured data, it's very limited. And semi-structured is something which is there, but the whole context is about the legacy data. When we talk to the customers, the biggest challenge, what we look into that is, how do we bring the legacy data, enterprise data, into the context of any technology what you want to use that. So let me take you in the context of that. First, people have a lot of understanding about what is AI, what is generative AI, etc. For me, the way I look at it is very simple. As a human, we call it as perceptron. Basically, the way we actually react for a situation, for any stimuli, is one part of it. But let's look at the neurons in terms of multiple things you want to create or what impact you want to do that. So when it comes to that, it's all about mathematical model. The entire thing is about mathematical model. So AI is basically AI, machine learning, you have deep learning, generative AI, predictive AI, and it comes to a context of how things can be impacted. So you have to start thinking about this. A machine learning is nothing but an algorithms, or anything which you'll talk about, AI is basically about mathematical model, right? And if you look at it in terms of patterns, you have very converged patterns, you have very diverse patterns. When it comes to generative AI, it is like you have to create all the patterns what you're looking for, right? So this is how the context is. I think some of the demos in the startups, we have seen that. So what you're looking at is how you are, what needs to be done in the action to what impact it can create is exactly the way generative AI works for. So you have to have that context, right? So let me show you this. Sorry, the embed. One of the important parts is the embedding. Embedding is like what you do is the context of how do you really create the context of a semantic situation where, as I said, you have to behave like a human. So generative AI, does it do that? Does it really have that impact? That is a challenge. So in a context, in a nutshell, today we have seen chat in the demos. Some of the things might be some extent people have touched upon summarization, semantic search, etc. But this is exactly the context of a generative AI can do that for you, right? But let me get into a little bit kind of challenges which you have seen that. From my perspective, the biggest situations is inconsistency, hallucination. Because when you start talking about generative AI, the impact is humongous, right? And then it has to generate the content. How much is the predictability of that situation? How much it is accurate? How it can create an impact? This is very, very important, right? And how do you really look into the edge LLMs and what the context it requires in terms of building the complex situation and the cost factors, right? Let's get into this a little bit more detail. This is what I would like to spend, might be 2 minutes, and I will take you to the demo of how we have built the fabric. So many of us think that enterprise is very, very challenging because you go talk to any CIOs, the first thing is 70 to 80% they say there is a legacy data already existing. That means there is a situation where you don't have a choice. You have to have the context of how to use the data and then create some impact. So in the manufacturing side, what I've done is I've taken 3 parts, if you look at it in the context. One is reinforce the core, right? So manufacturing is not my DNA. But as an engineer, as a designer, a developer, when you look at the context of information technology, how it can help us in the generative AI, let us take one simple example of predictive maintenance, right? So it's very, very difficult. I'll tell you, when situation comes in a car or anything like that, you need to understand what can it go wrong. Let's take, if you have a car which basically says, okay, here is a scheduled structure where you're going into the context of maintenance, that's one part of it. Let's take there's an issue with the engine oil. Is it possible for the car to rectify? There is a resiliency situation for it to happen. These are the things which is progressively we have to start thinking about building the generative AI scenarios. So when you take up every single use case, the first thing is the data. So I go back to my second slide about structured data, right? In generative AI, you need to have the structured data. So if you have a semi-structured data, the context is you have some sort of hallucination, then you will have inconsistency, and the accuracy will start reducing. So the most important thing is how do you really optimize your strategy? You have to start building, looking at generative AI, plus what options I have. Should I need to use any other AI tools or any other type of software where we can build and refine the data? Because if you don't refine the data, the context is it will have its impact, right? Looking at these scenarios of strategy here in the manufacturing, like for example, fraud detection. So we do have a multi-time series algorithm, which has around 200 patents in this. We use it for launching the rockets in NASA. So why it is so accurate, why it's important for fraud detection? Imagine about manufacturing. Manufacturing is very converged pattern. That means everything you do doesn't go outside your boundary. It is very converged, unless you ask something to do differently. It can be robotic scenarios. It could be a manufacturing simple from a context to the derivative outcomes, anything you do that. So that is very, very important for any kind of anomalies to detect it, right? And other thing comes is the data-driven. What is the type of data-driven you're looking for? Because there could be impact coming up in terms of making the situations, or it could go into a context where there could be a reflection of impact, etc. So last is about digital product design. So that is very, very, very difficult because when you do the design, when you want to generate something, it gives a profound context of impact. So let me show you that. Let me show you this slide before I jump into some demo, and then we'll have the discussion. So this is something that we in the Innovation Center believe that there is a lot of meta-information is there. And there is a situation about the data, and as I said, how do you really bring everything together, right? Because very, very important. So let's start from data fabric. So data fabric is something like, it could be a social scenarios like Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, anything you talk about it. So you have to ingest the data. Let's take in the manufacturing, one of the important factors is the quality of service, right? So there is a dashboard which was mentioned in the slide, which talks about cost and the factor. Let's take cost and the factor. How does it reflect? So I would like to listen to the voice of customer. So you are ingesting the data. So once you ingest the data, what you really want to do is, how does it going to impact it? Is it going to impact 10 times, 20 times my SLAs, or the quality of service is not good? All those things are very, very important. Then this meta information has to be registered in somewhere, some context where you can apply the new techniques to create the reports. Let's take, for example, in the case of manufacturing, in the predictive maintenance, you have a set of reports where you can register that and say what kind of impact it can create. So that's where we actually bring millions of this data into Asset Fabric. And the most important part is, how do you really converge that into a knowledge? Because if you don't have the knowledge context into the assets, then it's not going to work. So let me show you, I will show you a demo, because I would like to do that more than the presentation. So I hope this works. And this is patented technology, and once again, we call it as Mesmerize. And this is in production. What I'm showing is a production fabric. So what you're seeing is asset, data, knowledge. So going back to the strategy, how are you really building the enterprise strategy, right? How are you trying to get it? Once again, I said enterprise is 60 to 70% legacy data. It's not like everything is available for you. How do you really bring that information first? One is the meta information of legacy data. Second thing is, how do you really create a digital impact of information, right? And the third is how accurate it should be. So let me first take you to Asset Fabric. And so here you have seen Ask Me Anything. So the biggest question comes in is, in a public LLM and a private LLM, the question comes in enterprises, if I have something been done privately, it's very easy. If you use OpenAI, anything, an agent can replicate your data into the production, into the public. That means all your internal assets are in the public domain. So here, what am I going to do is, I'm going to showcase asking questions here, in specific to a public LLM. Let me ask a simple question about, let's take, what is cloud computing? And this is live, running live. So what we do is, we use Cohere. Cohere is like OpenAI. It has 54 billion parameters. And this is going public domain to get the information from a public LLM. So LLM is large language models. And any question you ask this, it works well, very well. So you have to look at, in a typical world, how do you mix match the public and private LLMs? So I'll show in the same context about a private LLM. So let's go into this fabric. Once again, I said fabric is more like bringing together a data mesh. That means data is very important in AI. If you don't really understand the data, it's not going to work for you, right? So first is a semantic search. So let's take, I go into a semantic search, and I already, for the demo, I created something like this, an automotive predictive maintenance. Let me select industry, and in the fabric, we support any industry. See, we cannot say that, let me say, manufacturing doesn't have any relationship with other industries. Everything is interrelated. Say, for example, in the manufacturing, you have supply management, you have IT, you have a context of billing, you have a B2B, you have a B2C. completely. You have voice of customer. You have to understand about the social media, what is really they're talking about. So we can bring any type of industry data. So let me actually do that for manufacturing as an example, as audience here all more knowledgeable and domain experts. I am not expert in that area, but from a technical perspective, what we have done in the fabric, this is the impact which can create for CIOs to all the way to any users, right? Let's say he brought 5 different assets of predictive maintenance in automobile. Now I want to, like CIOs want a quick summary of these 5 assets, right? And this is what you have to observe. One I showed you is actually a public LLM. I asked a question, what is this? What is cloud computing, anything? This is particularly to your assets. So these assets are internal. So when you talk about generating a summary of these assets, it has to understand how the context of your data versus what is the semantic way I can stitch together a context which can generate the outcome. So generative AI, the good thing about this is it requires a kind of a situation where your data is very integrated. It has to be completely digitized. Now the context comes to the street. Is this data, whatever you have, is the metadata or is the full data? Here I have 2 things. I do have a metadata. I also have the full data. I'll show you that. Let's say I select one of the assets, which is basically talks about automated predictive maintenance, how does it work? So if you look at here in the top, this is the meta information. This is what I was telling you, a semi-structured data. This is what the legacy data comes in. You have anything starting from behind the B2B situations where it can be billing system, a tracking system, anything. Then a real data which is particularly to this, I will show you that also. Let's take, I go to this and I'm showing you a live access to this. This we are storing in object storage, a document about talking about this, right? So this is the data I have completely. I also have a meta information of the data. Now, I go back to this. Once you're seeing a context of what is searched and you got a summary of the information about a manufacturing on a predictive maintenance. Now, this particular document which I showed you could have hundreds of pages. Now you want a specific information about from there, right? So I'll just go create a content summary of that particular document. So what it does is, you have to understand this. One is the complexity where you search something, that is what they say, generative AI, semantic search. You can use tools like Document AI, those kind of services, which I'll touch upon that. And then the context is, how do you really generate 2 things? One is a summarization of what you're searching for. One is specifically what you're looking for, okay? Now let's take, for example, in this context, I will go back and look into the context of a real-time situation about statistics, analytics, right? Where you can actually make some sort of decision capabilities. Because generative AI doesn't really create you a decision capabilities. It gives you a generative mode of patterns, but you have to use predictive AI analysis to combine those 2 to create an impact. So in this context, if you look at it, this is an asset. This is an asset. And for that particular one data, you have so many different categories, so many things it is looking for. And this is very, very important when you start thinking about your strategy, enterprise strategy, how you are building it, because your data might be incomplete. Your data might be a kind of a semi-structured scenarios, or data can be there, but you don't know how to use it, because around 70% of the data or 80% of the data in the enterprise are not used. And 70 to 80% of the data are completely secured. That means you cannot really run some of the Gen AI capabilities, right? So when you look at an extended view of this, let's take, I go to this, it shows the kind of a relationship of categories. And then let's take, I look at the overall statistics, which are all the categories of the data. That means you're not looking at one particular asset, you're looking at the entire asset, what is, it could be a semi-structured, structured, or anything in the context of that. So what I want to wrap up with this last slide. What it means in this enterprise strategy is something like this. It looks like this. That means you need to have a generative AI situations. You need to have AI services. Without combining these technologies, you cannot just say, I want to only use the generative AI and do that, because this is a fabric. Fabric means you are bringing the data, you are converging it into a context. Then you are also asking that, how can I make like a human? How can I ask these questions? Can it actually respond to that? So you have to use any type of vision services for imaging, language translations. I think the previous metaverse was a situation. Any language data sets you can ingest. Right now, this fabric can run on any languages. Any languages it can run. Let me show you one quickly at 30 seconds. I think the time is up. Let me quickly show that. Let's take, for example, in the case of it should work. Say, for example, the entire thing has to be changed to Japanese. Let's take, it just changes over. So how do you really do this kind of fabric? Is just behind this situation is the data set. That means you need to have the language data set on the context of the fabric. Now, a Japanese person can use this fabric. Chinese, Spanish, French, anything. So with that, once again, thanks for your time. Really appreciate it. We have a booth. We can have more strategical discussion in related to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sridhar. We are now going to have a panel discussion on how AI and generative AI are being used for an AI-driven future, for which I'll call Shavik on stage. Shavik, the stage is all yours. As they set the chairs, I have a question for you folks. Obviously, most of you would be knowing who was the interim CEO of OpenAI when the fracas happened. Come on, quickly, a name. The interim CEO. Meera Murati. Yeah, that was, no, he was the CEO, the interim CEO. Now, the question that I'm going to ask you is not about Meera. Where was she born? I'm going to give you four options. Georgia, USA, India, Albania. Come on. Oh, wow. Lovely audience. Okay. Now let's see if you can get this one. Nick Clegg is often recognized for his global policy role at Meta, which was formerly Facebook. Which public office did Clegg hold before this? I'm going to give you four options. Chairman, wow, you're actually jumping the gun. Just give me a chance. Chairman, European Commission, VP, United States, Deputy Prime Minister, UK, Federal IT Minister, Germany. What's the answer? Kashyap, you're not supposed to answer that. Okay. And are we ready? Okay. Then we'll give you one more. This should also be easy. The Indian government is building a database project that will specifically focus on Indian languages, or languages in India rather. What is the name of this project? I'm going to give you four options. You're not supposed to answer. You have to give your audience a chance. I will still continue. Vani, Vidushi, India AI, and Bhashni. Wow, now it's everybody got it. Okay, let's see if you can get this one. I'm trying to make it tough. You guys are really smart. Okay, who wrote the world's first computer program? Somebody knows the answer, or I'm going to give you options. Conrad Zuse, Bill Gates, Charles Babbage, Ada Lovelace. Who? It's Ada Lovelace. Ah, excellent. There we go. Okay, lovely. So, Shavik, are you ready?
Yes, we're ready. Thank you. Great, so that was fun, but now we're going to shift to our panel discussion on how enterprises should prepare for an AI and generative AI-driven future. I know we're running slightly behind schedule, so I'm just going to directly introduce our panelists. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Rohit Jain, Vice President and Head of Technology, Airtel Digital. Hi, Rohit. Aditya Verma, former Director of Transformation and Innovation, Indian Navy. Shiva Fernando, Global Head of Data Science, AI and Generative AI, LTI Mindtree. Jayant Kola, Partner and Founder of Convergence Catalyst. And Manish Tiwari, Chief Information Officer, Fractal. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. It's lovely having all of you here. And we've, of course, been speaking about AI and generative AI through the day. And right now, the discussion is on what enterprises should do to prepare for an AI-driven future. In fact, with Shiba, I remember a few days ago, we were having this conversation on just how conversations on AI and generative AI have been flowing across the industries. And one interesting thing that has come across is that there are people building the technology and there are people using the technology, but even the people building the technology are using generative AI themselves in-house as well. So the applications of AI and generative AI, they're not just restricted in any way, they're spread across the industry, they're wide. And one thing that's very interesting is that as we come to the end of 2023 is being seen as the year when generative AI's hype and buzz grew. Of course, November last year is when ChatGPT rose to popularity. But since then, generative AI has pretty much been everything that, all that anyone's spoken about this year. But next year, a lot of people have mentioned that next year is when business use cases will start maturing. So Shiba, I'll start with you. Since at LTI Mindtree, you work with plenty of clients who I'm sure they're asking about generative AI. And so what are the questions that clients are asking, and what are the questions that you're asking yourself as well when it comes to Gen AI?
Absolutely. So, am I audible, team? Yeah. So very interesting question, right? And we are seeing a lot of customers. Initially, we thought this generative AI is going to be a buzz like the metaverses or blockchain that came before, right? And it's going to fade away. But the kind of outcomes that it generated in the very small experiments that we did, which was driving business outcome, we know it's going to become mainstream over there. So predominantly when we speak to customers and CXO offices, we are looking at customers asking three things importantly, in fact 4. Can Gen AI do creative work? Say, for example, you have marketing content. Can it generate marketing content? Can it do interactivity, right? Because most of the company is about interacting with your own in-house staff and your external partners. So can we put it as chatbots and interactive stuff? The third thing was on productivity. Maybe automating your software engineering processes, creating your own code, or even at the cost of creating contractual documents, can I bring productivity into the mix? And finally, efficiency. Efficiency in decision making. Can I talk to my databases? Can I talk to my SAP systems, my ServiceNow systems to bring efficiency in the processes and decision making? So in these 4 paradigms is where we are seeing a lot of conversations with our customers.
Right, right. In fact, I'm going to come to you, Rohit. Rohit, you represent Airtel, and of course, Airtel, the first thing that people recognize Airtel to be is that of a telecom operator. Now, right off the top of the hat, people might ask, what does a telecom operator really need generative AI for? But there's, of course, the services and the users are widespread. As Shiba rightly mentioned, there are key areas that people ask. From Airtel's standpoint, how are you looking at generative AI and what are the opportunities that it presents?
Yeah, so before coming to generative AI, right, I want to just briefly tell, right, how Airtel is leveraging AI first, right? So one is your classical AI, right? Airtel is full of data, right? We want to understand customers. Our customer base is 350 million plus users, right? So we have all the recommendation system, predictive analysis, right, where we are able to understand the customer needs and able to basically serve customer better. The second area where Airtel has invested heavily is the conversational AI, the deep learning, right? So the conversations that happens on our customer call center understand the customer really well, right? Able to serve that customer really well. The speech to text, text to speech, building models that can understand 8 to 10 Indian languages, right? Now comes the generative AI, right? Airtel is all about basically all technology, right? We were the first to come up with 5G, right? Now in generative AI, right, what we have seen is that one area that we really see Airtel has a huge advantage is basically our customer service, right? Generative AI is all about understanding the customer really well, right? Able to, from our knowledge base, we should be able to basically serve customer really, really better. The second use case that we see is being a organization of huge size, right? There's a lot of internal documentation, content that has been created, be it design documentation, policies, etc., right? So generative AI has helped us in basically building some conversational search that we are using internally to basically access our documentation really, really fast. Then you have assisting our basically developers, right? So you have co-pilots that are coming in, right? So co-pilots that can basically generate unit test cases, scripts, etc. The last one would be the data analytics, right? Understanding data really well, right? Writing maybe SQL queries, etc. using generative AI, right? This is where we think we are basically investing in Airtel. What hasn't happened yet is that we haven't seen generative AI coming into a critical path of an organization, right? So where it is actually being used to make a decision, right? It is, for now, it is basically assisting in some way, right? Maybe assisting our agents write a better email, right? Responding to customer faster, but not really basically coming into the critical path.
Right. Jayant, do you think this is in line with what, because you of course work with and speak with multiple companies across various sectors. Do you think generative AI is still not at a critical stage right now?
Yeah, Shavik, I have about 6 trends that I want to speak about when it comes to enterprises adopting generative AI and where they are at right now. So give me about 3 minutes, okay? So one thing is, yes, you know, I would like to emphasize and reiterate what Rajat spoke about earlier, what Shiva talked about. As far as generative AI is concerned, enterprises know that this is not a flash in the pan. You know, this technology is here to stay. It's going to go mainstream. They all recognize that, okay? And I got this data point yesterday. In the last 1 year, around the world, the non-core technology companies, the amount of money that they've spent on generative AI solutions is about $3 billion. Okay, in the bigger scheme of things, it's nothing, right, for innovation. But why are they doing it is enterprises are approaching generative AI cautiously. Rajat also talked about how only 10% of you know, all the digital assistants and generative AI solutions that the enterprises are developing are going into production and scale, because the dust of the generative AI still hasn't settled in as yet, right? I mean, AI 1.0 was all about analysis. AI 2.0 generative AI creates, and AI 3.0 reasons. Hello, Gemini, right? I mean, even before the Gen AI dust settled, you know, we are looking at, you know, Gemini. So what the enterprises are doing is you know, like Airtel, and then we have Rajesh Uppal here from Maruti Suzuki. All the big enterprises are templatizing innovation. So they're building practices and standards of, you know, building sandboxes, okay, of templatizing innovation. And one other key trend, again, this came in literally like last month, right? The burden of building responsible and ethical AI is now on enterprises. You know, ideally it should have been with the countries, you know, or with the people who are taking the innovation to the next level. But we've seen what happened with OpenAI and its board and its CEO last month. Okay, so clearly the lines between for-profit AI innovation and responsible AI has been brought to the fore, and now it's the enterprises who have to take the responsibility of building responsible AI. So these are some of the things that we're seeing, and as far as enterprises are concerned, chatbots, digital assistants evolving into co-pilots. This is how they're looking at the generative AI roadmap, you know, and yeah, these are some of the trends that we're observing.
Right. Jayant's pretty much given us a full roadmap of what we're expecting to see in the industry. Manish, I'd like to come to you. Do you agree with the vision that Jayant spoke about? Is that something that you're seeing from your clients as well?
So AI has different meanings for different folks. I don't think it is it is correct to sort of define it in a very narrow frame of things. Fractal, which is my company, we actually focus and specialize. We are an AI and data analytics company. As a CIO, my responsibility is the internal digital transformation of the entire company. Now you can imagine, I have the tall task of carrying out digital transformation of a company which specializes in AI and data analytics solutions for its clients. So I'm very grounded, because at the end of the day, for me, what really matters is at the end of a week, at the end of a month, at the end of the year, how much have I tipped the scale for my organization? How have I enabled employees in the company to be more productive, right? What is the cutting edge stuff that we are giving to them? So first of all, we have given GPT-4 Turbo to 100% of the employees. They have DALI 3. And for those who are interested, I can actually demonstrate to you over a cup of tea after this call is over. It's here on the mobile, because what we have done last 5 years, in fact 5 years ago, we actually commissioned an AI bot, which is an NLP based solution. So, and we integrated that with Teams, because it needed a chat interface, and since we were using Microsoft Teams, we integrated that with Teams. Having said that, it has two clear charters. The one charter is to bring automation and now Gen AI based solutions to the entire employee base and help them become more productive. And the second is back-end engineering automation. So the any ecosystem will have anywhere from 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 information systems. And at a very high level, I'll mention HRMS or project management system, your sales, delivery, marketing solutions, your ERP, your staffing solution, and this is just the tip of the iceberg, right? You would have minimum 20 to 25, any mature organization. How do you integrate these solutions beyond the traditional way? How do you take that data and sort of make it more accessible, the analytics of that more accessible? And it is not just creating simple dashboards. What we are used to in the industry is, just take this data and make some dashboard, like a daily report. No. I think what AI today is really helping is decision making real time. Are you getting, there's a huge amount of data, so are you getting the right data? Are you getting it in the correct perspective so that it can help you take the right decisions? The second thing I would like to say is that we are very adept at solving today's problems today. But the way AI has transformed in the last 1.5 years, I think the potential for that is to be able to solve tomorrow's problems today. That is the generation shift which is actually happening, right? And so how are you making life more productive for the employees in an organization? And leveraging the same technologies, how are you going to enable your clients to have a greater impact in their business? I think at a very high level, I think this is where AI will enable. There are multiple other use cases of AI. Governance for at a country level. It can bring transparency, it can reduce corruption, it can increase efficiency. And Gen AI is just a subset of AI, right? And a lot of stuff that we refer to as AI could be simple robotic process and RPA process as well. So I think there is a much larger category. It's a combination of genres, but leveraging this technology as a whole is transformative. It's very exciting. I'm not a skeptic. Yes, there are dangers and pitfalls, and we do need to safeguard ourselves against that. But I think this is truly a transformation, transformative technology. Thank you.
Right, absolutely. In fact, I think that's what we all agree on at the end of the day, that AI fundamentally is a transformative piece of technology. Aditya, I'd like to come to you, since you've worked with the Navy and you're also associated with a cybersecurity firm. And there's, of course, the entire productivity conversation on one end, and there's maximizing how efficient certain operations can be. And we are also coming to realize how certain operations lacked efficiency. But on the other hand, there's cybersecurity, and on the other hand, there are the armed forces and the Navy. When it comes to these sectors, cybersecurity, of course, the role of AI is probably a little more evident, where you can, attackers are also leveraging AI more rapidly, and security experts are also trying to fight them with AI. So two parts to the question. One is, how do organizations like the Indian Navy or the Army, is AI relevant to them as well? And secondly, when it comes to cybersecurity, do you think AI is a bigger weapon or is it a bigger shield?
Shomik, thanks for the question, and good evening, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Thank you, Mint, for having me over. So, you know, when we talk about AI, right? So there are a few terms, couple of terms I would like to share with you all. Some of you may have heard about them. For some it would be new. So there is something called, something way back in the World Wars. There was something which was the OODA loop, which had been coined, right? So the OODA stands for Observe, Orient, Decide and Act. And it has evolved a bit now, and now we call it the IDA, the Information, Decision and Action Loop. And as far as the armed forces are concerned, it is about being able to take a decision faster than your opponent, so that you can deliver the ordnance on him before he can deliver the ordnance on you, because it's a question of survival. So, you know, in that context, what are we trying to do with AI? We're trying to shorten our information, decision, action loop, right? So we initially spoke about something, you know, what an enterprise should look at, and it won't be very different even for the armed forces. I think the first thing what you have to look at is that what is your strategy when you think about embedding AI into your organization. Because if you are not very clear how you want to embed AI into your organization, you will be doing work which is in bits and pieces, which essentially, I would say, is also happening in terms of cybersecurity right now, right? So, then what is needed? I'll definitely answer your questions, but, you know, I thought there are a few things which, you know, I must set on the board over here. So, that's why for something like cybersecurity, you have got standards in place. We've got ISO standards. We've got something called ISO 27001. Recently, we've come out with the 2022 version, right? Sometime back, we were talking about the NIST frameworks. So we have a NIST framework for cybersecurity, and yes, there is some work on. NIST has been now tasked with trying to work out a framework for AI, for generative AI. And in one of the discussions, I would say a very learned gentleman, he educated me on the fact that when you get into generative AI, you will actually end up getting different results from different algorithms for the same query. Right. Maybe for the same data set. Right. So see, we have to tread these waters very, very carefully. And so when it comes to the armed forces, I would say the biggest challenge has been, and trust me, it must be, this would be the problem for any organization, it is about discovering your data. You discover your data, then you need to figure out what is the end result that you want, what you want on the table. That will help you figure out what is the model you need. That will help you figure out what data points you need. So you have an enabler now which is available in terms of generative AI. And this model is also going to keep on improving. I think what is very important is, because for us it's a big cause of concern. Yes, the loops are getting shorter. Live examples, we have we've got 2 real-time wars going on right now. Ukraine, Russia, Israel, the Hamas. I would say the senseless use of AI technology, ungoverned, not as per compliance, which it's being, these 2 places are the test bed for a lot of companies actually trying out new tech. Drones are being ordered. Israel, see, I wouldn't like to make things, political at all, but the thing is, it's a fact. These 2 places now, because once war breaks out, the first thing which breaks down is, essential compliance machinery. So the fantastic data getting generated, a lot of tech getting tried out over there, and yes, AI, there has been a lot of machine learning, I would say, in the tech that the armed forces use. Generative AI is a new tool which has come up. What we are trying to really focus and work upon is that, it can't be a black box. We really need to know what outputs we will get. Even the creativity has to have some limits. And you spoke about AI for cybersecurity. I would stress more upon cybersecurity for AI. That is the larger concern. Right. Okay, so how do you protect your data, right? How smart is your model to respond to prompt injections, right? What will actually trigger those hallucinations? You can't have a hallucination scenario when you are in a very critical mission scenario. Wherein, let me give an example. There's a company called Palantir. Now, Palantir has done some very interesting work on the behest of the US federal government for Ukraine. The targeting data which is given by the LLM deployment which has been done, it is phenomenal. Within seconds, they have a mesh of drones, satellite imagery, special forces on ground who are giving targeting data. They collate the entire thing. There is generative AI involved. They even figure out if there are 3 drones in the air, what is the the ammunition package which is being carried by a particular guy, who will be in the most optimal position for the targeting to be undertaken. And this is happening within seconds. So these are the realities. And yes, this is generative AI in action. So things are definitely evolving. I think, it's like the tiger having tasted blood. So I'm sure all of us are using generative AI. Some of you may still be on 3, someone has gone on 4. It's really amazing, heartening to know companies already using GPT-4 Turbo. What I would like to stress upon over here is, yes, I think it's very important to address the challenge or the problem right now. It is more important to sensitize people how to use the tool. We can keep talking about the impact it will have. It'll slow you down. You stop thinking basic things. But I think what is actually happening is we're trying to actually pack in much more than what we could do, in that unit of time. That is maybe where we are heading. So I think frameworks become important. These models need to be protected, because as it happens with time, the dependency on these models will definitely increase. Right. I mean, we have to accept that. And the sooner organizations realize that, you need to have those requisite checks and balances in place, right? Because earlier, you made a vehicle which moved on land. You went to the sea. You went into the air. Now you're going to space. Right. But when you are in space, the checks and balances for anything which is put into space are phenomenal, because right, there's a point of no return. So same is going to be the case for many of the organizations when you really get onto a strategy which will be totally being driven by things like AI and generative AI.
Right.
I hope I've answered your question.
Right, absolutely. In fact, I'm going to take your answer as AI is generative AI, and AI as a whole is a scarier weapon right now rather than a shield. And with that, Rohit, in fact, I'll come to you. Airtel, of course, like you mentioned, as a telco, has a massive amount of data at hand. In cases like this, in crisis situations, or even in regular operations, given the amount of data that you have in hand, and given that regulations, of course, are also being built right now, how do you approach the need to structure the data, filter through the data, find what data can be used to sort of to your operational benefits, and is Airtel in fact even actively working on that as well?
Sure. So what happens, right? So if you have to leverage AI, right, generative AI, right, whatever, right, the first thing is having data, right, and having that data structured. You build your pipelines, right, properly to ensure that the models that you train, right, have relevant data. They are transformed into a state where it can be trained better, right? So Airtel, we have a very, very large team, right? The best part is that the data centers that we have, right, they are all managed by Airtel. We have a big in-house team, right? with I think petabytes of data that we have. And the team basically works to ensure that the models that we create, right, from that data, right, they are well tested, right, and back and through, right, to ensure the quality of the output is maintained.
Right, and in fact, Shiba, Manish, I'd like both of you to take the Shiba probably. Yeah. You can take this first. Aditya mentioned that it's important to sensitize people on AI and the uses and the sort of the pitfalls as well. When it comes to a service provider, are you guys actually training your employees in this field?
Absolutely. So before I jump into the question, Shavik, I would like to just give one research, right? The brain synapse, when they compared the cognitive sense of generative AI with the species in the world, right? We call it brain synapses, the connections in the brain. Usually a human has 100 trillion synapses, and the big whale has 300 trillion synapses. We have just reached generative AI to come to 1 billion, right? So it could become dangerous, it could become a plus, right? So what it means is sooner, this technology is going to come closer to the human intelligence over there. And preparing for the goodness of this cognizance is very important. So if you look into enterprises there, number one, as L&T as a group, right, we are 16 entities doing manufacturing, real estate, technology services, and whatnot. So it was very important for us to bet our technology big bets. So generative AI was definitely on the cards for us over there. While it was on the cards, we wanted to make sure we have to do a citizen business model. What do we mean by citizen business model? Can I give generative AI in the hands of every individual in the company to self-serve, adopt, right, and make sure we bring efficiency for the organization and our customers as well. So while that was a vision, we wanted to make sure, as Aditya was rightly telling, it has to be very responsibly done. So before we get into the hands of every individual, we didn't want to make it dangerous as well. So 3 measures that L&T as a group did. Number one, we blocked the OpenAI APIs inside our network remit, number one. Number 2, we said it's not that we are it was all governed in an InfoSec to say anybody who's using a Hugging Face or a Google Colab or Open APIs are not allowed, because unintentionally somebody might put a customer code or whatever and get it done. So we wanted to make sure this is done. Restriction is okay, but how do you empower? Because we wanted to have a central governance and have empowered spokes. So we wanted a platform that has guardrails in it. When I say guardrails, there are policy agents that will sit in between a user interaction and the actual LLM to say what in the conversation I'll pass to the LLM and what in the answer from the LLM I will pass it to the user, because it will have all the PII, hallucination, bias controls baked within it over there. So our flagship platform called Canvas AI is rolled across all the 16 entities to make sure we have these guardrails, we restrict, at the same time we try to empower them, meaning anybody will converse with LLM only through this platform over there. And we also trying to make sure we have a hub and spoke model, meaning there is no restriction telling there is a certain practice, because you're talking about services company, how we are doing it. Typically services companies will have a data practice, AI practice, certain silos who are doing it. So we wanted to make sure there is a hub and spoke model. Everybody is empowered to do AI experiments over there. And as part of this, you do your whole enablement series across the organization to say, what are the do's, don'ts, policy guardrails, right? Like I spoke about these restrictions and the Canvas AI, and in fact, the Canvas AI is getting into tutoring with all the LOBs to make sure everybody start using it, empower yourself, because there is an SAP practice which wants to do automation by talking to SAP. There's a data practice who wants to talk to the databases and try to automate decision making. There's a marketing team who wanted to do marketing content generation. There's a HR team who's coming and asking, there are so much of help desk tickets coming to us for policy, travel, quota inquiries, what could I do? We are deploying it over there. And very importantly, being a services company, when you talk about operational analytics, right? What is the billable head count? How many do I have on site, offshore? Are we growing? Any kind of decisions, we need to empower all the delivery managers to take swift decisions there. So these are something that we are trying to do. And as I rightly said, citizen business model and keeping a platform through which you converse so that even unintentionally there is no IP infringements or copyright issues or any kind of infusement that's going into the system is guardrailed over there. And we have a target of 10,000 per quarter to be enabled with GenAI to empower everybody, which means we are talking about in a year somewhere 40K, 50K people to be enabled in GenAI to get into mainstream customer projects.
Right, that's fantastic. Manish, are you taking a similar approach?
Yeah, so we've done things on similar lines, so I'll not repeat that. But I'll just amplify a few more things. So first of all, AI coming in does not mean that everything else has gone out of the window. Any enterprise organization has network security governance, perimeter controls, data governance, control over PII data, discover your data, PII data. We may have come up with a regulation on PII data only now, data privacy, but any mature organization already has that baked into its data privacy or data protection guidelines. You have DLP in place, and you have a plethora of solutions, and more than solutions, you have policies and controls in place. That notwithstanding, there is a lot of effort that goes into educating the employee base, particularly when there is an implementation or an augmentation through new technologies. So we treat, first of all, it's an open culture, and we treat any new service like any other service. And we have a very, very efficient process saying, hey, you want to evaluate something, you want to develop something, these are the safeguards. But get it integrated with our enterprise ecosystem. So it can't be I will do as I please. I will simply, connect, take an API for an online service and start doing whatever I want. If the enterprise ecosystem is like a house, it has to be protected. Within that house, you have a tremendous amount of freedom. So those traditional controls, etc., yes, with much more efficiency, are in place to protect the ecosystem. Now, having said that, we are democratizing this whole aspect of AI. Everybody is not a coder in the ecosystem, right? And as I'd mentioned earlier, a mature organization would have anywhere from 25 to 30 applications or information systems. So what we are doing is, as an extension of our AI bot, we have created something what is called as a workflow orchestrator. And it is based on a zero-code technology. And in fact, we have just rolled out the first one around 10 days ago to our IT and our IT security team, so that they can play around with it, they can debug it, test it, help our AI bot team to refine it further. And our aim is that eventually over the next 6 months, we want to roll out the workflow orchestrator to every single information system team in the ecosystem, HRMS, your financial ERP, etc., so that they can use the workflow orchestrator, they can define workflow processes, even complex ones, and test it, and create their own automations. They will have no dependency for even complex automations to sort of come back to us. If a certain amount of coding needs to be done, it could be generated through that same platform using GenAI. In fact, the rate of development of modules has doubled ever since we have given ChatGPT 4, and also the teams have access to GitHub Copilot as well. So some youngsters like A, some youngsters like B, but it's okay. I said you use whatever you want as long as you have the freedom, but at the end of the day you are increasing your capability and increasing your productivity. And since it's all, particularly, it's an enterprise solution that we have taken, and our information is safe on our tenant, say, hey, use it to debug. There is no problem. So, it is safe. This is a safe environment. Use it. 64% of our entire IT tickets internally are automated. And we are planning to take it to 70% plus, including complex issues which require typically a IT help desk. Your driver got corrupted, or you had some network issue or something minor. So, so that's another module that we are developing.
Right.
So all this is happening in the ecosystem. The aim is to empower every single employee.
Right.
So that they are able to use this technology either a little bit more technically or less technically, and that's why I call it democratization of the use of AI within the organization.
Right, absolutely. Thank you so much, Manish. And I realize that we've run out of time, so we're going to quickly conclude with maybe a one-line or a one-word answer from each of you. We'll probably start with Manish since... do you think AI will fundamentally change your business from what it originally started as?
The genie is out of the bottle. In fact, we don't realize it. This journey has started probably 5 or 6 years before.
Right.
We are only getting to sense it and feel it and see it now.
Right.
So there are exciting times ahead.
Right.
Awesome.
Jayant, do you think your work will fundamentally change with the way AI has gone?
Yeah, absolutely. The short answer is yes. And, as far as AI is concerned, there's research, productization, and, business and revenue generation, right? A lot of hype is because the genie is out of the research and got into the productization mode. But the enterprises look at it the other way around. First, they need business generation, and then productization, and then research. So the decision making is top down for enterprises, and this is where they're finding a middle ground. But the short answer is yes.
Right, absolutely. Aditya, what about you? Do you think your work will fundamentally change with the influx, the amount of influx that AI is having right now?
So, I think Darwin's theory prevails over here also. Evolve or perish, right? It is here to stay, for sure. But, a couple of things. Is AI the new plastic? We really need to be careful about that. Is AI going to be the new plastic? Sustainability. Right. Some serious questions need to be answered over there. Because the thing is, at least, when the government has to look at something like this, there are a lot of things which have to be justified, right? And the amount of compute, the amount of storage required, the race is on, everyone wants to build a better model, right? We're short of chips. Literally, that's the state. AMD is having a ball. Right. So, how this is going to evolve, and how are we going to handle our carbon footprints, right?
Right.
Because you go the AI way, the GPT way, and there's quite a bit of carbon footprint also you need to take care of, but I'm sure there's some very smart people over there thinking about all this. But yes, right. The fact we're talking about this.
Right, absolutely. Shiba, would yours and LTI's work going forward, do you think they'd both transform with AI?
Absolutely. The answer is yes, right? AI is there to amplify businesses, and we are seeing it. The only thing is you need to make sure it's taken with the caution of guardrails. And as Aditya said, sustainability. Sustainability for the planet, sustainability for the humanity. While we think about profits, humanity and planet is very important.
Right, absolutely. And Rohit, closing remarks from you.
I think Airtel is going to empower its customer, its employee workforce, and businesses with the power of generative AI, at the same time ensuring sustainability and ensuring data security.
Right, absolutely. Great. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure having you here. And thank you so much for being a part.
Thank you for being a wonderful audience with us. We now convene for break. You can now move to pre-function area for tea and coffee break. We will begin sharp at 5:15 for our next session. So thank you to our sponsors. We have Oracle booth as well in the pre-function area. Do visit that, and Honda Elevate at the hotel port. So if you get the time, do visit our sponsor booths as well. Thank you.
Morning, sir.
Morning. The tomatoes look good. What should I grow next year though? How can my farm adapt to climate change?
You only progress when you ask better questions. Mint. Think ahead. Think growth.
It don't matter where it takes you, 'cause it's never gonna break you. Yeah, all you need to do is fly high. Don't lose yourself now. You are the aim, you're the chase. Break away from the crowd. Go on, and show 'em what it's all about. Don't wanna wait, it's the all this is.
The boldly stylish and comfortable Honda Elevate. You're the chase.
How can I achieve my targets? How can I target the remotest markets?
You only progress when you ask better questions. Mint. Think ahead. Think growth.
Check 1 2 1 2. Check 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 check.
join back with your teas, and we're going to resume with an interesting session now where Kashyap Kampela, who is the Chief Executive of RPA2 AI Research, is going to speak to us on a holistic approach to AI and generative AI, including the regulations and building responsible AI in process. Kashyap, over to you.
Thank you, Shovik. Can you hear me at the back? Yeah. Not clearly. Can you hear me now? Okay. Okay, if you're not able to hear me, let me know. So those of you who are still at the tea break, feel free to bring your teas inside and come. So all right, so we have 10 minutes, so let me get started. My name is Kashyap Kampela. I'm an industry analyst. I work with private equity folks and venture capitalists when they want to invest in AI companies or acquire AI companies. So my job is to make rich people richer. So that's my day job. So what I'm trying to do here today is, there is this Japanese presentation format called Pechakucha, which is you have a few slides, and each slide you speak about for 20 to 30 seconds. So I have about 20 slides and 10 minutes. Already 1 minute is up, so let's get started. So deep learning has been around with us at least for the last 6 to 7 years. And you see that what has been the experience in the last few years. This is data from Gartner, which shows that about 50%, only 50% of the AI projects they make into production. So there is a saying, people from the marketing world will know this, there is a saying called 50% of my advertising budget is wasted. So my question to you is it the same story with AI? Is half of the money that you spend on AI wasted? Let's see. So I'm going to talk about a holistic approach to generative AI, and to create that value from AI, I have this framework called we need to make AI more relevant, more reliable, and more responsible. Just like when you think about humans, what are the 3 R's for humans? Like we teach our children, we start with teaching them the 3 R's, which is reading, writing, and arithmetic. Even in the environmental space, we say you need to reduce, reuse, and recycle. So similarly, there is this 3I framework, which is like relevant, reliable, and responsible. We've had a generative AI for a few years now, and what has been the experience so far? So when it comes to relevance first, so LLMs, I'm going to use LLMs, generative AI, and Gen AI interchangeably out here. So when we see LLMs, they have fantastic capabilities, question answering, text generation, summarization, and whatnot, but they're trained on publicly available data. For you to use it in your organization, be it a school, be it a company, be it in the government agencies, what you really need to do is there is all this, your enterprise data, your company data that is available elsewhere. So so when you ask ChatGPT a question, it is going to answer based on public data, not on your company data. So this reduces its relevance a little bit. So now, what is the reliability with generative AI? It's both fascinating and frustrating because generative AI is both smart and stupid. So John Oliver, the US talk show host and comedian, has summarized the state of generative AI. He said, the problem with AI right now isn't that it is not smart. It's that it's stupid in ways that we can't always predict. Think about that. So for example, I'll give you an example. We say that human common sense is not very common when it comes to humans. Turns out it's the same for AI as well. So here is an example from ChatGPT, which a question was asked. Who is Tom Cruise's mother? So it correctly answers that it's Mary Lee Pfeiffer. So you ask the other question, who is Mary Pfeiffer's son? It doesn't say it's Tom Cruise. So are you going to trust your mission critical systems to a system like this? Or do you want to improve its common sense and reliability? It's a very powerful AI system, but why do we still need a jugaad mindset to get the best out of LLMs? Here is an example, which says that when you put emotion in asking ChatGPT, for example, this is very important for me, my career depends on this, etc., you get better answers, it seems. Or in the last couple of weeks or months, people are saying that ChatGPT has become lazy. Or it seems when you say, I'm going to tip you, the quality of the responses is again, reliability, right? Quality of response is getting better. Again, machine learning, we're taught that the quality improves as we use it more often. But this is what Leslie has written in Mint some time back, which said that the accuracy of doing math for ChatGPT has come down from 96% or 97% in March, in a few months to 2.4%. So reliability. So are these models getting better or worse with time and usage? So that's the relevance. I'll also talk about few of the approaches of what people are trying to tackle these issues. So relevance, reliability. Let's talk about responsibility or responsible AI. So when you use LLMs, is your data private? And what's the relationship between LLMs and intellectual property? There are issues and court cases with respect to the input data as well as the outputs. So for example, there was this case where Samsung engineers inadvertently, unintentionally leaked some corporate data. So there are a lot of regulations in different jurisdictions. So when you're using LLMs, are you intentionally leaking confidential data and violating your regulatory obligations, or are you in compliance? At the same time, an AI, generative AI is a double-edged sword. The same capabilities are available to the bad actors as well. So are you opening up these for new surface attacks, new surfaces for attack, or are you going to be scammed even more? So ultimately, I mean, I do a lot of work with VCs, like I said. So VCs are probably right now at this point in time not focused on profitability, but regular businesses. This is again something that I think both our hosts today, Leslie and Shouvik, have written, which said the adoption of LLMs is going to depend on the cost. So do the unit economics make sense at this point in time is again something that we need to consider. So you've seen a series of risks. So there are a whole bunch of other risks as well. But AI risk mitigation really is that quest for relevance, reliability, and responsibility. So what has been some of the other ways of addressing these things? I'm sure you have heard of fine-tuning, which is like you take a pre-trained model and try to train it on your own company data, on a domain-specific data, or a task-specific data. So this is a technical approach that can work and help improve relevance. Similarly, there is a retrieval augmented generation, which is, again, all the corporate repositories information that you have in databases. Can you take a user's query and pass that along and use the GPT or the LLM only for custom text generation? So this is again one more technical approach. There are also open source LLMs that are available. So in fact, there is this new executable Llama, which you can actually run on your own laptop, if it is a GPU. So this is an example of that. This is a picture. It's also multimodal. It can use both text and images. So this is an example where when we have all of these concerns around data control, privacy, security, and even cost, and there is also this criticism that LLMs are using too much electricity. It's not good for the environment. So when you use smaller models, open source models, is it an alternative that you can explore to make or to work around some of these risks? So an interesting approach when it comes to governance. So I've been working in the field of responsible AI and AI ethics for a while. So the standard things that we have there are principles of AI ethics, some kind of data set labeling, some kind of documentation of data sets. But those approaches do not scale at the level of LLMs. So there is this new approach called constitutional AI, where you specify what are the safety guardrails, what kind of content can be generated, not generated. It's as if you're writing a constitution that the LLM has to follow it. I'm sure like most of you have heard of RLHF, which is reinforcement learning from human feedback, which is behind the success of ChatGPT. So this is actually reinforcement learning from AI feedback. So when you have a governance layer that is automated, that itself is using AI, which is called constitutional AI, it becomes easier to apply your own company's values on top of it. Or you can take an LLM from one country, but apply the governance rules of your own country into that. So this is again a new approach to make it more responsible. So the 3 R's roadmap for your organization, it needs to have technology, talent, and governance plans. So this is a lot more emphasis on governance compared to your regular technology projects or your regular AI projects. And also, I'd say that in most of the discussions earlier, also we were having one discussion where we start with the technology and say, okay, we have these capabilities, where do we apply? But instead of that, if you're a regular business, it makes sense to say, what are my pain areas? What are the pain points that I want to improve? And go to see if you can apply there. So in closing, I want to say this is Jan LeCun, who is like one of the original pioneers of deep learning, also the head of AI at Meta. He said, what we have are language models, next word predictors. But there is a lot more to human knowledge than just language. So maybe in the future, we need like systems that have a different architecture to today's language models that are capable of actually truly understanding the world, that are capable of reasoning, they're capable of planning, so that we can impose the constraints and the objectives that we want, as well as include the guardrails that we want. So that's my message. So the challenge before us is we have these fantastic capabilities. How do we apply, how do we make them more relevant, more reliable, and more responsive? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kashyap. You know, I think all the AI in the world still hasn't managed to fix mic feedback so far. I don't know if it ever will. But moving on from that, very interesting session from Kashyap, and the conversation around building responsible AI and the process to add responsibility of AI is something that's happening now, and it'll probably go down as a pivotal moment in history. But also what will go down as a very crucial moment is to use AI for the good of the society. How do we use AI to improve lives of others? How do we use AI to improve the quality of living in various societies that have so far remained underrepresented? And to speak on that, to speak on AI for societal good, lessons from the ground, we'd like to welcome Raghu Dharmaraju, who's the Chief Executive of Art Park at the Indian Institute of Science. Raghu, hi.
Hi, good evening everyone. Sounds like the room has slowly shifted back. I think by the time we reach 8 p.m., everyone will be at the bar at the back, right? So, look, so Art Park is a non-profit organization based at the Indian Institute of Science. Today I'm going to talk about some lessons from the ground on AI for social good. So we work at the intersection of three ecosystems: the governments and non-profits, research and academia, startups and industry. And we do that in three ways. We build startups and social enterprises. We build platforms, DPIs, DPGs, so on. And we also do skilling. Now, the hype around generative AI is very reminiscent of the deep learning hype that happened about 10 years, 11 years ago, right? You would think that you are able to upload sewage and download water. Is anyone able to do that yet? Upload sewage, download water? No, right? I'm not playing down the fact that we have achieved amazing things like launching satellites and building fiber and building a network, a data network that reaches every part of the country. That said, at the end of the day, we are biological beings, right? And moving things, and humans especially metaphorically, to act, you know, based on our incentives, right? Based on our relationships. It's extremely difficult. And we are complex beings. And this picture, by the way, just as an aside, I made this using parts imported from generative AI. But generative AI itself couldn't actually give me this picture, right? So generally AI, we keep talking about it like it's a golden piece, you know, Harry Potter spell, Chamber of Secrets, you say it and then everything moves and chamber of secrets opens. It's not like that. It's more like a very complex jigsaw puzzle. AI usually part of a product, usually part of a larger solution, which has many components to actually deliver value. And that has to integrate well with the systems that already exist, right? Usually, especially if you talk about public systems, many of those bits are missing, without which you don't have true impact. And they could range from, really weighing the risks of the AI itself at the product level or the UI UX, to maybe you don't have the data or the supply chains or people or incentives at the solution level, or just the digital infra or validation and policies at a system level, right? Today I'll talk about how we overcome these challenges working on the ground, first starting with a solution at a population level. How many of you lost family or friends during COVID? Okay, they're fair, right? We especially lived through 100 days of hell, right, during the second wave. One of the ironic things was during the first wave, we had built incredible amount of data science driven systems, right? But we kind of quickly forgot about it. Death 1, this is from Bangalore, but this is what pretty much every city in the country did, right? State, national level data scientists and implementers came together day in and day out, right? And worked together to deliver us AI, predictions, data science, computational epidemiology like never before. Now the question is, with the twin force of urbanization and climate change, we are very likely to see many more such events in our lifetime. How do we build systems taking all our COVID and pre-COVID experience? We did some amazing things and really embed them in the systems. That's the question, right? And what we realized, the solution to that was, remember, this is not plug and play products yet. Remember, this is not throw in some magic and it works, right? It requires really meaningful data science and innovation in close coupled mode with the implementation. So we created this data science innovation hub with support of PSA's office, especially focused on One Health. One Health is kind of simple, right? COVID, Zika, Nipah, all these are zoonoses. They came from somewhere else. By the time we are poking stuff up our noses, it's kind of too late, right? So you better monitor before stuff comes to us, right? So that's the purpose of One Health approach. And of course, health plus climate, you're already seeing the intersection of that. And we said, how do we build these systems? We started with dengue because it's a prototypical climate sensitive endemic disease, not once in a while war. See, building arsenal during war is very difficult. You want to build arsenal during peacetime, right? But you need something against which you have to go against to actually build that muscle. And dengue is that everyday disease. Maybe for you and I it's okay, but remember 2 or 3 weeks of income loss is all that's between poverty and survival for lots of people, right? And we thought, let's start with dengue and build these systems. What's amazing is several governments are looking to actually embed this into their systems, right? Now, perhaps these are some of the only geographies in the world that have a live system touching all the way down to the medical officers, where we are giving advanced dengue outbreak predictions, and that's being used for the response and control down to the sub-district level. How does this happen? Many of us in this room will immediately think of some data platform. Yeah, absolutely, that's at the core of it. But that's kind of useless because I said unless you had other things, right? So we bring together many types of data, health of course, but also weather, environment, mobility. You can imagine lots of structuring, cleaning and so on, dashboards and apps, but also ultimately research and analysis is required in parallel. And what's amazing for this is we have at least 8 different research groups in the country and around the world that are working through us, because researchers have no time to go sit in government offices, right? And government officers have no time chasing researchers. So we play that middle human function of being deeply embedded in both ecosystems and make this happen, right? So the holistic approach ultimately requires trust, building shared understanding, first mile. We say last mile. No, 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 no. That's actually first mile. That's where the data gets generated. That's where it actually gets used, right? Teams, partnerships and policies well beyond AI and tech. Policies, of course, pipelines and processes, and a community of innovators, right? With that, I'll shift to the next example. As you know, one of the biggest challenges we learned during COVID, and generally we have this amazing frontline health worker systems in India and around the world. India probably has 1.25 frontline health workers just in the government system, taking care of between 10 to 15 million pregnancies every year, right? So how do you actually bring LLMs to them? And we are doing this with an amazing nonprofit partner called Arman. This also happens to be a winner of a global grant challenge for equitable AI. The first thing is usually the approach is, hey, let's throw LLM at it and let's try to build a clinical decision support system, right? Couldn't be wrong, because you are basically jumping into a highest risk use case in a continuum of things that you could do. So we really thought hard about the nuances, pros and cons. We've started off with Q&A chatbot through FAQ Bank, because you have to really constrain, talk about guardrails, right? And ultimately going to a free-form Q&A chatbot. Another thing, there are things well beyond, AI that affect whether the AI has the intended impact or not, right? Turns out, unless a medical officer introduces the bot, there is no trust in the bot. If the bot has a male persona, frontline health workers do not share as openly. Expect all sorts of trouble in onboarding. And of course, this is currently, we are doing this in an iterative manner in Telangana. So of course, mix of English and Telugu. So, and if you were to just put off-the-shelf LLMs in today, what will happen is, even if you try to constrain a little bit, you will get an appropriate answer. But let's see. That's the answer. Guess who is reading? It's absolutely accurate. But guess who is reading it and figuring out what to do? Not going to happen, right? And there are lots of stuff. Typos in Telugu written in English, Telugu and in English and also English. And of course, audio, text, queries split into many messages, right? So the final pitch to you all is simply this. Yes, absolutely, AI is incredibly powerful. The world has changed. Generative AI is an orbit shift. But let's not forget about the other pieces that we need to bring together to really make impact for what you might consider the next 5 or 6 billion people, right? AI today mostly helps folks like us, right? And we are definitely in the top 1.5 to 2 billion in the world. With that, thank you.
We can take a couple of questions if there's anybody in the audience. Any questions? Oh, yes, please.
Well, thank you for this wonderful introduction on the initiatives that they are taking. I would ask a slightly broader based question, because Art Park is again taking a broader. So how do you entail to support the generative AI ecosystem, including the startups, including the government policymakers and industry? So where does the Art Park?
Sure, yeah, I'll take that question. See, if you come to India and say generative AI, languages is a big challenge, right? At Art Park, we are running some of the largest open source data initiatives. This data will be open source under Bhashini as well as, in other modes, right? So this is one, right? To give you an idea, does anyone know how many articles in English versus Hindi are there in Wikipedia? Okay, 6 million to 100K, right? That's this thing. And if you really look at the diversity, what's that term? Kos pe badle pani, char kos pe bani, right? So India language is really diverse. So we are doing this from every district of India. That's one. Second thing is we also help build startups, right? So open source data, ecosystems, infrastructure, all these things we bring to the table besides startup incubation and support. This is one way we are doing this. And of course, we work with the governments to bring them useful use cases. Because, for example, you just saw, right? It's not simply about, hey, we have this AI and I'm going to try to sell you. It's about thinking deeply. And we play that role of thinking deeply, working with stakeholders to understand what's the right way to introduce it. So yeah, from data to application use cases. All right? I think we're, one more question? Or
yeah, we can take a couple of more questions.
I think they're done.
Done? With Indian languages?
Yeah. No, I think Amitabh is supposed to speak next.
No, I'm waiting for Mr. Neeraj Mittal.
Okay.
That's okay.
Okay.
We
All
can
right,
do
all
it.
right, cool.
Sure.
Sure.
So, thank you for this. As a matter of fact, I know about Arpa because as one of my colleagues, I think, is working with you. Commander Hayat.
Yes, of course. As for,
yes. So, so we recently heard about what happened at OpenAI, right? And I believe they are coming up with something which is going to evolve soon to GAI, right? So, so the Q star, right? As I understand, that's the new technology which they are evolving. So, where do you think we are right now? And you know, in the roadmap ahead, when do you actually see GAI coming up?
So look, I'm not going to stand on a stage and make a prediction about this sort of a thing, right? You better ask Gartner or something. I do think we are at probably, I hope we are at peak hype so that we can all start using it in a relevant way, so that we stop swinging between hype and fear and instead ask, how do we deliberately use what we have in a way that serves people, right? So sorry, I didn't answer your question because frankly, I don't know the answer, right? And maybe that's not always the useful, I mean, yeah, it'll come, it'll hit us, we'll try to use it. But let's equip ourselves to use technology in the right way. And if we do that, I think whatever the roadmap, we'll be better prepared.
Thank you so much.
Yes, so my name is Varun. The question to you is, a lot of things is dependent on the data. How do you ensure that the quality of the data is good? In software, there is a term called GIGO, which is basically garbage in,
garbage out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Secondly, other thing is there's a lot of synthetic data which is being generated, and one of the consequences could be seen, probably could be deep fakes, which are already being showcased even by the Prime Minister of India. And third thing is, in Europe there is something called GDPR. How are we going to make sure that, okay, we do not lose something which is very important for a person, individual, maybe ranging from credit card to his details, because somewhere there is a social track or digital footprint of that person. And the population of India is the highest and data is the gold.
Sure.
Or the new oil.
So there are lots of questions.
Three questions only, all
I'll
related
just
to
answer
data.
the first one mainly, which is how are you ensuring data is good? So I'll answer this. One is on the languages side, this is not simply collected data, it's collected, curated data with both automated as well as manual checks in the process. That is one. I'll give an example not from language because that's the flavor of the day, we need to think about other things. Let's say if you take health, right? India has built this health stack, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. That's like providing broad structure your data. What that will not ensure is completeness or accuracy. For that, what we are doing is we are bringing technology along with the rigor of multi-center clinical trials, working with ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research, to build a system for highly annotated data sets based on the use case, because remember, I might be getting into all sorts of nuance here. You can't just like that collect data in some setting and expect it to use it somewhere else. So this is happening in a hubs and spokes model supported by DPI, so that you can bring together purpose appropriate data sets in a structured manner from across the country. So this is again another system that's coming into place. So effort is not just about lots of data. Data is like water, right? I mean, it rains all the time in Bangalore, but we still, entire Sajapur Road imports water in water tankers, right? So what we need is the systems. We should stop thinking about pots of water. We should think about the filtration systems. We shouldn't just think about the filtration systems, because what happens is you build a filtration system, you go away, and then I don't know how to operate it. We should do that with open blueprints, so that just like that you change your mixing up analogies, you don't throw out your stove every time you change your gas cylinder, right? It's the same regulator that works. So we need to build systems in this way, and that's what we are doing.
So what is the stage at which like you have a system in place where you can be sure that the quality of data is, let's say, maybe 80%? Second thing is how synthetic data, which AI itself is going to generate, and how are we going to separate these two?
Yeah, I think we may have to spend a lot of time in this. I think great nuanced questions. Synthetic data can be positive and negative. Positive could be where there is sparse data for very important use cases. It can turn out to be a boon, right? Especially there are some features, if you take for example certain radiology examples, etc. Some features are rare and AI fails on that because it's not trained well enough. But however, if you are able to generate synthetic data that presents those rare pathology in those images, then AI can get better, right? Because prevalence of those features might be rare, right? And AI will never learn and will always fail otherwise. So yes, there are things to fear. This is like any tool. Any tool we have used in this thing. From knife to fire, you can burn this building down or cook a nutritious meal, right? So I mean, that's it, right?
Yeah, I get the feel you are very positive, and
right.
so I'm.
No, I mean, by the way, I started with lots of warnings, right? So I'm not positive or negative. I'm just saying it's in our hands.
Yeah. Thanks for answering my question.
So folks, actually we are just waiting for Dr. Neeraj Mittal because I think he misplaced his phone or something. So, I mean, and he has got a hard stop. So he's coming, he's actually here in the corridor itself. Sorry? Oh, you're waiting for quiz questions. Okay, I actually have some. I have some interesting ones. Let's see. Let's pull something out from my hat. Okay, which British mathematician is often credited as being a key founder of AI? I'm giving you some names. Isaac Asimov, John McCarthy, Marvin Minsky, or Alan Turing? I hear Alan Turing. Any other guesses? Yes, it's John McCarthy. John McCarthy is the person who coined the term artificial intelligence, but that does not mean that it did not belong to Alan Turing. We were asking some quiz questions in your absence. So we have Dr. Neeraj Mittal with us now, and he's going to speak about, sir, I think you should be speaking about the state, because Mr. Mittal's experience has been, now he's the DOT Secretary of India, but he has also been the Additional Chief Secretary of the Tamil Nadu government. And his expertise in both understanding the telecom sector, the IT sector, and of course I think you have that stints with World Bank and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, I won't be saying much about it. Please give Mr. Mittal a big hand.
Thank you, Leslie. Thanks, all the guests here. My apologies for being a bit late. So I've been asked to kind of speak on how the AI and in specific generative AI is going to change the landscape in India. And technology really has surprised mankind over, I don't know, since history has started. Wheels and then electricity and whatnot, all of them have spurred really exponential changes in the way humans work. But I think this change of artificial intelligence will be very, very different, because for simple reason that these technologies, which in the past had a massive impact on the way we work, the way we organize ourselves, our social lives, the way we travel, did not exceed or equal human intelligence. I think it was about a year ago when I read a book which said that AI has already equaled human intelligence in several aspects. And we are on a cusp of OpenAI kind of saga, which kind of gives a feeling to all of us that it may have exceeded human intelligence. I don't know, nobody knows the facts about that. But yes, human creativity and ingenuity is something which now machines can do. It can create text, it can create, for several decades, but now it can create pictures, it can create different kind of data types, audios, deepfakes, anything you name is kind of possible today. And it is possible at scale. I think that's a very, very important difference. We all know how ChatGPT and Bard became very popular and were in fierce competition for few months, and their numbers have grown into millions. They have been able to kind of very rapidly, from being completely free, became into models where you can charge users, and it is becoming indispensable to students of 6th grade because they want to write their assignments, and for teachers who are finding, picking their hair to figure out whether this assignment was written by ChatGPT or the student. We also know that we have been able to train machines to actually pass difficult exams like USMLE. And these are scary kind of examples where we feel that it can surpass us. But I think we should look at, and I'll kind of deal at the risks possibly at the end, and the need for regulation. But I think the possibilities of generating ideas, of exploring scenarios, of doing things very differently. We have been thinking very recently as to how can we use AI for, integrated planning. So smart cities, they kind of, except for the word smart, they weren't really smart. If you think of a smart city, it should be a city which can actually respond to a citizen's request on the fly. How can that happen? And AI, telecom-related data, the rapid proliferation of IoT devices can make that happen. If you look at the capabilities which we are unable to fathom, protein folding problem. Now, protein folding problem, the protein is a long chain of amino acids, and every amino acid which is added, it gives a different folding structure, which means, it reacts with the antibiotic differently. And that problem could not be solved by humans for ages. It is possible to solve it with DeepMind today. I was reading somewhere that the number of new materials that have been discovered by generative AI and AI put together are 10 times, and in 1 year, more than what mankind has discovered over the past few decades. AI is becoming to be visible in very mundane applications, in governance. If you look at chatbots in MyGov, Corona chatbot, you can think of, in Delhi police, they use a chatbot to address traffic concerns of people. There's a chatbot called Ask Disha of Indian Railways. In Tamil Nadu, we had chatbots which were in Tamil, responding to the queries of the citizens. So the use of AI is becoming proliferative in governance, really. It has significance for my PhD thesis was on use of technology and its impact on, and at that time, I remember when I joined CDOT. So many of you may not know, my first job was at CDOT when I passed out from IIT Kanpur. And at that time, we used to read something about fuzzy logic. That's way back in 89, 90. That was the rudimentary, artificial intelligence. And we have come far, far, far from there to today. And my thesis had this proposition that IT improves the capacity of humans, and it improves the utilization of capital which is employed in a production process. So we kind of try to tease out what is the impact of IT on labor, and what is the impact of IT on capital. Now I think when we write that equation again, there will be human labor and there will be computer labor. because humans can be more than replaced with AI. The impact of AI is also being felt across, I think, many sectors, improving time, productivity, the kind of tasks we do, right? So Gartner, I think, predicts about 80% of the code will be done by generative AI. My own son, who did computer science recently, I would find in some conversations that this code, you tell in ChatGPT and you can write something and then you tell what you want and it generates the code, you modify a little bit and then it works. So that is the kind of capacity we are looking at. I think India needs to wake up to the reality that the transformative implications of AI are going to affect the economy in a very substantive manner. One of the, I think, Goldman Sachs predicted that it will increase the GDP by about 7%. So it would be about $7 trillion. And the market is also going to grow at a CAGR of somewhere around 30 to 40%. And it is growing at that CAGR. So this is taking our economy, our governance, our social institutions, our workplace by storm. I think if we come to India, India is a very different. I was in a conversation recently where we were discussing how the computing power is required to run these LLMs, the large language models. I think the best one around at this time is about 2 exaflops. NVIDIA, you may correct me if I'm wrong. And we were talking how can we bring much larger computing solutions. They're already at 8 exaflops. Solutions are available. If you go and ask NVIDIA or somebody for these kind of computing power, it's about $3 to $4 to $5 million for a month. And the capacity to generate results, this particular model did at 10 times the speed of what is done by the NVIDIA. So there is massive amount of research going on. India, I think CEO Bhashini is here. I think he's sitting in one of the rooms, but yeah, here. And the Indian landscape, the variety, the languages are so massive. I visited IIT Madras from when I was at in Tamil Nadu, and they were doing a project where they were asking people to kind of develop an app where they can submit bytes of spoken different languages in different dialects. And I think they have done a great job. I think Government of India has started looking ahead as to how can we develop these LLMs for the Indian conditions and work with them. The Niti Aayog actually came out with a national strategy document in 2018. At its core was AI for all. And what that means is to democratize AI. It should not become just a tool for the rich, but it should be able to be used by all strata of the society. It flagged, of course, the challenges. You need the skill set required, the R&D, the high performance computing infrastructure which you need. And soon after, MeitY started a national program on AI, the NPAI, and that is actually kind of spearheading at this point to create a national infrastructure for promoting artificial intelligence. If we don't do this now, we will never be able to catch up. It's a good time to kind of leapfrog. So I think Government of India has actually put its financial might together. The good news is that India's, I think, AI adoption rate, I was reading somewhere, I think an IBM study came, which showed that our adoption rate is 57% compared to half of that in the US and Europe. So our, the startup ecosystem is really gearing to, adopt solutions. We already have, I think, 70 startups in generative AI who are working in various areas. They have raised about $500 million from the venture capitalists. So there is the elements of being able to use this in India as a policy framework, as the people who will actually generate it, and of course the users. So as a user of AI in telecom, we have started several initiatives to use the capability of AI. So one of them is called Astra. Astra is like a weapon. The Hindi term is Astra, which actually checks all the facial images provided to us in the KYC documents across our 134 crore customers. And we have been able to actually identify 60 lakh duplicate faces who would be suspect, and we've been able to eliminate roughly 50 lakh out of them after re-verification. Similarly, we are developing solutions to basically prevent fraud, ensure that there is compliance to the licensing conditions, removing the possibility of fraud at the point of sale, and the ensuring that the telecom ecosystem is kind of kosher for as a basic infrastructure for higher level services like digital services and others. We are coming up with a portal where we will be able to get inputs from all the service providers and flag these mobile numbers, which we have actually disconnected, to various other agencies like the bankers, the the Aadhaar, and because phone and mobile numbers have become a common denominator for as a proof of identity and as a message of communication to the person. At this point, I think the issue of standards becomes very important because whosoever actually leads ahead in the formulation of standards, and this role cannot be played very effectively without government support, and therefore we have something called a Telecom Standards Organization, TEC, which has taken a lead in actually setting up the use of artificial intelligence in a ethical manner. And we have already published several documents. We have also entered into an MOU with the academic institutions, in particular IIT Delhi. The role of data, I think, of course, Bhashini is generating this data and using it, but I think as country has seen that in the last 1 year, 5G rollout has been one of the fastest in the entire world. We have covered 99% of the people, and we will be able to use this technology to generate the data for actually use of in the generative AI setup because of the speed, high speed, low latency, and high reliability. So we look forward for, I think the basic elements are there. The need for regulation, of course, I cannot, overemphasize. It has been emphasized by several of the leaders, and I think we will get there. But I think it is important that we put all our might together, put all the minds together, and actually use this technology for, good of people, bridge the digital divide, and provide good level of services. We are trying to do that at Department of Telecom, and I think Government of India is cognizant that this has to be done, and that's why they have actually started cross-sectoral programs as well to do that. So with these few words, I hope I've given you a kind of a snapshot of what's happening in the government. And I would have been very happy to actually be able to participate here, but unfortunately kind of have to leave. But thanks a lot for your time, and thank you, Leslie, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Mittal. Thank you, Mr. Mittal. Thank you for taking time from your busy schedule. So folks, now we will be having, I'd like to invite on stage Amitabh Nag, who is the CEO of Bhashini. He's going to speak about personalizing AI for India. Please give him a big hand. Speak from the podium.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And You know, when you look at personalization of art, anything, it starts with language. You know, if I am able to speak your language, communicate to you in your language, that's the first part of the personalization which happens. And my focus of this discussion in next 10-15 minutes approximately is going to be how this language personalization journey has been taking place in India using artificial intelligence as the technology. And it's, you know, it's one of the largest use case of AI, because many of the AI solutions are otherwise a point solution, excepting that, you know, ChatGPT otherwise. But this is one of the largest use case of AI, which is trying to help the citizens and include the last mile of our country into the mainstream, right? This is, you know, under National Language Translation Mission by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, named as Bhashini, and Digital India Bhashini Division is actually implementing this particular mission, and I head the organization. And you know, this was basically formed under Digital India Corporation, and it's a nodal agency to actually look at how the Bhashin ecosystem would function. So at the base of it, you know, we heard the earlier speaker talk about, you know, data collection, data set collection. So when we embarked on this journey for 22 languages, Hindi, perhaps Bengali, Telugu, etc., have a lot of digital data besides English. But many of the Indian languages which were there as far as 22 languages is concerned do not have digital data. So how do you build and train AI model if you don't have digital data? So in our journey, what we started off is to move across to collect the data digitally. And we approximately spent about $6 to $7 million to collect the data. And what Mr. Mittal talked about, that, you know, we had about 70 odd research institutes into our system who actually helped us to do that. So there is a certain standard in which the data has to be collected so that the AI models can use them. Once the AI models, you know, the data is collected in text as well as in speech, and we have approximately 200 plus people on the field who collect the data, feed it into the system. It is curated, annotated, labeled, and then put into the system so that rest of the institutes can build up the AI models and work it out. So our model is to create that. The second thing which we do is you know, we have launched a crowdsourcing model which is called Bhashadan, where the people can, you know, contribute to this building of this data sets, right, by speaking, you know, validating, writing, etc., etc. So that is the second way in which we are collecting data. The third is, of course, we are approaching various organizations who have large amount of data transcribed, so that can be utilized for model training. So that is how we are trying to solve the data problem as far as language is concerned. Of course, for a large language model, the problem is going to be multifold, but we would, you know, as I go by, I'll try to touch upon that. Once we have, you know, collected the data, as I said, there are 70 R&D institutes who have collaborated with us. We have divided those 70 R&D institutes into 11 consortiums, right? And we have given the problems to them. The problem is, for 22 languages, the computer should be able to understand the spoken language, that is automatic speech recognition. For all 22 languages, the machine should be able to translate if the data is in one language to other language. That is machine translation, text-to-text translation. The third part of it is to text-to-speech, which that means if the computer has a text in a particular language encoded, then it should be able to speak out. Computer should be able to speak out. And then we have optical character recognition. There is a lot of printed material available with us. If you scan it normally, it would be coming out as a graphics. But if you are able to convert it into text, there is a lot of invaluable data which is available, which can be used to train the models. So that is the problems which we have given to the R&D institutes. We also have tried to cater to the handwritten as well as scenic text. Scenic text would mean that there is something printed on the billboard, you take a photograph, you are able to do something about it. And then when these AI models are rendered, there's a platform which we have built up which is called National Hub for Language Technology, which renders these models as services through APIs, right? And that is available. That platform today approximately does about 100,000 inferences per day. It's a reasonably large platform and can scale up to 500,000 inferences. We have tested that out, and it can scale to more inferences. So we are ready for giving these services for this thing. We currently have approximately 290 plus models, AI models, which has been developed, catering to 12 languages as far as speech is concerned, and all 22 languages as far as text is concerned. So you can send us a mail, get the APIs, and start availing these services. The OCR is available in about 14 languages. We also have transliteration services. Transliteration would mean that Amitabh would be known as Amitabh in all the languages, irrespective of which language it is, right? So then this is available to startup and industries to actually utilize and build applications on top of it. And there are some interesting use cases which are coming out, because when I'm using speech as a modality, right, or voice as a modality, you are in a position to make computer understand what you want from the computer, and computer is supposed to able to tell you what it is up to, right? So in some way you are bridging the digital divide and also the literacy divide, because everybody can speak, they may not be able to read or write. So the inclusion of last mile couldn't have been better, with a personalized service, as I said, to the person on the last mile, or the person on the last mile on the queue, who's there, who can be actually served through this. So that's what the power which we are trying to build up. So this is something which I have already spoken about, which we are trying to do, and this is going to be offering roadmap. We also have something called Bhashini app. I'll discuss about it, and these are the models and data sets which we have created, right? So Bhashadan, again, I just said, likho, bolo, suno, dekho. These are the four, properties which is there on the Bhashadan, which is being used. And then we have Bhashini app. If you go to the App Store or Google Play, Google Play Store, you will have you can type in Bhashini and you will get a Bhashini app. Now this Bhashini app is having 3 features as of now. We want to increase more features. It can translate text to text. If you give a feed on text, it will translate text to text. If you give voice feed, it will translate, and then it has got converse. Means I speak in one language, you can, which is the source language, and you can configure it to give a speech in text language. So if I use this voice button, right, and I have right now selected English or Hindi, I can say, holding this mic, I am demonstrating Bhashini app now, right? So it will, depending upon how do I catch the thing, it will start taking this. Yeah, I'm, facing challenge with the internet here. So once we take this out, then it will translate and give the speech out. So that's what about Bhashini app. Try it out, download and try it out, and any feedback we would be happy to pull out. This is currently on beta version, waiting to be launched. We have about 150,000 downloads for this. And at Google Play Store, the rating is about 4.6. So people are finding it useful for usage. Right? Then of course, this is the intent which is there. I would quickly jump on to use cases. I'm just giving this, that these are the organizations which are looking at using these translations to serve people. Right? Now, let's talk about the use cases which is there. So this is UPI Pay. This is voice-based payment, right? And I'll try to demonstrate it here. and hopefully the mic doesn't get into this. I have a number. I have a number, 08045163802. Just I'm leaving this number with you so that you can try outside this room if it is required. So let me dial, and for the sake, I'll just slightly step away from the mic so that it doesn't echo it out. That's repair. So, it just took, I think I had to now speak the number thrice. That was because of maybe the connection not going fine. But if you look at it, I haven't gone through the full user journey. I just wanted to demonstrate it. If I had saved the number with a certain name, right, in the next conversation, you can say that I want to send this person the name. So I can save the number as Papa, and I can say, Mere Papa ko 100 rupees bhej do, right? That's the way it is transacted. So the idea which is there is that there is a possibility for all of us to reimagine the user journey and the way we are transacting in our, day to day. And our idea would be that this feature, imagine this to be at a village where only feature phone works. I dialed a number. Mind you, I have a smartphone. That's by chance. I dialed a number, so I can use a feature phone. I said, send the money. And I had just a small knowledge today, which is about the PIN. So I had to just enter the PIN. I had to say the name, amount, and the PIN. And I have transacted and sent the money. So the situations become very, very powerful. This is one use case which we have done, and this number, please try and see whenever you are moving on the move, and you will have many multiple use cases in the next 3 months. Fast-tag charge kar do, LPG book kar do, mobile charge kar do, all of that will come out. And we would be doing it in all 22 languages, 12 to start off with, 22 to targeted it, right? One more important aspect which I want to tell you is that these are narrow use cases. The use cases are pretty narrow. So their data set has to be narrow. So it can be implemented very fast. And this is how we can gain quick wins. So whenever we are talking about any AI implementation, whenever we are talking about data set creation, it has to be driven by the use cases. The more we have the use cases, the better situation it would be. We would have better outcomes, and people will start adopting it very fast. There are more use cases which we have done. We have done farmer chatbot. We have done tech platform for RBI. We have, are embarking on many of the projects with Niti Aayog, Ministry of Rural Development, etc. Voice-based form filling. Those are all in progress. And as I said, and one of my slides said that, we would be impacting a significant proportion of our population by giving personalized service to them, and that too on a voice, and, bridge the digital divide, literacy divide, while our mission is actually to bridge the language divide. Thank you very much.
Indian, in Indian languages, because I think people appreciate the fact that, we are personalizing it, because I think that's the need of the hour, and especially when we're speaking about India, LLMs, etc. Now we'll get to a topic again which is very close to our heart, and that's all about, the Digital India Act and India law. Everybody wants to understand what are the implications of the Indian law, and for that I'll call on stage N.S. Nappanai, who is a Supreme Court lawyer and also the founder of Cybersati. Please give her a big hand. Use the podium. Yeah, you can.
Good evening, everybody. For a technology session, you may wonder, here is a speaker with no PPT. And that's the way it's going to be. All of your focus is going to be on me and what I'm going to say, and nothing else to distract you on that. So today, when I was deciding on how much or what can I share, given the time constraint, this is the roadmap I had in mind. Naturally, given the current situation and the focus, GAI and large learning models will be the primary focus. And we will explore very briefly what is it under Indian law that you have today and what could you expect going forward. And in the process of looking at what could come in the future, we look at one, the DPDP Act, which has just about come, but still only almost there. And that's the reason for that is until the regulations are passed, you don't have the DPDP Act effectively. And the Digital India Act, which is also going to impact AI. And what else can you expect? And there possibly we'll get some guidance from what we have already in terms of international laws. Seems like a tall ask. All of this in a few minutes. Let's see how much we can cover of this roadmap, right? Very quickly, when we talk about GAI and large learning models, you may think that we are talking this now and we are looking at something that has to come in the future, but let me just move you back to 2017. One of the things that large learning models are expected to do is also to stop or to help autocorrect or auto suggestions when you're doing your searches, etc. So in 2017, the Supreme Court gave an order in Sabu Matthews' case, because you have the PCPNDT Act, which is against doing diagnostics to decide the gender of a child before it's born, and there are restrictions under law on that. So what was noticed by the court, and this was in a public interest litigation, was that when you go to do a search, the search engine also helps you with the auto-filling. And it's actually leading you to those diagnostic centers which may be violating the law, or giving you the options which could help violate the law. So as a consensus process, one of the earliest that happened, one, the Supreme Court passed an order for search engines and big tech to work on solutions to stop this autocorrect or auto-suggestion, and to ensure that if it is for PCPNDT, it will not continue forward in terms of the filling up automatically. So this is an interesting case which will kind of like give you an idea of what is likely to come in terms of outcomes of large learning models. Naturally, taking the ChatGPT example, if we are to say that if ChatGPT defames somebody, when you put in auto suggestions or auto, the keyword search on what is the outcome that you want, and inadvertently or otherwise, it leads you to defamatory content. And naturally, the outcome in terms of a defense invariably is, oh, AI was hallucinating. And therefore, it landed there. And when you use ChatGPT itself, we give you under the terms the disclaimer that it does hallucinate and the result may not necessarily reflect the truth. And therefore, we should not be held liable. You may think that this is a hypothetical case I'm giving you, not quite so. A case to this effect has already been filed and is being agitated in the US, Walters. case, and there the issue was about how the outcome of the large learning platform was for defamatory content, was of defamatory content, I'll put it as. So the issue then, that the legal aspect that arises is, what is the liability of a developer for outcomes which they have no control over? What can be the liability of a platform which has even less control over what is an outcome? If an app or a service is hosted by them. So these are issues, again, you may wonder in terms of how existing laws can deal with it, and do we otherwise have to wait for new laws? At this juncture, given the situations or case studies you already have and a few case laws that have come up, you can see the trend, which is that existing Indian laws can indeed be applied to these evolving technological issues. Taking the case of crime as an example, if I were to give you a very quick sprint through what are all the provisions you have your general laws in terms of contract formation and contract interpretation, and very robust case laws in terms of liability of a disclosed principal versus the agency aspect, right? Of an undisclosed principal. So where an app is a disclosed principal and it is just being hosted on another platform, etc. So there is direct liability there. So this is how law may be applied from existing to evolving technologies. Similarly, when you look at criminal, you have the case of deep fakes, which have been top line in news of late. You have enough and more laws under the Information Technology Act and the age-old Indian Penal Code, which can combat these kind of cases. From distributing or publishing obscene content, sexually explicit content, or content in fact which impacts children, child pornography or child sexual abuse material. You have provisions from 67 to 67A and B under the IT Act. You also have the IPC provisions, but not of these equivalent. Anything that's not covered under IT Act, you can go under IPC, including outraging the modesty of a woman, 509. You have further provisions under the IT Act of 66C and D, which also talk about identity theft and cheating by impersonation. So we have cases of use of AI, or should I say abuse of AI, for committing financial frauds. And those cases can be, depending on the facts of the case, addressed through 66D for cheating by personation. You've already had cases filed for misuse of personality rights, and the classic ones of Amitabh Bachchan and Anil Kapoor, which were decided at a preliminary stage before the Delhi High Court. So where personality rights or their distinct unique features are misused to create deep fakes, you can go under 66C. So this is just a quick view for you to understand that laws do exist today. But there is a lot of scope for laws to evolve. What do we have from an international scenario? For the first time, a comprehensive law framework has been suggested by the European Union, the AI Act. It goes on a risk-based model. So it says absolutely unacceptable risk in terms of things which AI cannot be used for. The second category is high risk, and to a large extent, generative AI falls within the second category. And within the second category, what is mandated, amongst other things, is a transparency report, which is that if you are going to use generative AI, you are going to have a deepfake video circulated, probably because you think it's satire, then you will have to clearly set out that this content which you're using is generated using AI. How was it generated and what were the techniques used is something you will have to disclose. The possibility there, or the problem that it tries to address through this transparency report, is that when people see that big stamp every time, you've now been seeing with these deep fakes, true, false, then the chances of people being misled by manipulated content is lower. And even in that, where manipulated content is used for the purpose of committing crimes, it will still stand on a different footing, and mere transparency may not help the criminals. That's the delineation we are talking about. And of course, they have a third category of low risk, which is a soft touch regulation. USA has proposed 2 federal laws, which is the acronym of one is Deepfake Act. It's not the name of the act, it's an acronym. Another acronym is Protect Act. Deepfake Act, as the name itself says, is more narrow in its coverage, whereas the Protect Act is much wider. So you have provisions including with respect to tracing of provenance under these laws, which are proposed, including some of the state laws that the US has come out with. China, of course, has supported tracing provenance, and South Korea has made a specific kind of deepfake which impacts national security as an offense. Now again, this is just a taster menu and not necessarily a comprehensive list of international laws. So what all of this leads to is this. We are at the threshold with the DPDP Act already having come up. The DPDP Act carries through certain basic principles, which is to enable businesses in using data, and that is the fuel for your AI, but without abusing it, with the compliance with respect to the data principles of content, consent, purpose limitation, etc., right? Security of the data and all that. It enables startups and MSMEs. It provides civil penalties for certain violations, right? So DPDP is more of an enabler. What is likely to come is the Digital India Act, which may not only enable, as the presentations have indicated, but may also punish violations. So between the laws that we have in place and what is likely to come, you may get a lot of guidance as a developer, as a user, or even as a regulator. How we move forward and how we enable innovation without stifling it through laws, and how can laws still work as a deterrence and a protective measure is what we'll have to wait and see. And I'd like to thank Mint and Leslie for having me here, and close on my favorite line, which is that law is always meant to be an enabler. Any place where law acts as a stumbling block for innovation then is not something that you would look for in a democratic process. So whenever India comes up with a law, and I'm not saying if, I'm saying when, right? The assumption or the hope will be that such law will be an enabler for innovation, but provide sufficient guardrails or ring fencing to protect us. Thank you all so much for.
Thank you, Napanay. I mean, there was so much silence in the room, so I was wondering, are we, Napanay, have you managed to scare everybody into a kind of a silence out here? So folks, do you have a quick question on any of this, on the legal part of it? Anything in your mind? Quick question. Okay. Now, I'll allow for one question because actually I'm running out of time, so I've overshot time. But
so you were mentioning that already there are these laws which exist. So there's a talk about this whole AI regulation and laws which are going to come. So how is that going to be different than what already exists?
Thank you for that question. So it's very simple. What you have is fragmented laws, and it's what I call in my book the cyber law jigsaw. Right? You have to look for these pieces, and what you're doing is you're actually applying the principle of purposive interpretation to apply existing law to evolving problems. What a specific law will, however, provide is clarity and certainty for the persons in India. And as I said, for every single stakeholder. So if you're an innovator, you're a developer, you don't want to go and look in 10 laws to find out, am I doing the right thing or am I violating some law? You're better off looking at one law. And that's what a single consolidated law can help us with.
So I think now any more questions that we ask Napanay, she's going to charge us for that. Okay, thank you, Napanai. Please give her a big hand. I would now like to call on stage Manu Chopra, who is the CEO of Karya Inc. Of course, many of you must have seen his face on the Times cover. So please give him a big hand. He's going to speak about a topic that perhaps all of us may again resonate with, how to make rural India rich with LLMs. That's the kind of topic that we have, and I hope you do justice. You need a clicker? Yeah, a clicker. Clicker. I think it's there. Got it?
Perfect. Hi. I think we can start with the video that we have. Perfect.
ପିଲେ ଭଲ ପାଠ ପଢନ୍ତୁ, ପିଲେ କେମିତି ଦି ପଇସା ରୋଜଗାର କରନ୍ତୁ, ତାଙ୍କ ଖୁସିରେ ଆମେ ଖୁସି। ଆଉ ଚେନ୍ ପିନ୍ଧିବା ବୟସ ନାହିଁ। ଆମେ ଏଇ କାରିଗର ପଇସାରେ ଅଭାବରେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଭଲ ପାଠ ପଢେଇ ପାରିଲୁନି। ଉତ୍ସବ ଗ୍ରହଣ ସମ୍ଭବର ଉତ୍ସବ ଗ୍ରହଣ ସମ୍ଭବର ସେଟା ବହୁତ ଭଲ ଲାଗିଲା। ମନଟା ବି ବହୁତ ଫ୍ରି ଲାଗିଲା। କେତେବେଳେ ଟିକେ ମନ ବୋର ରହିଲେ କାମ ଫାମ କଲା ବେଳେ ଟିକେ 9ଟା 10ଟା ରାତି ପରେ ଯାଇକି ଟିକେ ଫାଙ୍କା ଟାଇମରେ ବସିକି ଟିକେ ଗପେ। ଆଶା ରଖିଛି ମୋ ନାତୁଣୀ ଟିକେ କେମିତି ଭଲରେ ଟିକେ ପାଠ ପଢେଇବି, ଆଉ ପ୍ରାଇଭେଟ ସ୍କୁଲରେ ପଢେଇବି, ସିଏ କେମିତି ଗୋଟେ ଦୁନିଆରେ ଭଲ ମଣିଷ ହେବ। ଆଗକୁ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ବହୁତ ଆଗ୍ରହ ବଢିବ। ଏତେ ପରିଶ୍ରମ କରିକି ପଇସା ଆଣିଛି, ଗପି ଗପିକି ଟିକେ ପଇସା ଆଣିବି, ସେଥିରେ ତ ବହୁତ ଖୁସି ଲାଗିବ।
Can be perfect. Awesome. Hi, my name is Manu. I am the co-founder and CEO of Karya. Our mission at Karya is very simple. We offer economically disadvantaged Indians a pathway out of poverty by building dignified AI-enabled solutions for them to earn, learn, and grow. India has 230 million poor people, more than any other country in the world. And I believe strongly we are poised to remove most of the people we have out of extreme poverty in this decade. And Karya's goal is to see how AI can enable/catalyze that process. At the same time, every year, big tech companies spend billions of dollars collecting training data for their AI and ML models. Today, rural Indians do not have access to this work. Low-income Indians in both rural and peri-urban and urban communities do not have access to this work. And 6 years ago, Karya started with this thought process of, hey, can we bring this $100 billion AI services industry to people in our communities who need high-paying work and enable this pathway out of poverty? Unfortunately today, the AI work or the data annotation sector or the AI services sector is pretty exploitative. Workers can make as little as 30 cents per hour in an industry worth billions of dollars a year. AI today is an unjust labor market. You have a data sector that's worth billions of dollars, and you have data set worth hundreds of dollars per hour, but workers are literally being paid penny on the dollar and being exploited. And we felt that this was an opportunity for a win-win, and what if by fixing this unjust labor market, we can create entirely new pathways out of poverty for people all of us in this room care about. And that's what Karya started as doing. We generate high quality speech, image, video, text data sets by employing communities in rural India. We pay our workers the highest wages in the global data sector, over 50 times the industry average. We redirect the industry standard. We redirect the majority of the client revenue straight to our workers. We invest in them beyond just giving them work. And we create this pathway out of poverty for them in the last 1 year. We have worked with some amazing partners, including IITs here in India, Microsoft, Google, Gates Foundation, and some amazing, incredible ecosystem partners. The Karya ecosystem provides our workers a way to earn money, then to get skills so they can keep making that money, and then we handhold them to a full-time job after Karya. But today, I'll focus on Karya Earn. So let me just walk you through a simple example, because usually at this time of my presentation, people are like, so wait, what do they do exactly? What does this all mean? So let me just give you a quick example. Let's say Google wants to build a language model in Marathi, one of India's many regional languages. They'll reach out to Karya and say, hey, we want to collect this many hours of speech data in Marathi. We will take Google's big digital task and break it into micro tasks. We then distribute these micro tasks to our workers in rural India through their smartphones. For the simple task of recording sentences in their mother tongue, our workers get paid 20 times the Indian minimum wage just by sitting at their homes and doing this work. Workers like Reshma. Reshma's community had no internet. This was her first time seeing a smartphone. Despite that, with just 30 minutes of training, she figured out how to use her new smartphone. Our high wage rate enabled Reshma to leave her village, and she became the first girl from her community to go to college, right? At Karya, we are trying to fundamentally transform how AI models are trained. We create worker-owned data sets wherever possible, which means that our workers get lifelong royalties whenever their data sets are resold. We are built on 5 years of peer-reviewed research. Our entire platform is open source, working extensively with the incredible partners in the AI ecosystem today. And the platform requires no internet, which means we can work in remote parts of rural India. Over this year, we have done over 40 million tasks in 22 states across the country. That's all the places where we work. The fun side of this has been I've gotten to travel across the country, and it's magical. Today we work with 35,000 workers across the country, and it's really exciting to see where this goes ahead. Our work is enabled by incredible partners, some of which I mentioned earlier, but several others that we're very excited about. And thankfully, I'm not alone on this journey. I have two incredible co-founders, Vivek, who was my boss at Microsoft Research, and Safia, who is our Chief Impact Officer, and a bunch of other incredible team members. Fundamentally today, you have millions of rural Indians who have access to a smartphone, a bank account, an internet connection, and whose languages have a rising economic value. That intersection of factors does not exist anywhere else in the world, right? Over the last 10 years, India's big digital revolution has made our poor more connected than any other poor in the world. And this gives us an entirely new opportunity to accelerate social mobility in rural India and move our communities out of poverty once and for all. My personal goal here is to make sure that we see a poverty-free India within my lifetime, hopefully sooner than that. And we should be able to do that using AI, and I think that's very, very exciting. I think deeply about big technological transformations. I think the last big tech wave was the internet, and that was 30 years ago. And 30 years since the creation of the internet, even today, 2.9 billion people in the world have no access to the internet, no. And even in India, pre-Geo and pre the Digital India Revolution, we had a long way to go, and now we don't. And we have to make sure that we do not make the same mistake with AI. We simply cannot afford to wait 30 years from now to have AI come to rural communities or low-income communities globally. We cannot make the same mistake again, and thankfully, that's not going to happen, right? So many good things are happening, and Karya is just one of literally tens of thousands of incredible initiatives that are now happening across India to bring the power of AI in democratized access to information, in tackling information asymmetry. And I just wanted to briefly mention three of my dear friends who are doing incredible work. There is Amrita Mahale from Arman. Everyone should look her up. She is building an LLM to train healthcare workers in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh on how to treat high-risk pregnancies. She's actually working with Art Park, another incredible institute that I think we all heard from. And we're very lucky that in India today we have incredible ecosystem players like Art Park and like Arman. I think of Utsav Kheria from Rocket Learning, where they're building AI-enabled chatbots that can help parents in rural India track how their children are doing and make sure that early childhood education outcomes are available to all of us, not just the privileged few. And think of Simeen from Gramhal that is using LLMs to tell farmers across rural India where they can buy their crop, where they can sell their crop to get the highest prices, and just basic market intelligence to increase farmer incomes happening through AI today. These are not fictional examples of 10 years down the line or 5 years down the line. This is all happening today, and I think that is really, really exciting. At Karya, we're on a mission to put 100 million people on a pathway out of poverty by 2030 using AI. The world will spend over $1 trillion in AI services between now and 2030. And my personal mission is to make sure we can bring as much of that as possible to as direct wages to people in rural India. And I think that's really exciting. I'll end my short talk today by just saying I think it's deeply important that we use AI not just to innovate, but to inspire, not just to develop, but to dignify, and not just to advance the interest of all of us, but to amplify the voices of those we have left behind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manu. Isn't this impressive? Absolutely. Would you have? Manu, this is for you. So I think this is the need of the hour. Just give me a minute. Sorry, folks. I was supposed to get Gagandeep, but there's Jack is waiting over there. He's an international speaker, Jack Hidry. Can we just get Jack on the online? So Jack Hidry is the CEO of Sandbox AQ. Hi, Jack. Can you see us?
Yes, I can see you and hear you. Hi, Leslie.
Hi, Jack. Good to see you back. In fact, actually, Jack, in 2016, when we started the first MTech with MIT Technology Review, Jack was one of the keynote speakers, and he was the one who introduced the audience to what machine learning was in as simple a language. Today, we have LLMs, and he's going to speak about beyond LLMs, harnessing the full AI toolkit. Jack, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Leslie. You can hear me well?
Everybody can hear, Jack? Okay, yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. It's great to be here. As we know, there's a revolution happening in AI. It's been actually in the making for the past 30 years, but now I think more and more people are becoming aware of it. Showing an animation here about the inspiration from neuroscience, from the brain. Our brains, of course, have 86 to 100 billion neurons with trillions and trillions of connections. This led to the recurrent neural network, the RNNs that you see at the bottom right now of the screen. And then a paper from Google, 2017, Attention is All You Need, led to the realization that we can harness the special qualities of GPUs, of graphic process units, to advance this field even more. And this paper led to the revolution of transformers and of LLMs, of large language models. But LLMs are just the beginning. GPUs, of course, the G in GPUs was used initially for graphics, and that led to wonderful video games, of course, that we all know about. But now we can go beyond just the graphic applications. LLMs are one application, but beyond that, we can now do simulation. Simulation will be an AI tool that you hear more and more about over the next 2-3 years. It is very powerful and much more powerful than LLMs when it comes to the physical world. When we want to design molecules as medicines, when we want to design new batteries, new solar energy, the transition to clean energy and new energy, this requires new kinds of AI. LLMs are only marginally helpful there because it's not a text-based or image-based issue. Here I'm showing an example of developing drugs. As you know, it takes many years to develop a drug and a high cost. And here you're seeing a simulation of a virtual human with these drug candidates being put into the human very rapidly. And that can be done millions of times before the drug gets to the first human. We can also see this happening in battery chemistry. We all know that there's a desire to have more batteries, both for electric vehicles, but also for clean energy storage from solar and wind. And when we think about the battery technology, we want to think about new possibilities of lithium-ion technology that's more adapted to the different applications, but also going beyond lithium. However, when you look at the periodic table and you look at the combinations of different elements to make new batteries, there are literally trillions of combinations. How do we distinguish which ones will work well, which ones won't? Again, we can use simulation. So again, LLMs are great when you have data to train on, but what if you don't have data? What if you need new data? You have to generate the data. These physics-based simulations, also running on the same GPUs, are one of those key answers. So when we see LLMs, it's a great tool in the toolkit, but now we can go beyond that tool to many more tools in the toolkit and look at simulation, knowledge graphs, and other tools as well. Let's talk about some of these applications. Life sciences, which includes healthcare and drug discovery, chemicals and materials, which includes battery chemistry, clean energy, solar, finance and logistics, of course, another very important vertical. When we look at the biopharma space, we see a broken model. We see a model that takes 13 to 15 years to develop one molecule to make it a medicine, $2 to $3 billion in cost. And even with all that time and money, you're seeing a 90% failure. 90% of the drugs that go into clinical trial fail. Half of them fail due to lack of efficacy, half of them fail due to toxicity. How can we use AI to change this picture? The picture is quite dismal when you look at the return on R&D investment, and it's even more dismal when you look at R&D spend versus revenues expected. All the companies that you see in the upper quadrant here are losing money on the R&D spend that they make. And so how do we turn this around? How do we get drugs for Alzheimer's, for dementia, for Parkinson's? How do we get better drugs for diabetes, for brain cancer, for pancreatic cancer, ones that are also much cheaper? One of our concerns, of course, in countries like India is cost. Well, one of the reasons and here's a case study here where you see that. Go ahead, please. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, I was just saying that it's important to look at not just the availability of drugs, but also the cost of drugs. Because it costs so much to do R&D, and because, as I mentioned before, there's 90% failure in clinical trials, this is why it costs so much to access these drugs. In countries like India, where I spent, of course, many years, as Leslie knows, it is a big challenge. Yes, there may be a drug on the market in certain countries, but is it affordable? Can we democratize the access to that drug across 1+ billion people? And this is why we must change these numbers. We must use AI and simulation to create an environment in which we can create drugs much less expensively. And this is a case study I'm showing here on the screen, where a drug candidate was put forward by UCSF, by a Nobel Prize winner. And using our tools, our simulation and AI tools, we cut out 7-8 years and billions of dollars of cost in terms of developing this particular drug for neurodegenerative diseases. So this is happening today. This is not the future, this is now. And this is important that we have international collaborations, including India, to make this happen and addressing of particular concern diseases in countries like India. So this is the new enterprise toolkit. We also look at the chemicals industry. There's a robust chemicals industry in India. And again, most of the chemicals companies of the world, including in the US, are not making the return on invested capital. When you look at return on invested capital versus the weighted average cost of capital. And so here again in the chemicals industry, there is a lot of room for improvement. When we look at the automotive industry, very robust industry in India, how can we pull in the time it takes to develop the new model car?
How can we lightweight the car so that it can go farther on the same electric battery? How can we change the battery chemistry so that we can charge faster and more cheaply? And then when we get to financial services as well, where there's many wonderful banks across India, how do we use these tools to look at risk management and to give more people credit? What if you have an individual in India that does not meet certain traditional credit requirements? Can we create models that would tell us that this person actually is a good credit risk? So just as we see the opportunities of AI and quantum, we also must think about the threats. AI is the most powerful tool in the hands of hackers. Hackers love having AI because they can use it to penetrate via firewalls, and CISOs, chief investment security officers around the world, are increasingly concerned about this threat. When we look at the vulnerabilities and the breaches, in the case of Equifax, a credit agency as an example, one breach knocked out 2 years of earnings. And so this is of great concern to all companies, I'm sure, in the room. And the fact that we now must protect against these AI attacks leads us to zero trust architecture. This means that in each of your companies, you can no longer assume that your firewall will do the trick. No longer assume that the hackers will stop at the outer wall. Instead, as this graphic depicts, you must assume that the hackers got into the wall, beyond the firewall, and are checking out every single file in your system. This means that we have to have AI-driven systems that look at every file, every day, every minute, to make sure that they have appropriate encryption that protects that file. So this is the zero trust architecture that I encourage everyone in the room to consider. And let me just get to embodied AI as the next topic. If you think LLMs are surprising to you now when you're chatting with it via chat prompt, imagine when it's walking and talking. We've gone around the world and interviewed a number of the robotic companies. They're making very, very good progress. You will see prototypes of humanoid robots in the ground, on the ground, in hospitals, in warehouses, in light assembly. Those are the three major areas of initial application of humanoid robots: hospitals and healthcare, light assembly, and logistics and warehouses. Companies like Figure, companies like Mentee Robotics, companies like Tesla and others already developing these prototypes. In 24 months from today, expect to see these prototypes in application. Within 5 years of today, expect to see hundreds of thousands of these robots in application as well. So the cost is coming down. They'll probably be leased. Probably you won't buy one, you'll lease one. If you have a loved one, for example, at home, and you want a robot to help you around the house and to monitor them and see how their heart's doing and other vital signs, to help making sure they're taking medication, this robot will be very helpful. In the medical context, when we look at hospitals across India, and we look at the need for staffing across India, across the US, across Europe, the need to be able to sanitize rooms. It's very hard for humans to sanitize a patient's room because it involves UV light. UV light is harmful to humans. But a robot can go into the room and sanitize it completely, reducing the amount of hospital-borne infections. And so this is one application that you'll see in hospitals. When we look at the hospital system of India, be it the Tata hospitals, Fortis, many other public hospitals, you'll look to see robots doing sterilization in terms of cleaning the room between each patient. And so there's many other applications. What I encourage everyone in this audience to do is to look more deeply and more fundamental applications of AI. AI certainly can be very helpful when it comes to marketing material and creating of content there. It's certainly helpful in creating logos and images. It's certainly helpful in terms of reducing customer service expenses and increasing the satisfaction of customer service. But I encourage everyone in this room to start asking more deep questions about how to use it in the fundamental nature of your product. If you work for a car company, how can you use it to actually design new materials to lightweight the vehicle, new batteries? If you work for an energy company like Tata Power or any other company in India in that realm, how can you actually think about it for storage for the grid, for developing new kinds of solar chemistry? This involves going way beyond LLMs into AI simulation and other tools. The advent of the new GPUs allows this to happen. The advent of new tools from Sandbox AQ, our company, and others allows this to happen. And most importantly, let's think about AI in education. India has a very robust educational system, the IITs, and many other wonderful schools training people in technology. But we need to get it more democratized, even beyond the IITs. We need to think about AI as an educational tool, as a tool that is for lifelong learning, a tool that gets to know you, that remembers who you are, remembers the questions and topics you discussed last week, a tool that gets to know how you like to learn, whether by video, by text, by interaction, a tool that is with you 24/7, constantly allowing you to learn more and more. This takes us beyond just videos and textbooks into another realm altogether. And so I encourage everyone here in the room to think about upskilling their own people, think about our own upskilling. I myself am always taking courses. I'm looking forward to the day that I think is coming very soon that I'll have my personal AI. Look for some announcements in February, March of this year, coming year, that will see a number of organizations coming together around the use of AI for education, not just for K through 12, but also university and lifelong learning. With that, let me encourage you to contact us at this email address if you want more information about the questions that we recommend asking your own management teams, your own companies, your portfolio companies, if you're an investor. We have our list of questions. It's a 4-page PDF that we can send to you. And if you email us, we're happy to send it to your way. Thank you, Leslie, for having me. Open to hearing any questions. Thank you.
I think they will email you, I guess so, because you have provided your email ID. And Jack, thank you. It has been a very insightful discussion as always. Wish we could have had you in person. It would have been far more engaging since I know you. Thank you very much for your time once again.
Take care.
Thank you. So, okay, folks, now we'll move to a slightly different topic. We have heard beyond LLMs, we have heard LLMs, we have heard how India can benefit, how rural India can benefit from LLMs. Now, let me ask you a very straight question. How many of you think that we can have a driverless car in India? Show of hands. Okay. That's good news for you, Gagandeep. So our next speaker, of course, is Gagandeep Rehal, co-founder and CEO of -0, who's going to make a driverless car platform in India. Let's hear more from him. Please.
Am I audible? Really perfect. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Before I start the conversation, I would like to give an anti-narrative. I'll tell you later why. AI is dumb as it could ever be, right? Give me time, I'll tell you why. But before telling you what exactly we are doing, why we are doing, let me show you something, then let's take the conversation forward, right? We'll have a quick video. So, on June 4th this year, India witnessed something that it never saw before, and also world witnessed something in India that it never saw before, We are talking about India's first autonomous vehicle, live in action, and when we talk about autonomous vehicle, they are not just any assist features, a vehicle without any steering wheel in the first place, running purely on cameras. We are talking about not even using something like GPS, IMU, let alone using all these costly systems like LiDARs. And, had got quite viral. So yeah, that was the case. Now, this brings a very important question. This autonomous vehicles have been dubbed as the Apollo mission of AI. Something that billions, trillion-dollar giants haven't been able to crack. From past 10 years after burning billions, what made a 2-year-old startup with a couple of $1 million do it in a span of 1 year? That brings back to my first statement, why AI is dumb. Right now if you see, Currently, all that AI is very, very task specific, built to a certain niche. Now, what we do for a certain niche, we say, let's get a lot of data, let's get enough amount of compute, sensors, and whatever. Let's get it done, whether it's some object detection or LLMs or anything, right? The more we go towards these uncertain scenarios like roads, that's where things start to fail. And what that leads to? Keep on adding more data, keep on adding more sensors. You are putting 80 sensors on a vehicle, that is 8x the cost of the vehicle itself, and still it doesn't work. Why? Because AI currently cannot reason, no matter what the experts tell you. If you hear someone from the people like Jan LeCun, or you hear from, Ian Goodfellow, it cannot reason. It is basically able to do pattern matching so fluently that we are getting delusioned by its fluency in believing that, okay, it's doing something really correct. Now, why that is the case, right? Like I said, AI has been very, very task specific, right? And now that is where we have jumped into a Moravec's paradox, where AI is very good at doing things which a human might have difficulty in doing, solving protein folding problem. But the primitive tasks, which even a baby is able to do flawlessly, AI fails miserably. We have been at a stage, it mistakes sunset for a red light, stops the car in the midway, and that leads to a lawsuit. But we had learned the locomotion from, baby knows how to go around without avoiding anything. Essentially the same thing, the understanding is same, you're just doing it on machine. And that is where it leads to my question, the main point. You need something more closer to generalized understanding to really attempt this problem, because you see it's quite contrarian. People think in AI we'll build a lot of specialized model and we'll achieve some kind of super intelligence. But on the contrarian, if you see as a human, we had a generalized understanding of the world during our infant years, right? You had the nuances of physics, what a threat is, how to respond to certain stimuli, maybe learned it in a room or something, and built that knowledge, a general knowledge, and slowly became specialized at a task of driving. In the same way, you might be specialized at speaking, other person might be specialized at engineering or anything else, right? Now this brings a question, how you can induce all those modalities that we develop over time before even knowing what the driving is, having this world model inside our head, the way a baby learns, it learns, okay, there is some kind of biological motion. There is, it learns to track certain things, even it doesn't know it's a car or no, it doesn't have any knowledge. It is learning to understand those physics of the surroundings so well that allows it to know, okay, what is right, what is wrong, what to do, what not to do, right? And that is where -0 proposed something new. And now I'll tell you who we are. -0 is an AI startup which happens to be developing something for autonomous driving by accident. We are building next generation of foundational models that can reason, explain themselves, and are adaptable, inspired from a cognitive style of a human brain in an attempt to build cat-like intelligence. Because you need cat-like intelligence to do most of the primitive tasks, right? And that is where, if you see how a human brain understands, we have something, what you call a bird. So basically, essentially, we are making foundational models for decision making. Foundational model for language, for vision, for videos. Let's talk about foundational model for decision making, which is taking decision on your behalf, and you need reasoning for that. And in that place, we proposed new thing, what you call nature-inspired AI. We released a white paper on June 4, which took the AI world by storm. And where we induce how you can take brute force data-driven AI to embodied AI that can reason, adapt, continually learn on the edge, the way we learn, without somebody telling us what to learn and what not to learn. And that is where we put on, instead of having too many things, okay, detecting obstacles, detecting lanes, doing this, that, let's have a very cohesive understanding of the world. Let's call it some representation of the world model, which we are growing over time. You start with knowing that basic things, okay, what exactly an obstacle is. Even if I do not know its name, okay, it has a size. It is something, right? And then use reasoning to predict the consequences of your action. What should be your reactive action? And then understand, should you take it or not? Should you be conservative or not? And then take that turn it into adaptable decision. It could be same, playing a game with 4 keys, or driving a steering wheel. Essentially, they two are the same problem. Those are not two different problems, right? In that way, we replicate the learning process of first developing an infant-like intelligence, what we call generalized learning, making it understand, okay, how to respond to stimuli, how to not collide, how to respond to our senses. Then slowly develop that semantic knowledge, okay, what is the car? What is the steering wheel? We observe someone else driving, and then at end, you have some kind of curriculum for 18 hours, and then we learn driving and you're a flawless driver. It's that 18 years of learning that we developed that allows us to master the art of driving in 15 hours of curriculum, which we refine over time. Initially, we are a conservative driver. Then over time, we become a very good driver. And that generalized understanding allows us to learn driving a sedan. And again, in 2 hours, you can drive an SUV. In 2 hours, you can drive an, let's say, scooter or bike confidently, as you know, okay, this is the control, this is where accelerator is. You're not really relearning the process again and again, which is the problem with all the current AI systems out there. That is where the problem comes. You train a model in Bangalore, it cannot drive in Delhi. You train a model in Delhi, it cannot drive in, let's say, US. You train a model on sedan, it doesn't know what an SUV is, it will collide it very significantly. That had led to all the fiascos that happened in the valley over past 10 years. Now, on the same side, I'll also touch on one unique point. Having that reasonable understanding, something similar to what Jan LeCun has started proposing, though we were ahead in time by 2 years in his new course, Objective-Driven AI in NYU. What if you could eliminate the real-world data sampling entirely? From very few samples, you could actually generate photorealistic data and use that to train your models. And that is something that we did. I'll just play out. And you can see, this is one of the first world models that really understand what an Indian kind of data is. From a small scenario, we can generate, I'll tell you, the vehicle that you saw running, it was trained only on 10,000 samples of real world data till date. And we were able to generate 250,000 samples to do an adversarial training to make sure it is not, biased by that distribution bias you see in that data. And you can see how well it understands the nuances of Indian context, those advertisements, blurry lane markings and all, right? And with that being said, who we are not nowhere building the vehicle or something. We are building the Intel Inside. What NVIDIA is to AI today, we are building that for automakers, the Intel Inside for all automakers or the NVIDIA Inside for all automakers that allows them to have Tesla autopilot level capabilities across their model portfolio, across the geographies. And the first time, this is like, think of this like there's one chip along with the entire AI layer that goes inside the vehicle and it can drive anywhere. We're already announcing partnerships with 2 of the largest global automakers for their next gen vehicles that will be announced soon. So essentially, we have been one of the only startups in India doing foundational AI research built in India for the world, not tuning something and suiting it to Indian kind of context, and that's solid. We'll be happy to take any questions.
No questions on driverless cars. Don't ask him about cruise.
Yeah.
Yeah, one quick question. Yes, please.
Quick question is that how do you handle this whole wrong side driving peculiarity of India?
Which?
Because wrong side driving, I stay in Gurgaon and I have a wrong side on my left and I wrong side on the right.
Right.
So I'm in the center.
That is where I said, you cannot say that, that's why I said the goal is not to detect obstacles. That's why I said there is a general world model and then it's a prediction. You do not have to say, okay, if other people are following rules and you can drive. That is a challenge why things fail, because the world is a multi-agent system. You have to know, okay, what other people are going to do next. And that subjectivity is where the current system fails. That's why we said, building that generalized understanding that allowed us to do so. We understand, okay, if there is a dog on the side of the road, there is a possibility it might come, suddenly on the road, and we try to have a distribution, okay, when it can come. It's essentially that model learns in a self-supervised manner.
Chaos is the only constant in India, so I don't think there can be any.
Yeah, I think we have one more last.
Okay, one last question.
Hi. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate. It's a wonderful described presentation. AI has moved a lot way around, and we're talking about cars without drivers, as this presentation said into it. So, over the period, if we started with the manual, and then we moved to the automatic, and now we are talking about getting into a driverless cars into it. So, it's going to be a technology which is going to be worldwidely same. It's not going to be that, it's like different for US and different for India.
Exactly.
Right. So if we talk about, we have a left-hand drive in one country and a right-hand drive in the other country. So how do you address that going forward into it?
Okay. You learn driving.
And I have a second question also.
So only one.
Yeah,
only
please.
one.
Okay.
So
if
just a part of it only. So,
Okay.
so we have that roads, since he said, it's taking up on the, wrong side driving and stuff and all. We are into India, where even Google forgets where we are. So we're talking about that. We have speed breakers, which are at least about 5 levels in India. So how do we address that as well here?
Okay. The first part, when you learn driving in Bangalore and you went to, let's say, Valley, only thing that really changes, okay, I have to drive on left side of, let's say, right side of the road, Whereas with current approaches, it's not feasible in LLMs. You have this something called what we call catastrophic forgetting. And can you just change the top layer and still that understanding remains the same? That is something that we have been proposing. And basically, the second question was around?
Around the...
Yeah, and again, second thing, like I said, you cannot say I will detect certain segment of speed breaker. Why we said it's a representation world model, it understands the plane, there is some kind of bump in plane. Because it's not just speed breaker. There are potholes, there is places where there is, some kind of mud out there. That is not, you cannot just say, okay, there is a pothole, and then there are a million types of potholes. In India, speed breakers are of million types. So that's why you need a unified understanding, which cannot be handled by, the task-driven AI. Yeah.
No, I'm done with the questions. You can take it offline.
We can do it later on.
Because most of the questions I know will be around, as they say in Hindi, yahan bhi khuda, wahan bhi khuda, jahan dekho khuda hi khuda. So I do not want to get into that any longer. But please give him a big hand. So typically what happens is when you're using cars or when we are driving our cars, it does affect our mental health. And so therefore, we have actually how AI and digital health, for which I am going to call, is Karen there? Okay. So we're going to call on this, she's coming online, Karen Isabel Knoop. She's the Executive Director of Harvard Business School. Please give her a big hand. Hi, Karen. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. Good to be here.
Pleasure. Yeah, the stage is all yours.
All right. So we're going to go from the potholes on the streets to the potholes in the roads of our lives. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. So my work is at the intersection of technology and humans, in particular mental health. And so in the pandemic, both of these sort of came together. A lot has happened. And in the next few minutes, I just want to set the stage, hopefully, for a set of questions and further conversations around how these come together. I think what's interesting about looking at digital health, especially for mental health, is that it has a lot of the promises of AI, which we've talked about today, and then also a lot of the risks. So in some ways, it's a perfect little, I think, case study for the risk and possibilities. We've been talking about sort of mental health since 4000 BC. Plato, Hippocrates were the first ones to say it's not a fault of character. It's something related to a genetic makeup or a faulty education. Since then, a lot of things have changed in mental health, but the basic way that people are treated is still through talk therapy. And so, of course, it's a very logical application for Gen AI and the use of chatbots. When you think of the advent of digital mental health, especially for mental health provision, it could be really seen as a godsend. So on the positive side, especially in a country like India that has, I think, 0.75 psychiatrists per 100,000 people, There really should be 3 times the number of psychiatrists. In the US, we have the same problem. And after after COVID, the demand actually for mental health consultations rose by 25%. So seen that way, it's an absolutely perfect market for technology because you have a surge in demand and a technology that can actually get you there. So it can enable accessibility. I think in India, you have DeepMind or JumpMind.ai being evolved. They've had a slow start, but in the US, we have really, really big companies like Talkspace for talk therapy, Calm for mindfulness, that have really provided access to many people. The good thing about them being visible is that they've also been advertising and talking about mental health. And so no matter how much technology we deploy in our organizations, at the end of the day, it will still be humans driving organizations literally. And we will be managing people, and whether it's a engineer or whether it's a janitor, that individual has a certain amount of human capital that will be impaired if their mental health is poor. So the good thing about this focus on digital mental health is that it's actually advertised the problem, and you've seen athletes sort of coming forward. There's been a huge uptake. On the con side, on the negative side, or on the risk side, you've seen with these apps, there are 20,000 of them. Literally every second day, somebody reaches out to me on LinkedIn asking for advice for a mental health app that they want to be launching. There are too many of them. A vast majority of them claim to be super productive and effective, and yet only in the US, about 3% of them give you the clinical data. So what happens is you have people using things that might be making them feel better. We don't really know whether they're working. We're seeing with these apps also and these services, the same thing that we've seen with ChatGPT, which is very rapid uptake. Oh, isn't that cool? And then people do it for a few days, and then they realize that they sort of go back. So there isn't real stickiness around these AI products. The main one is data use and accessibility, which means that in the US, there are regulations around health data, but the apps get around it by being third-party apps. So if you are not directly affiliated to a hospital, you do not really have to save the data. So you've seen companies sort of sell their data to Google and Facebook. Once Facebook knows that you're depressed, it's going to know what kind of ads to feed you. So in the US, there's starting to be much more supervision towards that. So with access and use sort of comes exposure to risk. And then I think there's something interesting here around to what extent we can replace ourselves with machines in management or in life, which is the machines there's a lot lost in transmission. So when we're talking to our friends, when we're talking to our loved ones or healthcare providers, they see us, they see our affect, they might see us over a period of time. The machine doesn't see you yet. So a lot of these digital health resources are very much still only talk-based. And when you think of talk as an activity that humans do, you are watching me, you're making all kinds of judgments about who I might be based on what I look like, the background. So we're constantly taking all this data. And AI is very much just taking sort of, a chatbot is interpreting one very narrow slice of what you're saying, which is the use of your words. If we focus on the use of the words, the average vocabulary of people is also dropping with the use of AI and with the use of texting. So while in the past, I might have described myself as enervated, agitated, despondent, now it would be I'm sad, I'm mad, I'm angry. So there's been very interesting research on the limitation of the words that are actually being put in these digital mental health services. The other problem that they have is that they're very much one size fits all. You might have very, very specific needs, but much like ChatGPT, they're sort of absorbing everything from the past, making predictions about, where are the potholes in your life, where's the dog that might be crossing the street in your life, but it's based on everyone else's life before you. So if you're from a minority, if you are have a specific very narrow disorder, then they might be limited. So this sort of ledger of digital mental health to me is super interesting, because one of the things that I really like about Gen AI is that it gives access to people who don't have a voice, right? In the US, we're very based, and I think in India also, about people who speak well must be bright. And these tools enable people who might not usually have been heard to be heard. And I think you really see this in digital mental health. So the question is, where does this kind of leave us as consumers and employers? In the US too, and in Europe, you've seen after the pandemic, something had to happen, right? So you've seen a lot of companies sort of rushing in to this space and giving access to these apps without really double checking them. So I think if you're an employer or you're thinking about deploying one of these, do your due diligence, make sure that there is data privacy. We've starting to see lawsuits around these devices, not just for extreme cases of death by suicide, which we're starting to see, but also wrongful diagnosis, and if it's an employer that gives it. The consumers themselves also have to be careful about, how they think about using these. When we started using ChatGPT, it was very exciting, it was something new. There are usually business people around these devices. They have a set of reasons for creating these synthetic interactions for people. They want people to consume, they want people to come back. So the more we can educate ourselves, and I think consumers to be good consumers of these devices, the better off we are. I think the road to a digital mental health actually begins in the physical world. When we did our book on compassion management in the modern workplace, we ended with Vikram Patel, who is a psychologist and sociologist. And he is famous for his statement that there is mental health for all and by all. And his main advice to us all was, we're going to turn to technology. We will go from manual to automated, to artificial, to synthetic. But at the end of the day, we are the ones making choices of making our lives and other people's lives better. And the more we can learn about how these apps work and do their jobs, the better we can support each other in real life also. So this is a high-level summary of my thoughts. I wanted to make sure that we had some time for questions, and I know that it's getting to the end of your time there. I'm very happy to be a resource to anyone who's interested in this space, thinking of using one of these for your employees. This is what I read about most days. There's a very interesting paper out by one of my colleagues also on chatbots and the design of the interaction that may be of interest to some of you. So please do reach out and let me know how to help. Thank you. I cannot hear you, I don't think.
Can you hear me, Karen?
Now I can. Thank you so much.
Great. Just hold on, I said. I'm just calling Jayant on stage. Jayant, you would like to ask Karen a couple of questions? Can you give us?
Hi, Karen. Good to see you again.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Hi. Karen, thanks for laying out the current state of where the digital mental health apps are and what have come and how they have progressed, right? In your opinion, as someone who works with the human side of things and then the intersection of digital technologies, especially AI, you've written extensively on it. If I'm coming from a place where the country, we have a lot of engineers and we have a lot of technologists, and they seem to take the technology first approach towards solving a problem. And in the case of mental health, across a mental health spectrum, there are multiple actors that can be, there from a buddy to an agony aunt to a counselor and a therapist, right? And people would like to use, the existing digital technologies, especially AI and Gen AI, to automate or, to digitize some of these actors. In your opinion, where are the current, technologies have reached in terms of to what level of any of these actors that can be automated or digitized?
So I think it'd be difficult, I don't want to say that any of these actors could be automated or digitized. I think there are tasks that can be done more efficiently by, chatbots or uptakes. So there's a triage function, I think, which is, to who needs what. So one is the triage function that leads to a resource. The resource can be just a set of reading. One is a triage function that leads then to a therapist that might be more specialized. The digital mental health also, one of the great things is that it enables therapists to work from where they want to work, which is also a huge deal. So the matching doesn't have to be local anymore. It can be sort of cross-border. Of course, there are payment issues, but that is so specific. I think there's also the part that can be automated, if you wish, is this notion of sort of the companion AI model that has emerged. And so for some of us who may be lonely, the companion AI may work well. The paper that I was just mentioning realized, sort of figured out that in about 4 to 10% of the companion AI conversations, there was a significant mental health conversation being had with a chatbot that isn't trained for it. It is really just a general companion. So in one way, you could say that that's an automation of a need that people have to talk to someone, and that's a great thing. I can think of, some people use Talkspace or mindfulness apps a little bit as a placebo effect. And that's great. There's nothing wrong with placebo effect. So that's a form of automation. I don't want to think of sort of replacing people in the field. There's so few of them. There's such high demand for these skilled individuals. I think just using AI in a better way as a co-pilot in this space would actually enable many more people to get the support that they need, and also make sure that we don't burn through the therapists who are also leaving the profession at record rate.
Yeah, thanks for that. And the companion AI that you talked about has been articulated and presented very well in the movie Her, right? So, what you're essentially saying is, use the technology for decision support system, but not as a complete automation unto itself. This is exactly what we've watched in healthcare as well. Thanks for confirming that. I wanted the audience to hear from you. One question from the audience. We have time for probably one question for Karen.
We can take one question.
At the intersection of AI and mental health? Yeah. Just identify yourself and ask the question.
Hi there.
Good evening. Thank you for asking a question.
Yeah.
So, if you look at the history of technology, Karen, it's been, in every decade, it keeps changing and transforming, right? Now we are in the world of, emerging with AI, but what after AI in Harvard, the books?
Oh, what comes after?
Yeah, what comes after? What after AI, according to, from Harvard's vantage point? That's the question.
So beyond virtual reality, augmented reality, these kinds of movements, I think. I think a better version of AI comes after AI. I think we're really just at the very, very beginning of this technology and its possibilities. So I don't know what comes next.
Room, when you connect all these technologies with a good connectivity tissue, AR, VR, and AI, there's so much more to be done. I think that's the next phase.
Also, I think if they actually knew what would come next, we would have made tons of money.
So let's wait and watch game then.
I love the question, and my answer actually would have been non-technological, which is what I actually think really comes next in technology is human technology, which is more learning about how the brain works, who we are. I actually think the human technology is going to be the one that's being discovered next. There's so little that we understand about the mysteries of our own technology.
All right. Thank you very much, Karen.
It's a phenomenal one. Thank you for your interest, and good evening, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Karen.
See you.
Thank you for your time.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Have a good evening. Thank you.
So friends, I know you all have been a very patient audience, a very engaging and a lot of interaction, and I think we love it. Our final session is the CEO panel. Of course, I think there's a little of a traffic, so one of our CEOs is stuck out there, but I think he should be in as we start the panel right away. So I would like to, the topic of this panel is how deep tech is enabling Make in India. Now, while the topic might sound a little esoteric, believe me, when you start talking, when we see the CEOs on this panel, you will understand why this topic has been chosen. So for this panel, I'd like to call on stage Bipin Preet Singh, co-founder and CEO of MobiKwik. Please give him a big hand. Here, you can sit here. Then I'd like to call Ashutosh Gupta, Country Manager, LinkedIn India. Please. Rohan Verma, CEO and Executive Director, MapMy India. And Satish Shukla, co-founder of Adverb. Please give him a big hand. Shashank Kumar will come in a little late. Satish, I think. Yeah. You can sit there. Yes, Satish. Yeah. So Shashank will be joining us soon. So I guess without much ado, I'll probably start with by inviting each one of you to talk a little about your company from the point of view of Make in India kind of process. So I know that, okay, one is a robotics company, hardcore, so Adverb is a robotics company, Bipin is a fintech, MapMy India, of course, where we talk about, like you talk about Google Maps, here is the competitor, here you have a proper MapMy India, Make in India kind of maps in India. And of course, when we have Ashutosh out here, when we talk about Make in India, you require a lot of people, the skills out here, the employable force out here. So obviously we'll be asking Ashutosh whether we have those kind of skills. But let me start with you, Satish. You can tell us a little about what Adverb actually does, and how is it facilitating, how are you using the deep tech part of it?
Sure. So before I introduce Adverb, I'd just like to weigh on what we heard 1 hour back from Jack, I think, where he mentioned about UV light robot and a robot going to the hospital and sanitizing the area. And Leslie, if you remember when you visited our facility, we showed him the autonomous mobile robot that we had built and given to Uttar Pradesh government for COVID, where there was a UV light on that robot in 2020, and it would sanitize the hospital rooms so that the frontline workers are not exposed to the COVID virus. And they used it for 6 months and then gave us back. So it was really a feel-good factor for us that we had done something what he was saying would happen in the future. So coming to Adverb, we are basically a robotics company born in India in 2016 that now provides robotics and warehouse automation solutions to companies across the world with its Made in India robot. To put it in a nutshell, we are an embodied AI company which builds autonomous mobile robots and other automation systems which help companies to pick, pack, sort, store, dispatch items in a very productive way. We increase their productivity by almost 20 to 30 times as compared to a manual process. And so when I say embodied AI, our robots are basically agents which are equipped with sensors, cameras, lidars, proximity sensors. And it is like a self-driving car which operates in a limited environment in a factory and a warehouse. And it creates an abstract representation of the objects, both spatial and temporal, and then learns in an interactive way to perform complex tasks like navigation, path planning, and takes the decision of moving material from one place to another. And we are not talking about a prototype or a single solution. These are prime robotics which are built for enterprise. We have deployed more than 1,000 robots across the world for leading companies like Unilever, Reliance, Amazon, Flipkart, DHL, Maersk. We have more than 300 customers and 500 sites for these robots. Now, how does our company help in realizing the vision of Make in India? So as an individual, I'm a big believer of serendipity. And that's how our journey has been while creating this company. So when we embarked on this journey of Make in India, COVID also happened. And for reasons which are political, and I would not like to touch on that, there was a China plus one story that came out, which also is called friendshoring, where the Western powers that be decided that we probably want to have a supply chain and manufacturing partner who would be more friendly or who would probably have a more democratic framework. And mind you, see, India is the only country that can give the scale of China to this world. Now, we have to understand why these companies would move out of China. Because they want scale, because they want quality. They are not moving for cost. And that is where there is a sweet spot of smart manufacturing. When I say smart manufacturing, I mean manufacturing that is powered by electronics, that is powered by software, and that controls the entire manufacturing process. That's a sweet spot for India, where India can give a smart manufacturing stack, just like India has given a software stack to deliver public service and governance, right? We did it with opening of bank accounts, we did it with, and we have here from a gentleman from MobiKwik who will probably speak about it. We have given India has shown the world how vaccination certificates were given, how we vaccinated more than a billion people. Similarly, we have a sweet spot of smart manufacturing, which will enable companies to manufacture at scale, manufacture products of good quality, and also at affordable cost. And that's what we help companies do of every scale and size. And just before I close it out, we just helped Lenskart build one of the world's largest eyewear factory, which is completely automated. So anybody sitting in this room, if they would have ordered a lens from Lenskart, it has been fulfilled by a robot from Adverb.
Excellent. So these are kind of lights out factories that we're already talking about in India. I mean, it's amazing. Bipin, your story is also something similar in the fintech kind of space. You could just tell us a bit about, how, and also probably also bring out the point, because this is the Mint AI Summit. So I'd like you to also, highlight the fact how these emerging technologies, I mean, when we talk about deep tech, we're talking about emerging technologies, but basically how they're powering the fintech sector out here.
Sure. So, hi, I am Bipin. I am the founder of and CEO of MobiKwik. So we are a fintech. We are a decade-old company, and currently we are focused on building a digital banking platform for masses of Indians who we believe are currently not having access to financial services at the scale that it should be. So using our technology, using the app that we provide, MobiKwik app, we serve over 120, 130 million users who use our digital payments in the form of UPI, wallet, and other kind of payment modes. In addition, because most of these customers who live across the length and breadth of the country don't have easy access to credit, we also build digital lending products like Pay Later and personal loans and loans for merchants. We use a lot of data and underwriting and data science in order to find out which users are eligible for these kind of products. And that's one of the big investments that we do in deep technology and understanding. And of course, that's more machine learning, but now going more and more towards artificial intelligence. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. In addition, we are also building deep wealth tech products where we understand that a lot of users in India don't understand how to create returns on the money that they have. And money which is sitting in your bank account, you are actually losing the value because of inflation. But where should you put it? Do you have the confidence to put it in stock market? Do you have the confidence to buy mutual funds? If you're choosing mutual funds, where to buy? Which one to buy? Which one will give the best return? Can you handle volatility? Or are you looking to invest in instruments which give fixed returns, but come with kind of somewhat higher risk compared to a fixed deposit? So like this, we are focused on creating new asset classes, new products, which will allow masses to invest their money and generate returns at lower risk without having to talk to other banks or relationship managers. Of course, across the length and breadth of country, that's really not scalable. And that's where really technology comes in. Our big asset, because of the scale that we have, is data. So we have data across hundreds of millions of customers about their profiles, about their KYC, about their spending habits, about their smartphones, about their locations, about their movements, a lot of different kind of data points that we have access to, which is in billions of number. And we are just at the beginning of how to use that data to provide better services to the same customers, better financial products, which are more suitable. This has many, many challenges. Of course.
We'll come to the challenges in a bit because that's the next step. So
sure.
Let's stick to the positives for now.
Sure.
Okay,
What I was talking about more is in terms of the opportunities which are out there, what I believe what AI can do in this, the topic of this conference being AI, which is basically really bridging the gap between an average user living in any town, remote town or village of India versus the data that we have and the products that exist in India's financial ecosystem. And that gap can be bridged, in my view, through AI.
In fact, actually, when Jack Hidley was speaking, he was talking about certain financial products, how they should be done in India. I wanted to tell him, no, as far as the digital landscape is concerned, India is way ahead even of Western markets. I mean, that's by far, and I guess you have just convinced the audience that that is the case. Let's talk, Rohan, you can tell us a little about how you are trying to dominate the maps space, which is, easier said than done because we know who the competitors, so it must have been a real big task for you to use this deep tech and score a point out here.
Thanks, Leslie, for having me. Thanks to Mint for inviting me. Actually, we pioneered digital mapping in India, as you know. 1995 is when my parents started to build a digital map data product for India. At that time, IT services obviously was starting to boom in India, but there were very few IT product companies. And I think they're of that generation in 95 to build a digital map data product. And of course, Google wasn't even born then. 2004 or 2005, Google launched Google Maps. So I think we can say proudly that we're not just Make in India, but also pioneering product and platform company in this space of mapping and related deep tech. Beyond the consumer use case of maps, I think there's so many fintech and BFSI companies that use our maps and technology solutions, so many automotive companies, the government organizations. So maps and location technology is it is really deep tech to kind of create a digital representation or geospatial representation of the real world. And there's so many use cases around that. And what we are able to enable customers or companies in India is with a fully made in India, indigenous, no data going outside to a foreign country. And we've heard those examples that when the Kargil war had happened, then GPS was denied to the Indian armed forces. Or in Russia-Ukraine war, Google Maps was switched off for the Russian forces. So I think from that angle, Make in India with an Atmanirbhar company like MapIndia makes sense. But it's not just Atmanirbhar or Make in India. It's really how we use AI to build our maps. And so in a sense, MapIndia, how we build maps is driving millions of kilometers using cameras, collecting the real world vision data and applying our trained AI models on that data to extract what's changing in the roads. Things like where the speed breakers are, potholes are, etc. So in a sense, not that today we are ready with this, but we are building a large vision model. The way you're seeing LLMs, we are trying to build this LVM based on India's generated data. Probably we have one of the largest, if not the largest, repository of real world data for India in 3D and 360 degrees.
So when you say LVM, you mean
large vision model.
Vision models, yes.
That's right.
It's better to spell
that's right. That's right. And the second is we are enabling customers to use the power of AI through our products and platforms. So typically professional or enterprises use our geospatial analytics, our InTouch or IoT platform, as well as they can put in any kind of vision information or images or videos or satellite imagery or drone imagery. And we can help them extract information as to urban sprawl, change detection, or let's say where a tree has been cut. And finally, on the LLM side, what we're trying to do is build a chat GPT for travel. We have this app called Mapple's Kogo, which is an AI-first travel concierge, which is essentially helping you to plan travel in a very natural language interface. So this weekend, what should I do with my kids and my wife? I'm looking for a luxury but adventurous holiday. So where are the places I can go? These are questions you can ask of Mapple's Kogo, and it'll tell you where all to go based on MapIndia's data, and also help book. So in a nutshell, this is how we are providing deep tech products and platforms and leveraging AI. And it's an exciting time to be making in India, for India right now, and eventually for the world.
Undoubtedly. And Ashutosh, you have been patiently listening to Adverb, MobiQuick, Maps My India, and of course, I'm sure you must have encountered, whole scores of companies out there that are, creating Make in India products and using, deep tech technologies. Now, in your opinion, how do you see the scenario helping, the entire employment phase from the positive sides first, let us speak. What are the kind of skill sets that are required? What is it that the, the generation of India should actually look out? Do they require some kind of reskilling to get into this game? So if you can give us a perspective on that, that would be great.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Leslie and Mint, for having me here today. From a skilling perspective, I think a lot of changes are going to come in the future. I think our latest research shows that for any role, the skills required will change by 60% plus by 2030. So even for my role, 60% of the skills required will be different by 2030. And I think there are two parts to the skills landscape. One is the hard skills, and obviously digital marketing, digital skills, learning coding. Those are very, very important. But the true value or the true premium will come from soft skills, right? So for any role or any job you do, there are three kind of activities. Let's bucket the activities into three parts. One part which AI can do, second part which AI can assist, and the third part which AI cannot. Right? And that third part is so important. And what is that third part? Those are the problem identification, problem solving, creativity. These are the skills which humans do better. And that's where the premium on human skills will be at a very high level, right? So I think, a lot of people are focusing on hard skills, which is the right thing. You have to embrace AI. You have to learn what ChatGPT is. You have to learn what generative AI is. But as you learn that, the part which you have to 100% focus on is on the soft skills, because these skills are going to be very, very important, right? So that's what's happening on the skilling side. And one thing is, at LinkedIn, we truly believe the skills first mindset, which is, I think this is what's being embraced across India, and I'm very proud of that. When in the jobs landscape, right, the companies are adapting, the hires are adapting, that, we want to hire people with the right skills. It's not about pedigree. We have heard many times about the pedigree, right? I come from IIT, I come from IIM, or I come from X company, hence I can do the job. That's not true. You can do the job when you have the right skills. And that's where a lot of hiring people, a lot of companies are changing their hiring thinking to adopt the skills first mindset, right? Even the people now, the candidates are also adapting it. They are learning the skills. On LinkedIn, we have LinkedIn Learning, which is a true barometer of how a country is performing or country is learning. We have seen that, our Indian members are learning tons of new skills on LinkedIn Learning. And, they're spending more time. In fact, they're spending 1.8x more hours on LinkedIn Learning than compared to any other country in the world, right? So that shows that members are also trying to learn the new skills. So I think the world is going to change a lot, but I think the most important thing is not to fight the change, to embrace the change, right? And I feel like this is very similar as we enter 2024. I feel it's very similar to what happened with internet when internet came in 90s, right? Very similar kind of discussions happened. Lot changed in the world because of internet, right? From education to the bunch of jobs changed because of internet, and very similar thing is going to happen with AI, right? Lots going to get changed, but I think it's very important to embrace, learn it, and see how you can make it your own and learn and get benefit from the efficiency.
Thank you. Actually, I was actually going to ask, since all these companies actually employ such people, what are the kind of skills that they have? But welcome, Shashank. I think you got stuck in the traffic and he's here. AI wasn't of much help out there. But we hope that in the future these traffic systems can be controlled meaningfully. But I had given everybody a fair chance to talk about their companies and how they're using deep tech. I know yours is a hardcore agri-tech company, and you're doing tremendous amount of work in that space. You can just give us a brief overview of, how deep tech is enabling and, made your company the Make in India part of it.
Sure, and first of all, I think sorry for being late, but you're right. Traffic, AI can't do anything here. But so hi everyone, good evening. And candidly, I keep saying that Dehat was started when agri-tech was agriculture. So we started our journey back in 2012, but first initial 7 years, as such, there was no significant usage of tech or so-called AI in our journey. But yes, in those 7 years, actually, we built the foundation, advisory content for farmers, understanding the grassroots realities. And then after that, we started investing in tech very, very heavily. And why? Because we knew that if we have to reach out to every individual farmer of India, it's not possible without tech. Those, again, who don't know much, Dehat is all about providing complete end-to-end agriculture value chain services to farmers for whichever crop they grow. Our vision is to bring everything related to agriculture under one roof for these Indian farmers. And as most of us know that in India, there are more than 100 million farmers. So that's why this was very clear to us that, that again, how important is overall tech going to be in our journey. But talking about, now going back to your question, so I think a few of the use cases, if I just bring here in front of the house, how we use technology in our day-to-day basis. So one, maybe I would pick it up is as farm monitoring. In a very layman language, if I explain, so we fetch data from 2 satellites every week. And this is something what we have been doing since last 10 years. And for 6 million unique land parcel, 2 million square kilometer area of land of India. And that's how basically, our engine is trained and built. As a result, basically, again, what is happening at farm level, that is something which is known to us remotely. So we don't need to go there physically. That what is happening at the farm level, what was the sowing date of the crop, what is the current moisture at the farm, which part of farm is affected by pest or disease attack. And that's how basically I think we monitor these farms, again, on behalf of farmers. Why? Because then again, crop advisory or advising farmers for better pest management, better disease management, irrigation management, I think that's one of the large tasks for Dehat. And that's how I think we could reach out to more and more farmers. If I just share a few more data, to imagine by end of March 19, we had only somewhere around 11,000 farmers with us, again, who believed in us during our early days. But I think only because of this tech piece, or because, again, deep tech rather, so that I think we could build our advisory engine for various states, various districts, various villages, so that I think we could provide advisory services to farmers for number of crops in a personalized manner, in a regionalized manner, in a customized manner. And that's the reason, that's one of the reasons we could grow from, imagine 10,000 farmers in March 19 to 2.2 million farmers as on date as we speak. So one piece is this entire satellite imagery piece. The two is a lot of supply chain bit, right? Because Dehat is not just about giving information to farmers, because we don't charge farmers for advisory, while again, it adds a lot of value in their day-to-day life. But in addition to advisory, I think there are a lot of supply chain related stuff, which is like, farmers, they also use Dehat to buy seed fertilizer and agrochemicals of different brands. They also use the Dehat platform to sell their crop, whether it's staples or pulses or fruits or vegetables. So the second tech piece is related to, again, supply chain. And again, use case if I mention, so imagine that, so for example, before crop gets harvested physically, again, we are in a position, because of, again, AI, because of tech we have built, that we are in a position to forecast the yield of those crops, again, on behalf of farmers. And why it's important? Because again, we just want to have confirmed institutional demand with us before farmers start harvesting their crop physically, right? So that at the end of season, they should not land in a position that, that the crop gets harvested, and now I'm going to, hunt the buyer, and again, probably I think they have to go for distress sale or so. So again, this is one of the reasons why, as on date, again, as we speak, every day we aggregate almost 6,000 tonnage of produce. So again, of course, it depends upon the prevailing crops, harvesting cycle, but every day we are aggregating 6,000 ton of produce, whether it's rice or grapes or green vegetables or pulses or oil seeds, whatever. And then it goes to folks like all these retail chains, modern trade players, FMCG players, also to the overseas market of the global retail chains in a complete traceable manner after getting processed and packaged as per their specification. To all these 2 million farmers, every day we are providing, or we are delivering more than 35,000 agri-input orders related to seed and fertilizer and agrochemicals. So this is all, a lot of such things related to supply chain. And again, so imagine these farmers, when they order anything, it gets delivered in less than 24 hours today. So I'm not talking about Gurgaon or Delhi, where it took me 2 hours to come from Gurgaon to here. But while today we have our supply chain presence in 118,286 villages of India, which is roughly 19%. But still, a farmer, when they order anything, anything related to farm input, it gets delivered in less than 24 hours. So the second piece is the supply chain. Last, not the least, I would say, is the data piece. We believe that, again, as I said, that the goal is to bring everything related to agri under one roof. And hence, basically, our intervention is incomplete without financial services. So a lot of data related to farmer, their farm, and again, a lot of analytics and science on that data set. So again, in form of the data warehouse. And that is helping us to build a farm score or farmer's score, which is going to be used further for any banking institution, any reinsurers or insurance companies, so that they can use our platform to reach out to millions of farmers, either for lending or for insurance. So I take a pause, and sorry for the monologue.
No, I allowed you to speak because you came in late, and at the same time, I think, the farmer story is something that resonates well with the audience also. And I think, seldom do we associate farmers with satellites and, GPS and all the high-tech kind of stuff that we are talking about. But listening to all the CEOs, you really get an idea of if anybody is there in the audience that really actually wants to build a company, deep tech company. I think you have enough stories out here how to build a deep tech company and a make in India kind of company. But having said that, of course, not everything is hunky-dory. There are surely a lot of challenges out there, because here you have given the positive side of everything, and people might think, okay, it's so easy to build this kind of company. I'm sure there are plenty of challenges. So let's start with you, Rohan. If you can just list very briefly, because we are running out of time, just a couple of challenges that you're facing.
MapMindia's simple challenge is Google's monopoly. It's very simple. I mean, if you use the Mappers app, I request you all to try it. I think you'll find it better than Google Maps. But the fact is, most of you don't know about it. And you're comfortable because Google is preloaded forcibly on all phones for the last 10 years. This has been one, I mean, okay, we became a unicorn, we went public, we're profitable, growing, all the good things. I think we could have been a decacorn had Google not monopolized this market. So now, at least we can ask consumers, you all, to try the Mappers app. Then we can ask the government to intervene, and then we can ask, whoever else is there to ask to start. So for us, the challenge is simple. It's obviously a daunting challenge, but I think we're up for it. I think we've dealt with it quite well in the face of an impossible task, and I think it's only going to get easier after this.
Thank you, Rohan. Bipin, I'm sure you were very happy when Shashank said that financial services, I think he sort of endorsed what you are actually doing.
Sure. So see, in India, financial services are a backbone for almost every industry. And, you can't build businesses without financial services. Basic things like payments, digital payments being in place, or loans being made available when they are needed, insurance in order to cover the risk, and also for customers who want to make return, having different kind of products.
The challenges, if you can highlight some of the
Yes,
challenges.
so I'm coming to that. So I think in terms of what we see as challenges, the big challenges for MobiKwik, and they are applicable to fintech industry, is because our industry has become so big, it has scaled so much. The biggest challenges are around cybersecurity and data privacy, usage of data, and especially now with AI being there and the Data Protection Act also, which has become a law in India. I think that has become not a challenge, I think that has become something that you have to work with, because ultimately data is the main asset on which we build all the intelligence. And second thing is, of course, when you're dealing with money in financial products, you have to ensure security and safety at all times, because financial institutions like ours, for us, trust and reputation is the biggest asset we build.
Also finding the right talent?
Yes, I think talent, of course. I mean, in India, we are talking about AI, for example. I mean, I think I was looking at LinkedIn. There's hardly any talent available. So
I will have Ashutosh answer that later.
Yeah, but talent definitely in India, you know, we have a lot of people who are qualified in terms of their degrees. But in terms of skills, there is a big gap between what the industry or the leading cutting edge innovation needs versus what is available.
Fair enough. Satish, very quickly.
Sure. So I'll touch on 2 points, but just since you mentioned talent, I would like to say we face this problem, and what we have realized is you need to build talent, not buy talent. And that's something that we have learned in last 7 years. And this company that has been created, and since we have a gentleman from LinkedIn that is sitting here, so all of us came from Asian Paints, which is a process industry. None of us were software engineers, and we built this company. 2 platforms had a very big role to play in it. One was YouTube, second was LinkedIn. And tremendous amount of role. We went, we saw, we learned, we implemented. Now, when we implemented, coming to the challenge, what we realized was there is no robotic ecosystem. So there was a gentleman today in the session from a very big conglomerate who's entering into paints.
Yes.
They have a playbook. You have a playbook, you have Asian Paints, they've shown the world. You build automated factories, paint is a simple thing to do. So they've invested 10,000 crores in capex, they are building up some of the most automated factory. We had no precedent. We were selling robot, made in India robot, to players in Europe, US, Japan, Australia, right? What we realized was, since there is no robotic ecosystem, there is no vendor system, boss, these are like self-driving cars. And no automotive vendor will work with you if you go and tell them that I'm going to build 1,000 robots in next 5 years, right? They build lakhs and lakhs of cars. So we had to build a robotic ecosystem for which we realized that we will have to build our own manufacturing capabilities. And today we have the largest mobile robot manufacturing capability in the world in India, in Greater Noida. So, and it is a completely made in India factory. And and that was one of the challenges that we solved. So we decided that if we want to bring reliability, you have to control the supply chain. And 2 things that really we figured out. So one problem that we felt, one of the big challenge in this business was, if you design a warehouse automation solution or a factory automation solution, it takes 3 to 4 months to design. Then you deliver the solution. And we all know what happened with Unilever when we were doing the solution. They designed the solution pre-COVID. The Chennai solution, the Samadhan solution, which they were doing to speed up the grocery delivery, and then COVID happened, lo behold, entire order profile changes. Now you need flexibility in designing and implementing these automation solutions. These are the 2 solutions that we solve with digital twin and simulation, which is again a part of AI, which I will touch at a later point of time because those are big enough topics here.
Thank you. Shashank, very quickly.
I think 2 things. One, obviously, in the context of rural area or farmer level, so still the adoption of digital interfaces, that's still a long journey. Things are definitely getting better, we all know, but in relative terms, we definitely consider this as a challenge. When we see ourselves very much capable, to reach out, to every individual farmer, but still the tech adoption. and especially considering the diversity of India. While the western part of India, it is little advanced, but the eastern part of India is still kind of picking up. So one is in general the tech adoption at a farmer level. Two is since Satish mentioned about playbook. So again, in case of agri or agri-tech, there is no as such footprints to follow. A lot of data is still sort of with the government, right? Considering in fact they also play equally important role in the sector. Considering KCC, Kisan Credit Card, fertilizer allocation data, right? So a lot of data is basically is proprietary with the government, but obviously the private player, they don't have access to this data, and hence let's say anyone like us or any private player, if they have to start their intervention in agri in any new geography, if they have to know about anything about the geography, again they have to do everything by their own. So there is no playbook, as long story short. But again, the silver line is that now government is talking about agri stack, right? Your digital public infrastructure, and more importantly, I think a UPI equivalent structure in case of ag data stack as well. So that's definitely a silver line.
And also, is the fact that in India we have small land holdings, is that a major issue out here, because in the adoption part of it, agri-tech, is that an issue?
Our model is actually meant for small farmers, so we consider this more as an opportunity. That probably I think for no corporate, whether a large retail chain or FMCG player or seed company, basically can reach out to millions of farmer for their specific agriculture requirement or business. So we consider this as an opportunity, but yeah, that's a hard fact that 90%, almost 90% Indian farmers are small and marginal with land holding of 1 hectare, and even this 1 hectare is fragmented in form of 3-4 different land parcels. So supply chain challenges, yes, for sure, but as an innovator, we consider this as an opportunity.
Absolutely. Ashutosh, everybody wants to hear, as far as AI skills are concerned, I mean, we are seeing it. I mean, most of the CEOs out here who employ people also have voiced their opinion as to that there is a lack of, real true talent as far as AI is concerned. What are your thoughts now, given the kind of now suddenly first we should talk about AI, now we're talking about generative AI, and there's a lot of confusion among the things. So what are the kind of trends that you're seeing from a challenge point of view?
I mean, I think you heard the challenges on the talent side. It's just the skill availability is going to be a major challenge. Though India has a great advantage of demographic dividend, but remember some of the generative AI technologies are less than 12 months right now. So people are learning the skills, acquiring the skills, but that's going to be a challenge. I think one of the gentlemen on the stage kind of gave the answer. For the companies, it's you can acquire the skills or you can build the skills, right? Like our CEO Ryan says, your next employee might be your current employee sitting somewhere. It's just providing that opportunity to develop and reskill and acquire those skills, right? So the demand will be very, very high across different industries and verticals in India, right? So I think both needs to be done. We need to retrain the people which are coming out of schools, colleges, as well as retrain some of our employees which are sitting there, right? So the development, the learning and development function is going to play a very important role. Looking at how we can enable those employees to learn those skills very quickly is going to be very important.
But we have prestigious IITs, we have triple IITs,
no, of course. So,
we have the best of schools and colleges. What exactly is lacking? Yeah, I think so.
I'll just add, if I'm sorry if I'm
interrupting. Please do.
I'll give you. So since you mentioned triple IITs, IITs, so I was hearing a gentleman from Karya talking about collecting data, and I was sharing with my colleague in 2019, we were doing pick by voice. So pick by voice is our AI-based assistant. With an Android device, it will be there, and it will give you voice commands where you have to go, what you have to do, and you give a voice command back, it will do a text-to-speech conversion back, and then you perform the task, right? Now, again, so since Google gave a text-to-speech, obviously you would have to license, and there was a cost element involved. Nobody would pay a bomb for this kind of a solution. We hired a couple of engineers, one from the newer IITs, the BB IITs, one from DTU. These two freshers, within 6 months, did all the job of data collection, collected all the samples for us, developed our own native text-to-speech engine, which could speak in 6 languages within 6 months. right? So that's when I said you have, so again, reskilling, you have to build data. We have to catch this talent young. The average age of our organization is 25. Every year we go to these colleges and we hire graduates, and trust me, they have surprised us every year with what they could do next.
We would love to, hear. Yes,
just like, and he said that, like, and I said that earlier, pedigree doesn't translate into ability to do job well, right? And that's where the skills first thinking of having the right skills, ability to demonstrate the skills, and then do the job, right? It's very different from pedigree, right? So that we have to transform as a society to think about skills first and ability to get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. I can take a couple of questions. Yes, please. Can you give a mic? If you're asking it to a specific person, please
So my question is to the panel. I am unique. I work as a CIO for CK Birla Group, a large conglomerate. So today we are talking about generative AI, which is a future, and there are 5.5 billion internet users across the world. Everything is about data, right? And with the data protection bill, and the hackers are always one step ahead. So what strategies you are adopting in the organization to protect the data?
Who wants to take this? Okay.
I mean, the answer is simple. You just follow the law. So, I mean, there is no option, right? It's not like there is an if then else, but I believe the data protection law provides a proper framework where you can collect data, use data, have proper consent in place, destroy data when it's required, and ensure that basically, you don't use that data for any use case which it was not meant to be collected. So I think that is the one fundamental principle, explicit consent, and use it for the specific use case for which you have taken the consent from the user. Right now, as you know, it's a free for all, right? You get the data, any data everybody is using. For all you know, companies like based in US like OpenAI, etc., they've probably mined all of India's data already and built models on top of it. But that should really not be the case. I think data is proprietary. Data is the property of the country and also of the individual citizens and the government. So I think this particular law defines that, and I think that the solutions are straightforward.
I can take one last question.
Thank you.
I see a lot of hands, so one last question. Let the lady, please.
Hi, I am Suchi Agrawal. I am from Indovision Services. My question goes to Mr. Shashank. Mr. Shashank, you are doing a fantastic work when you're addressing this agriculture. There are a lot of burning issues, and I belong to Delhi. So my question is related to one of the issue, which is the stubble burning. Every year we face this issue, and since you are generating a good ecosystem in all of the issue you are trying, do you have any plans to address this issue, in future by doing something? It's just out of curiosity I want to ask.
Sorry, Shashank, I didn't expect that one.
I'll answer the second part of question first because that's simple. So the trigger geography is mostly Punjab and Haryana. These are the two states where the land holding is very, very high. Again, as I said, that our focus is mostly on those geographies where land holding is small. So simple answer, plan is not to go to states like Punjab or Haryana largely, but the solution is available. And it's two. One is the mechanization, right? Mechanization, I think, instead of burning. And two is basically converting those agricultural waste into the fertilizer. If I just educate you and the house, is like, in very bits and pieces at a very small scale, the attempts, have been already taken now by a few voluntary organizations, local government, private players as well. But obviously the sample size of the problem statement is huge, and we all are the sufferer.
Thank you so much. Can I also ask one more question?
No, please. We are run out of time.
Just last.
Okay.
This is very crisp question to Mr. Rohan. Are we going to see your map in some Uber app or Ola? You have any collaboration strategy with these giants? Maybe that will help a lot.
I mean, our map does go in almost every car that comes with a built-in system comes with us. Amazon, Flipkart users, Paytm, PhonePe come built in. Yeah, I wish Uber and Zomato and Swiggy also become customers, but hopefully them too soon.
Rohan's is a listed company, so he's going to give you diplomatic answers. Okay. So thank you very much, friends. Please give them a big hand. And thank you for being a very patient and engaging audience. So please join us for cocktails and dinner. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Shashank. Yeah, no, absolutely. Please.
Audience, I would like to request you all before we convene that please fill the feedback forms for us so that we can enrich your event experience further. I would also like to thank Leslie for such an amazing show today and a wonderful audience for participating actively in this summit. I would also like to thank our partners, Honda, Oracle, and Fractal AI for being huge support for us. Please join us for cocktail and dinner.
Sir, thank you very much.